Hi everyone, here we are. Here we are at the Best You Expo online, and well, we're going to be here for 2 days. It's going to be a phenomenal and amazing 2 days. We're so excited, so excited. We've been doing this for quite some time, since 2016, and it's always been an absolute pleasure to bring these events to you for you, because it's always about inspiring people and creating change for individuals all around the world. So we've been doing this for, as I said, for quite a few years. It started in 2016 when we started in London, and then till 2019, also in London, it grew from 3,000 to 14,000 people, which was the last live event that we did. And after that, well, we took it to the US. We've done obviously quite a few online versions during the pandemic. And this time, we're also bringing it back online. And it's just literally one camera, one stage throughout the 2 days, and very dynamic. I like keeping it dynamic. So we've got panels, we've got talks. The talks are just 25 minutes. There's only just one or two speakers are speaking for an hour, but the rest of them are speaking for 25 minutes. So it flows really well. So I really invite you to join, to literally check the schedule, make sure that you are, enjoying as much as you can throughout the 2 days, and interact, please interact. The speakers, we all put a lot of love into what we do, and it's important for us to know that you're there. And if there's an aha moment, just say yes, give us a thumbs up, whatever it may be. But it's all about bringing you and potentially and hopefully inspiring you to become the best version of yourself, which is what it's always been about. And first of all, I want to thank my team. I want to thank my team because they work very hard. They follow this lunatic who comes up with these ideas of putting these events together and inviting as many people as possible. I want to thank everyone that's obviously going to be watching this live throughout the 2 days. And I obviously want to thank all the speakers and all the panelists that are involved, because without them, we couldn't make these events happen. I'm highly going to recommend and insist quite a few times that you go VIP if you can, for several reasons. First of all is because it gives us the potential opportunity, to be able to, well, simply create some resources and provide you some resources that I believe have phenomenal value. Okay, a lot of the speakers are sharing so much expertise and content with the books that they give, with the courses that they provide, and there's thousands and thousands and thousands of hours that they input, in their lives and careers to be able to create these phenomenal products and services for you. And you've got them there at your fingertips. The VIP ticket is only $49. It's in excess of $4,000 in there. And I'll be sharing throughout the 2 days, some of the amazing resources that are included, because we will be giving away a lot of products and services also for those of you that are watching live. Okay, so we're going to be asking you questions, or I'm going to be saying, hey, we're going to be giving this book away if you answer this, or for whoever has interacted most throughout a specific time slot. So we're going to be giving away so many great products and services as well. But additionally to that, I want to make sure that you go VIP. So it's just going to be phenomenal. It's going to be amazing. So I'm going to tell you, obviously, and read to you the agenda today, although you can check it. Obviously, there's a schedule there on the webpage. But basically, the opportunity today is to engage and see. I just want to see if there's any messages coming there. No, all good. So I'm going to kick off now, just literally giving you a little bit of insight, some house rules. Make notes, interact, just engage with us. Let us know that you're learning some amazing things. And, I highly recommend that you make notes if you can. And if you're going to have to miss it, or miss maybe a specific talk that you would like to, because there's something scheduled, go VIP. You got access to the recordings after that. So that's it. I'm kickstarting now. Just going to be introducing some of my guests. I'm going to bring on stage very briefly, and very shortly, I'm going to bring in Simon Headley, who's been, he's a great friend, but also he's helped me and supported me a lot with the Expo in inviting some of the panelists that are going to be joining us very soon, but also some of the amazing speakers that we have lined up for you today. So first of all, and I'll let we have a panel. I've got a panel that I'm going to be managing or running with Simon, and we've got Rachel Sheila Khan, and we've got Joe Gregory joining us on that panel. And it's about synergy, the value of connections and relationships. That's the title of that panel. Then after that, at 11 a.m., we've got Bimal Shah. And Bimal's going to be talking about the 5 stages to make the biggest 90-day leap towards your 3-year business goal. And then at 11:30, we're so honored to have Daniel Priestley speaking today. So that's 11:30 GMT time. And he's going to be talking about how to generate high quality leads and clients. Daniel spoke at one of our expos, I think it was 2017 maybe, or 2018. So, I think he's a phenomenal speaker, but also he's a great author, an amazing and very successful business person. So, you really want to listen to Daniel because he's always been on trend on so many different things. So he's speaking at 11:30. Then at 12, we've got Sarah Moxon. She's got this talk, which is titled The Currency of Connection, the Art of Building Long-Lasting Business Relationships. Sarah's also got a panel tomorrow, which you're going to definitely want to see as well. And then at 12:30, I've got my really good friend, Brian Muldoon. And the title of his talk is Stop Waiting to Start Really Living. So Brian's going to be talking at 12:30. Then at 1 o'clock, we've got Johnny Cooper. Johnny Cooper is going to be talking about Right Stuff, Get Paid, how he earned 1.2 million from his words and other people's screens, and how you can do it too. So that's Johnny at 1 o'clock. And then at 1:30, honored also to have Pete Cohen. He's a powerhouse. Pete is a phenomenal speaker, and he's going to talk about how to create your fantastic future. And at 2 o'clock, we have Andy Harrington. Andy Harrington is very well known. He teaches and has helped so many speakers, become international speakers, but also, teach them how to be able to connect and potentially, obviously, be able to build rapport and sell. So he's going to be talking, his title of his talk is Present, Pitch, and Grow Rich, how to win new clients through a presentation. At 3 o'clock, the 3 C's for future coaching. That's Paul Smith. And then at 3:30, we've got a panel, which is passionate to page to publishing. That's Patty Falls, and she's got a couple of great speakers that are going to be joining us today from the US. That's John Henry, Audrey Fearberg, and Kadeem Locke. They're going to be at 3:30. That's a panel that we've got. She's a phenomenal publisher. And then at 4:30, Bill Walsh, my great friend Bill Walsh, is joining us from the US, and Speak Your Way to Massive Success, how to get paid big money as a public speaker. Bill is a phenomenal speaker. Okay, if you're interested in learning how to become a great presenter, you can learn a lot from Bill. So that's it. That's what we've got planned for you today. So exciting. I'm going to bring in Simon Headley now, just to say a few words and thank him. Simon, how are you?
Good morning, Bernardo. I'm great. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you great. Thank you.
Beautiful. It's good to be live with you. This is the best view live virtually. And it's so important, right? So thank you for making it happen, and all the team behind the scenes, and you watching us live or in the recordings, but hopefully live with us Saturday morning here in the UK.
Well, no, thank you, Simon. Listen, I wanted to say thank you to you personally for your support. It's, you always have people that help you, that support you, and that do that, from a place of deep love. And I just wanted to thank you. Thank you for all your help and your support here at the Best You Expo, for all the great speakers that you've connected us with Daniel Priestley, with Sarah Moxon, who then brought me Pete Cohen. So you've been an intrinsic part of bringing people, obviously Joe Gregory and Rachel, who we have joining us later on today. So
and
thank
our friend Simon Ong and others. And it's also the nature of it, right? It's a game we play together. These people aren't silos. And hopefully today, the biggest thing from our panel this morning, I want you to get, it's a win-win-win game. We all know each other and get to know each other, and we all learn and grow. I've known Bernardo for over a decade. You're with NLP way back when. And it's kind of fabulous seeing clients of mine have spoken at your live events and not knowing all the behind the scenes conversations that make things happen. And really appreciate the public. Thank you, Bernardo. And again, I mean it. Thank you for putting this on. It's what we need today. People need inspiration and some help to make a difference in the world. So thank you for making this happen.
No, thank you. Thank you, Simon. So look, as far as I'm concerned, I've been sharing a lot around, the idea of there's so much going on at the moment, since obviously the pandemic, anyone and everyone that has a Zoom account, are running events and producing. So I think people are kind of like there's just a lot of noise, and it's just very difficult to understand where to focus or what to focus on. And I think obviously what's important with these type of events is where we bring such a high caliber of speakers, where we're teaching all sorts of skills for those that want to transition. How do people focus? How can people kind of really understand what, what to listen to, or what to pay attention to?
I love that question. The first thing is stay hydrated and stay calm, right? You're going to get excited over the next couple of hours. Stay in the conversation. The best thing to show up, to get successful, is to show up and be present, right? So that step one is just be here. Like if you're here, turn off the distractions and be here. I'm a big believer in this balance of the Eastern and Western mindsets, Bernardo, right? There's that like thought logically, I want to learn how to drive, find the driving instructor. I want to be a speaker, go, there's that thing. And then there's that sort of inner thing that happens. So synchronicities that happen, sometimes you couldn't make it up. And I promise you, over the next couple of days, you're going to hear something that changes your life for the better. How do I know that? It's not my first rodeo, 20 years of doing this. I know the space we're creating is designed for those alchemical connections. And I do think it's about having that time to pause and reflect and just think about what your priorities are. Be really real to yourself, if nobody else. Like, you know what? I need help with money right now. I need help with my health right now. Pick what is your top priority of health, wealth, freedom, financial relationships. And I do believe relationships are the key to all of them. But how do you navigate it is learning to ask yourself better questions and reflecting, I think, about what's important to you. And it may not be about the Ferrari and Lamborghinis. It may actually think different. So what's true for you in this moment, your biggest priority, is a function of what that is for you. So just be open to trusting yourself a bit more in the space and knowing that everybody here is here to help you navigate it. And I know, Bernardo, you and your team, after the event, if people have questions, they can reach out and sort of go, look, how do I learn more about that and get that support? The wider resources, we have them in the free area and the VIP area. So that's my first thought, is just be open to like sort of listen to that inner knowledge. And if it does resonate, by the way, take action. It might just be get the pen and paper out, make that note to follow up and follow through. But just trust yourself in the process. And that's my thought. What do you think the best way of doing that? So you've been around the space a lot.
Yeah, I think it really is around, I think sometimes people are listening to many different things, and wherever the last shiny light is, they tend to, navigate towards that. And I think that at the end of the day, you have to follow your instinct, your heart, and also, kind of follow those that you feel are authentic. I think one of the things that I really talk about a lot is authenticity, and I call it, many times, my approach to coaching and mentoring is tough love. I say it as it is, and I always open with the sentence, I'm coming from a place of deep love, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Because I plant that seed and then tell them as it is. So I think, people have to focus and really follow those that they feel are aligned with them, instead of just because, they're a great international speaker and they presented something extremely well, and be careful with what you invest in, because a lot of the times I think what happens is that people invest in a very expensive product or program, and then all of a sudden they're stung, it didn't really give them what they wanted. And then, it's a setback, and then they don't trust others, or they don't take action again.
No, I love that. And definitely that resonate. And definitely there's nothing here with a quick sell, right? There is no run to the back of the room, buy a course. So just be present and reflect on it. And often if somebody's going, you must choose in this very moment, that's a sign to pause more than not. And ask the audience, ask the feedback. But again, trusting yourself and reflecting, I think, is a good way through it.
It is perfect. All right, Samuel. Well, listen, I want you to introduce our guest, if that's okay. I'll bring them in all, and then you can introduce them, if that's okay.
Go for it. Let's get started.
Okay, great.
We've got Joe. Hi, Joe. And hi, Rachel. So this is Joe Gregory and Rachel Sheila Khan. I'll be British ladies first, if that's okay, Joe. So this is the one and only Rachel Sheila Khan. She is an absolute powerhouse. Many of you won't know her yet, but you're going to know her and love what she's up to. She has decades in the world of fashion and decades in the world of circularity, these new paradigms of business that you're going to hear more and more about. She is the co-founder of the Real Circularity Academy. She's the author of the book, Real Circularity, Applying These Principles. Draper's award-winning author, lecturers at universities, and far more things than that as well. And Joe is also one of these people who's been behind the scenes for a long time. He is really, I think, one of the pivotal people in the authors, Bernardo. Many of your speakers have actually worked with Joe, been published by Joe. Joe is actually Daniel Priestley's sort of core publisher in Rethink and is co-founder in Book Magic. And beyond that, Joe is just a great guy that I've known as a joint venture guy, and more than that, for over a decade. So Joe, Rachel, welcome to this panel. And hopefully, and mess up your intros too badly this morning. So I hope that was okay.
No, thanks for having us.
Great intro. Thank you, Simon. Yeah.
Cool. So I think the conversation we've got about 45 minutes. I think it's about right, Bernardo. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And we're really focusing on the synergy, the value of these connections and relationships, right? So obviously we know each other. Part of why this panel and what I was mentioning, these speakers are here because of this. But maybe we start with you, Rachel. You in your fashion industry and with circularity, what's the value of connections? How have connections been vital for your clients and your business?
Thank you. I mean, I've been making connections in the sustainable fashion space for over 10 years. And obviously before that in my career as a fashion designer. And the value of the connections has been over time that I've built those up. I can now walk into a room where I know the pivotal people in my space. Yeah, it's my sustainable fashion niche space, but I know the pivotal people in that room as soon as I walk in. They will go and meet me. We'll shake hands or we'll hug, sometimes, and they will then introduce me to the other pivotal people around the space. And that has been absolutely the best thing because they've introduced me to speaking on stages, introduced me to other people, which have brought me business or connections that bring us sort of into the space to showcase our work. For instance, London Fashion Week, for instance, we showcased on a regenerative stage, showcasing our work. So it just brings and positions our work up, immensely. So
I love that. And it's definitely that thing you touched on there, which is you're not the one knocking on doors saying, hello, can I come do something? People are going, hey, have you met Rachel? They're introducing you and having that relationship capital there. Lots more to get into, I think, in your world too. And Joe, what about you in the area of publishing and books? How are connections and relationships helpful in that area?
Amazing question. So something's occurred to me. So the reason I love books so much is it's the connection of ideas across time and space. So if I think when I was a young teenager, I remember reading a Tony Robbins book that had been written several years earlier. And Tony's talking to me. I got some benefit directly from him. And I'm like, this is amazing. So I got really hooked on books, but it wasn't really about the book. It was about the person with the ideas behind the book. And even deeper than that, the person's ideas that were influenced by their own connections. So, like, to me, books are powerful ways of connecting. They're almost magical. And so that's helped me when I realized that what I wanted to do. I was a marketing consultant. I wrote my own book. I always wanted to write a book. I wrote it and published it, and it was successful. And I want to do this forever. And part of the reason I wanted to was to get those ideas first. So it was kind of a greedy, I get to talk to the experts first and get into their brains. But over time, I've been doing this for over 2 decades now. 2003, I think I started as a publisher. Over time, I've realized actually the real power is in the team. So as a publisher, it's not just the author that's doing the work or just me as their publisher. It's the editors, the typesetters, the cover design, everything that goes into that. So I've really learned there's magic in expertise. And if you can connect that with enough people, people can pass that message on and share that expertise in a bigger way. So I'm really waxing lyrical about books, but it's not really about the book. It's about the person. It's about the author that sits behind the book, and it's about the team that contributed to that author's body of knowledge and to actually expressing that knowledge. So I feel really privileged. I've worked with over 1,000 authors to publish them. All those little connections are happening all the time as their books land on people's laps.
Yeah, and for me, it's not about the book, the author, it's the difference it's making, right? One of the worst things in our industry, Bernardo knows this, is they sell thousands of books and nobody reads them. The best thing ever is that book that's been made notes in, which is great at this, making notes in books, and it gets shared around, and suddenly they hear. If you're watching live today, I'm guessing somebody told you about the event that wasn't Bernardo personally on the phone, right? Like somebody's told you about some bits and pieces, and it spreads that message and the difference out there. And it is that win-win-win factor. Like I've been 20 years entrepreneurship. I know, Joe, you and I have got many mutual clients and friends, authors we could mention where you said, what about this book title? And we've done that brainstorming to how to refine their offer. Is that something you see more authors understanding, that there's a win-win-win versus sort of independence?
Oh, yeah, lovely. It's not about competition. Like if you think about it, the best books, the genres of books that are successful, you want more people in that game. So I see really, authors are really cottoning on to having a book presents them in a business context as more authoritative, obviously, and raises their profile, but actually it's contributing to the body of knowledge that everybody can benefit from. Everybody becomes more educated. Everybody that you may be working with collectively becomes smarter and more able to use what you've got for them as a gift. So I really do see this. This is kind of my big, probably what's been a big part of my enjoyment and success in business is I've never really seen the idea of competition as a win-lose game. Like, as you were saying about win-win, it's really about win-win. It's a game. Competition is a game. And it's like, let's play to win, but let's play for all of us to win and all the people we're serving to win. And that's manifested. So you would have officially called the publisher a competitor that published Daniel Priestley's book. So way back in time, the Key Person of Influence book, I know Daniel will be speaking later, was published by another publisher. 13, 14 years on, we acquired that publisher and joined forces. So, but in that meantime, we'd kind of taken the book and taken it through third and fourth editions. We were playing the same game together, and actually the collective authors, we're all one family. There's no kind of like, I don't like those authors because they weren't my authors. It's like we're all one big family. And I think if I'd have played that in a more like take out the competition, all those amazing books that are here now may not have manifested in the same way. So yeah, win-win is kind of my game, and the game is really competition is playing for us all to win. And if you can connect in that way, it's just a really fun.
Obviously, Bernard, I need to chip in. Feel free to, you're sort of listening, a lot of knowledge there in the background. Rachel, you've got a lot of thought about this sort of the paradigm shift going on. What does this sort of open up for you around why we need real collaboration and why we haven't had it in the past, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, I guess we co-created something called the Ecosystem Incubator, which is called a collaborative, where business players start to work together to co-create. So we've co-created brands, we've co-created, connected marketing plans and things like that. We've collaborated on getting the sustainable fabrics and things like that. And it has been like a real beautiful journey to see all of these different niches and even into industries come together, collaborate and create something that's larger than themselves. And I think for the sustainable fashion and for the future of sustainability and the future, the sustainability is our ability to be able to live as a human race into the future, right? So collaboration is one of the huge key points about it, because we need to start coming out of our competitiveness and our sort of separation and come together to solve some of the massive wicked problems that we see in the world. This doesn't take one person or one star. This takes many people connecting together, bringing together their specialist skills and knowledge to create the future, right?
Yeah, and I bring my accountancy brain to this a little bit. I have a banking background. If I had to go build my own filming company, online software to do Live Today with you, it would cost lots of money and time. Well, we all get to chip in and build Zoom and build StreamYard. We get to build technology and relationships, and that cost goes down. We get those win-wins. It's interesting though, right, Joe? Like in the publishing world and the business world, often people hoard their sort of back-end suppliers. Like, who's your hosting company? None of your business. How'd you get on that event? Nobody. Like, it's not that hard to find out these days. And there is that big shift. Whereas in the old days, it was real secret knowledge, right? Whereas actually now there's a bit of a shift about that one.
Well,
I do think, go ahead, Bernard.
I just wanted to add, sorry, Simon, I wanted to say that I think personally, as a promoter, I mean, what I've experienced is that, over the years, and since the pandemic, obviously things have definitely changed. And we were talking about before, how, anyone and everyone, can technically run an event now, especially if it's online. But where I'm at and where I'm taking the best view is towards, really exploring partnerships to a level that I've never personally done myself either. Because, producing an event which is extremely expensive and also very challenging in so many different ways, from a marketing point of view, from the speakers, from the sponsors and everything else. I mean, for me, strategically now, the solution really is partnerships, it's alliances. And coming from a world of personal development where, I worked with thousands of speakers, everyone seems to be doing their own thing. But when I developed and created the Best You was because unless you were part of the 20 big names in the industry or the 50 big names in the industry, you didn't have a stage. You just didn't have a stage. There was no option for you to be able to speak unless, you know, you were invited, and it was a very small gig. And that's why I brought the Best You Expo with multiple stages. But what I'm experiencing now, and what I'm really believing is that people, especially within the industry, I'm talking more related to personal development, we all have to come together. We all have to share knowledge. We have to share expertise, and we have to really explore how we can, you know, how our differences is what can bring strength to the table, to an event, to whatever it is that we're doing and producing. And I think we're still not prepared. I think we're still holding that mindset pre-pandemic, where we can do it all on our own, you know, and I can run an event on my own. And I think that still people aren't really realizing how important it is for us to be able to collaborate and work. And they're doing what you're saying, Simon, is this information is mine. My list is mine. You know, I can't tell you how many events I've produced in the years where I've had speakers speaking at the event, and it was the best kept secret to their list. I'm not sharing my list, and I'm not sending an email out because, you know, I might get some people. No, you know, it's about you sharing your list and collaborating, and then obviously I'm sharing mine, and everyone else is doing the same. Because at the end of the day, it's that cross-pollination of clients and customers to go into. But it really is, for me, it's the mindset has to change. The mindset has to change, where, you know, we could, and you yourself, Joe, I know you probably published a lot of books with a lot of authors, you know, instead of just one author putting, you know, a book together. And I think that's a great idea. It's something that, well, if you can't afford to produce a book on your own, you know, how about if 10 of us come together and we create a book series? And how about from a marketing point of view? Can you imagine now if each of us are investing $1,000 or $2,000 of marketing, all of a sudden you know, 10 times your budget. So yeah, I think the mindset still has to change, and I hope that, you know, people really start understanding the importance of working and collaborating together, because, you know, we're stronger together.
Yeah, and it isn't just the theory of this, right? So everybody here, I'm guessing, has made food that isn't just one item from the fridge by itself, right? We've had a fruit salad, we've had a jam sandwich with some peanut butter in it. There is that cake where the ingredients make something better than by themselves, right? That sort of, you know, you make a cake, there's flour, egg, or the gluten-free vegans out there, different items in there, but the cake is better than individual ingredients. And there's something really real about it. And often when we're talking privately, we have conversations about something about why maybe we might not do deals with people, or why we might do things. And maybe Joe and then Rachel, you can talk about this, the values that people have to do business with you, right? Because there's 8 billion people all growing, right? They're growing by the day. There's not a lack of people, but having people that share your values, your priorities. Earlier on, before you joined, like, how to get value from this weekend. So what are your values and priorities about who you want to connect with and collaborate with? Maybe Joe first and then Rachel.
Yeah, so mine really elevation. It's like lifting up. Where are you on your journey? I get really enthusiastic about the authors we work with, the ideas they've got, but more than anything, the potential for those ideas and for them. So being able to elevate, to really lift up yourself and the people you're trying to serve, that's one of our core values. So we're always looking to work with people that are trying to improve the results or improve the being for their clients and for the people they want to serve. And I feel very privileged to be able to work through so many authors and experts at scale, knowing their books are changing lives, they're changing other people's lives, whilst also, and most importantly, the book they write is changing their own life. That to me, the main one is about, it's kind of an ambition thing, but it's an ambition to share value and to share something that's going to help.
Love it. And Joe, your line's a bit crackly. The irony, you're in central Kent here, you should be on a fast internet. But this is also the nature of one of my things is, can we all be human with the errors, right? Trains get delayed, stuff goes wrong. Rachel, what about you? What are the values and priorities people need to have to connect and collaborate, not just with you, but also with your network? You know, often people want to get into your world of who are your detailed connections, and there's like integrity about how they access those. Maybe you could talk to that a bit.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I think integrity is one of our massive pillars. You know, we want to make sure we people who want to have integrity in their business, in the way they go about their work, in the way they go about their being space, and that's absolutely paramount. But I think, you know, when we're coming together to co-create, or when we're, you know, collaborating and creating partnerships, of course, the synergy needs to be there. Like, we need to be on the same page, or be able to sort of dance together in the conversation and in the things that we're co-creating, and then sort of the properties and the sort of niches that they're bringing to the table. Like, we're working with a wonderful guy called Ken Alston, who worked on the original cradle to cradle work. This was before circularity. I'll get too detailed with that at the moment, but he's an amazing man with like 3 decades experience in something that's very, very technical in many aspects, right? So he brings this wealth of experience of actual actioned projects in the space, and I have my niche experience, my domain knowledge, and then my wider knowledge and application on regenerative systems. And we came together and created something that was bigger than each of us could do separately, right? So it's creating with those the beauty of each person, right? And we've seen that with bigger collaborations where we have maybe 6 people that come together. They bring massively different skills and kind of depth into these projects, and also their connections, right? So it's not just about the actual thing that we create, it's about the connections of all of the people around that, and how they bring others to the space for, say, the customer set and things like that. So yeah, I guess that's that for now.
I think Bernardo has. I'm sensing Bernardo there's a thing you want to share. Is that correct, or am I just?
No.
Okay,
I was just nodding. You were saying synergy, and you know, kind of, I've developed, and I'm going to be talking a little bit more about that tomorrow in my talk. But I've developed something called the Synergy Project, and it is all about specifically that. You know, it's about networking and collaborating and exploring what those partnerships are and helping each other. So when you said the word synergy, it's very close to my heart. And funny enough, it was, these gray hairs represent obviously age. So when I was when I was in my real estate years, which was in my early 20s, I developed one of my first companies, which I registered as a limited company, was Synergy. So I developed it was all about a real estate company that came together with architects and, you know, and builders, and it was called the Synergy then. So it's been close to my heart, the word synergy, for a long time. So just I understand.
That can be sort of intergenerational, right? Like, I can find a synergy with someone who's one of my interns or one of my students who have these great ideas and new passion and innovation that they bring into the space. And so when they link with what Ken would call himself an elder, right? They can then create much more dynamic sort of ideas and co-creations with that sort of intergenerational aspect.
I'm going to go a bit more deeper and practical. Often people do this thing of like, who's your ideal 100 clients, right? Who are your top, you know, if I could wave my magic Ultima Connector wand and have 5 connections, and they get very transactional and very linear. And the thing I love, and I know, Bernardo, you really get this now, it's this wider stuff of these ripples. So I might meet Joe in a pub and not realize he knows thousands of authors who he's the publisher for, let alone others like me who have other connections like Bernardo, and they don't realize this wider way the world is operating. It used to be these sort of 6 connection separation. Nowadays, literally, it's 2 or 3, and your message can be out to a few billion people. Now, that's mind-boggling. I met a guy on a plane several years ago, over 1 billion YouTube views for one of his videos on YouTube. Now, that's just crazy to think that way about what we're stepping into. And I also think, like Rachel with Ken, what I love with how you and Ken work, there's a deep caring for both the work and a respect for each other. And often I see people don't connect well is because they haven't got that respect and that same ability to learn how each other think, because everybody speaks differently. I'm speaking sort of English powerfully today, maybe, but somebody's Japanese or from Africa or from South America, they have different cultural ways of thinking and operating. And as we get more international, that can happen. But also, you know, in your own industry, not everybody is an outward speaker. We've got some great speakers on Bernardo's event this weekend that love to be out there talking for hours. You can't stop them. And others, they like to be behind the scenes, right? They like to have that quiet thing. So how do you learn to collaborate is a skill in of itself.
But I wanted to point something out that you said that's quite important there, Simon. I think you said transactional. It's so true. It's just, I think it's at the forefront of any time that we want to work with someone. What's in it for me, kind of thing, really. We all go in, okay, what's in it for me? How am I going to make money? And you're quite rightly pointing that out, when it shouldn't be. It should be the last thing, what is it you're looking for? And where's that mutual ground between you and I? Joe, it was obviously Simon who introduced us. We had a chat. We hit it off. I mean, we were on the same page. I knew you would, right?
I've known Bernardo for a decade, Joe for a decade. Like, you guys look, but we haven't had lunch yet together live. We will one day, right? But
yeah, well, we want to do it. We don't want to have lunch online. Definitely not. No. But no, I'm just saying is there was an instant connection with Joe, because of his personality and the same kind of banter that I had, and I knew instantly that I kind of wanted to work with him, so that's where it is the moment we leave the transaction out and we're making that human connection on, what are we both into, what are we both interested in? And obviously, Joe's passionate about helping authors, put those ideas out there and become a reality, which again, I do in a different way, where I've been mainly providing them a stage, or resources with the magazine or the online, the TV, whatever we've done. So, we're both very passionate about providing people a voice and connecting. And it's there where, Joe and I am sure are going to start talking about, how could we then, how could I get my speakers to be able to collaborate with you so you can help them, with those ideas so they become a reality. But it's more about that human connection and putting the transaction right at the back. And then, hey, if it's coming from a place where we're both, fully committed to each other and also kind of to the ultimate goal, things are just going to materialize.
Bernardo,
go ahead, Joe. Sorry.
That's okay. So yeah, I think we hit it off because these are kind of some of my kind of bedrocks of kind of relationships. It was a very deep connection very quickly because you're very curious. You've got a natural curiosity, and your curiosity wasn't what's in it for me. It was like, what's your win? We were both looking for what would you like? What would you like to have happen? And I think because we started there, we were curious and enthusiastic. It was likewise, it was a really enjoyable conversation from my side. And so sometimes the connections have to be surface. Like, I knew of you for a long time, but we didn't connect until that moment that Simon said, the timing looks right, the context is right. You guys should talk. But yet it came from curiosity. So I just like to say, I think in those conversations, it's not transactional. It becomes transformational because those two people coming together, it's like, what's the possibility now? What's coming next? So yeah, it was a really, really great conversation with you. I just wanted to acknowledge that. Thank you. And thank you, Simon, for making
it. Yeah, no, listen, this is what Simon does. He's the connector. He's the one behind the scenes, always connecting great people. But look, I think at the end of the day, we still have some time, but I want to kind of simply summarize here that if you're gonna, I think anyone that's listening to this at any point is start looking at your career, at your business, in what you do, and ultimately what you're trying to create, in exploring, who could work with you, who could be along the way, to be able to help you, to support you, to collaborate you. So basically, you're holding hands in order to get there quicker, but most importantly, stop trying to do it alone. I can't tell you how many people keep trying to do it alone. And for me, it's fascinating because, look, if this is a personal development event, if we're all passionate about creating change and becoming better individuals, it's so much more difficult. And you've seen it, Simon, and you've seen it, Joe, as well. You probably dealt with lots of clients over the years that they're still talking about their book, 10 years later, 5 years later, or they did publish a book, but what did they do with it? That they haven't really scaled. I've experienced a lot of Groundhog Days, with a lot of speakers and a lot of people where, 1, 2, 3, 5 years later, they haven't really developed, grown, or explored, how they could become more of a, how they could make more of an impact. And that's one of the things also, I think, that within this partnerships, collaboration, synergy, it's also about thinking small, thinking small and also scarcity. I think those are the things that a lot of times people people struggle with.
Yeah, I wanted to touch on one thing, Bernardo, about the transactional versus giving mindset, right? So there was a huge movement around just give freely, just give freely. And that's great if you're above water. There are some people today listening that are going to go, I need to get money to pay for food today. So it is this balance about how do we navigate these things? And it comes from having the ability to be safe, to be real, and to create that vulnerability, maybe to go, this is my situation. Now, not everybody out there is what my friend, or his partner Tom, calls a dolphin. Some people are sharks. They're going to go, so you have a problem. Excellent. Come here, and eat you alive, right? And you have to be aware of that. This is the maturity business conversation. Business is a business, and there are ways of doing it. Now, sometimes, very validly, Bernardo, there's great speakers, great selling from stage that have no caring about the clients, and others that really do. And you have to learn that sometimes the hard way. I've had expensive lessons in business. And why we're still talking is a decade on, I've watched what Bernardo's done consistently over time. The same with Joe, the same with Rachel. And it's those relationships that they're in rooms that you might never know about, talking about you to see how they can help you. And somebody goes, hey, have you met this guy, Joe Gregory? Have you met Bernardo Moya? And there's somebody that knows and cares about you going, yeah, I met that guy. I met that woman. They're amazing. Oh, they did that for me that day. They bought me a coffee. I was having a really rough day. Or they simply asked me how I was. They actually cared about me. And you'd be surprised how much that caring makes a difference. And the thing, Bernardo, you touched on is wherever you're at today, and if you're at 0, you now know our names, right? And over this weekend, you'll meet other people. You're going to become a connector, an asset out in the world, because it is so noisy, so chaotic. People can't keep up. They can't keep up with all the podcasts and books and recordings and events. So if you can go from this is what I do to this is what I do, and this is what my network, my connections do, and we'll touch on a bit if we get time, different types of connections you can think about, you become much more able to add value, both yourself and to the marketplace. And the thing about personal development, it is a lifelong learning journey. I've done 20 years plus of Tai Chi, 20 years plus of NLP. These things are ongoingly learning and growing and developing. So how can that seed your future? Because truthfully, I didn't see lockdown coming. Anybody see lockdown coming? It was a nightmare. And hats off to people like Bernardo, Rachel, and Joe. If we hadn't kept talking through lockdown, I'd have gone crazy. Because I need human connection, right? Only so many pizzas or Netflix shows you can watch. You need these relationships that actually matter. Otherwise, what's the point? You know, being the richest man in the day, being the richest man in the graveyard really isn't your job, as they say. So that's what's there for me coming up to share about. Anyone want to echo anything I just shared? Go ahead, Joe.
I'd love to ask you. You said 5 connection earlier. 5 connections. That might be like a secret thing.
That was one of our free talks before the show. Yeah, we were talking a little bit earlier on to prep for this. Yeah, so look, there's obviously customers, suppliers, the normal stuff. But if you actually want to grow and scale what you're doing, whether it's personal development or a business, there's different types of connections you want to get hold of. One, I think, is those inner circle friends, those people you can ring up having a good day or a rough day, because I promise you, life in business is that roller coaster, right? You're going to have good things and bad things. I think I saw your son coming in the room, Rachel, the background earlier, and it's fabulous. People are real. Life happens. And it could be, Mummy, I've dropped the jam jar in the kitchen. It could be anything. You know, my friend's son, he's 25, had a car broken the other day. Things happen. So who are those inner circle people where you can admit the nervousness? A lot of the American marketing will say, just be confident, fake it till you make it. Life's great in every single way. I'm fabulous. Yeah, but that's great. But when do you actually take the mask off and be you? Some of those inner circle connections where you know that they've got your back. You also need to have, as Bernardo touched on, joint ventures and strategic alliances. There's a bit of a difference there. The JV person might be a one-off. Strategic alliances, they're there for a long time. Daniel talking later, they formed the joint venture with Book Magic. Joe's part of that, one of the CMO, I think it is. So a guy called Jonathan and Daniel and others have come together to form a new company to make a difference with AI in the book publishing world with Book Magic. Great project, right? But that's a strategic alliance, these people really forming a win-win venture. You also really need what I would call mastermind alliances, offering in the anything we talked about here, even the event Bernardo and I were talking last year, like who could be speakers, who could come and talk, what could we do with it, how could we restructure that? So these people you can brainstorm or mastermind with that aren't just one-offs, that get where you're coming from and your priorities and values. And then the one that makes all the difference is raving fans. My hope out of this event, you're going to go, I love Bernardo. That was a really good event. It was really expensive. It was free. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, but can I say something?
Tell my friends.
Can I say something that I think one of the things that I and I don't understand it, okay? Because I do understand it to a degree, okay? But people have fear. They're scared of asking, you know. And if anything happens, it doesn't matter what you do, but personal development, whatever type of business, if anyone comes to you say, "Hey, I'm thinking of doing this. Any thoughts?" And you know what? 9 out of 10 times, unless it catches you in a really bad moment, you will always share that knowledge and, you know, give them 10, 15 minutes to talk about.
Well, you would, because you're you, Bernard. That's the whole point.
No, but so, I mean, I think a lot of people would. I think sometimes, you know, kind of people have this fear of asking. Look, I'm not saying you go and ask Tony Robbins, you'll never get through to him and you'll ask him something. But I'm saying, you know, like people that are like a lot of the speakers, if not all of them that we have involved here this weekend, we're all happy to help. We're always, you know, ready to ask for advice. I've been producing events for 14 years now, okay? And I shared in a meeting the other day, I've never got asked by one person, Bernardo, I'm thinking of doing an event. And he thought, actually, there's one person that's asked me. One person asked me, Bernardo, I'm thinking of producing an event. Can you help? You know, kind of, have you got any ideas of planning on doing it? And that's just shocking. It's absolutely shocking. Because, you know, kind of, why wouldn't someone ask me? I mean, I've got expertise and experience in running all sorts of events in any type of format. So, you know, I think a lot of people just struggle and have that fear of asking for help. And that's
I think it's worth asking why they do it. I think possibly they go, I often have people go, you're too busy. I thought you didn't want to bother you, right? It's like, I didn't want to bring you up. It's like, my phone's not rung all day, right? Like I'm available when I'm available. The other one, we worry about somebody charging us. And there is that bit of being burnt, right? So part of what I'm a big stand for is ethical business, ethical relationships. And we've all, I've been there. I bought a thing that did not do what it promised, and I sort of eaten the cost. So there is that worry that like, oh, they're very expensive. And if I ask them, they might go, it's 20 grand, I can't afford it. And but it is that fear bit. And I believe there's two types of fears. There is grounded, like it's a lion running towards you, going to eat you, that is actually going to eat you. Be scared, run, handle it. That's not the same as the needless fear. And transparently this morning, I was talking to Joe and Rachel going, I'm a bit nervous today. What's going to happen? Right? That sort of stage fright goes on, but it takes that practice. So maybe your first ask isn't to Tony Robbins or Oprah or Elon Musk. Maybe it's to one of your neighbors or a friend, and you learn that muscle of asking questions and preparing and thinking it through. And I also think what happens to many of us, Bernardo, is somebody asks a question, and somebody that wasn't maybe in the right headspace or a good day goes, whatever that is, right? Your version of, they slam the door, they tell you off, and you go, oh, that was a bit painful. I hurt my ego, I hurt myself. And you do it again, happens again. And by the third time you go, I'm done, I'm out. And then we learn that behavior. So the more you're around people that are encouraging that and supporting it, the more you start to reach out. And there is definitely a different culture, different mindset. Here in the UK, we like to sort of be quiet, small people, Jubilee, right? We don't like to go, I've got a book. I've had friends of mine not know I have apps on the App Store for 10 years, not know stuff, because we don't like to go, hey, I've got awards and badges so much, right? So there is definitely a cultural thing. I mean, Rachel, Joe, why do you think people don't ask for more help?
I'd love to hand over to Rachel because I've spoken a lot. Please, Rachel.
No, it's okay. I don't know. Fear. I think it's a fear of looking bad. You know, oh, that I need help. That I'm like, oh, you know, I don't know everything. That kind of thing. You know. So, but more often than not, when I do start to have conversations with people, even as say, come and have a coffee with me, they'll open up as they come out, right? As the sort of time goes by. So I think it is fear of looking bad. A lot of the time that they're not ready, or that they're unintelligent or things like that. Yeah.
I'd like to add just to what Bernardo was saying about scarcity. I would say that's sometimes the fear, a sense that, but I was saying lots of people are generous. They'll give you 15 minutes of their time. But if you're in a bit of a scarcity mindset around time and value, you may be thinking they're just going to hit me up for a bill as soon as I ask the question. I'm on the clock. So I think that's a genuine valid fear for some.
Lovely. We've got about sort of 10 minutes or so left. Is that right, Bernardo?
Yeah, just around 5 minutes, actually. We'll wrap
Beautiful.
it up in around
I'm glad
5
I checked. So Joe, Rachel first maybe, but Joe start thinking too. What's a tangible example, something that you've done of this sort of synergy value connections thing, or something you'd love our watchers, our listeners to go do today to take some action on what we've been talking about?
Yeah, well, we do a lot of inter-industry sort of collaboration. So I do sort of say to people, think outside of your niche, especially in our work, because we're dealing with waste from one system to put into another system. So we created something from the festival industry that would be a waste. So people go to festivals and they strew around tents and sleeping bags and camping chairs and goodness knows what else. And it's up to people like my collaborators, Tent Share, to come and pick those up and actually create value from them, right? So they share tents, right? Instead of owning a tent, you share them. She picked up these sleeping bags and she was like, what shall I do with them? I said, send them to me. And we created Love Big Coats from it, right? So, and then the connections just started moving and moved into working with my sister, who actually sewed up the bags into amazing coats, which then started going out to the Super Bowl randomly through my connections who had sort of flying over there to go and showcase other fashion, sustainable fashion stuff. So goodness knows where this coat is now, but hopefully some celebrity has stolen it and is wearing it around everywhere, right? But those connections bred over time, and even the coat itself walks around on me and on others and starts to have people interconnect with us as we go around and start to look at not only that small business or that small idea that we did, but into every aspect of what we're doing. Because it's like, well, what's that? Oh, interesting. You're doing circularity. You've got a collaborative. Interesting, right?
Yeah, and just sort of to summarize that, so probably hearing it the first time, there's sleeping bags that we were throwing away. They were going, what could we do with it? Rachel went, let me have a think, come up with some ideas. That's now a whole new business. And literally people have gone, hey, can I take that to Super Bowl parties? Can I do this with it? And we found the other day, somebody selling one for $3,500 over in the States. So this is this unexpected. You weren't planning on doing this 2-3 years ago, but out of connections and opening, people going, hey, what's that? And they get ideas and we all grow and learn. Joe, what's an example from your world, sir?
I'm going to steal from what Bernardo was saying earlier. Trying to do it all yourself is a huge mistake. The real magic we were talking about, book magic, was everybody in that team. I'm the founder of it and my role CMO. Everybody in that team was smarter than me at their thing. And so between us, we created something very quickly and very powerfully in like record time. You know, we got investment, we got the project off the ground. And it was because of other people that if I'd have said, right, I'm going to create this thing and keep it all to myself, never would have got moving because you actually needed a variety of skill sets. So I'd say like lean into those connections where you're not strong, actually look for people that are smarter than you.
Yeah.
Love it.
I love it. No, listen, I think it's great. And I think we're getting some great feedback and obviously from a lot of people feeling a lot of the same things that we're kind of expressing here. I think at the end of the day, look, ask for help if you need it. Explore, where, the similarities lie, where is that synergy to really look into what can be created simply coming from a place where you're just having a deep conversation about creating change and then, just, think big and explore what could be created because we've been sharing. And, when you look at any large corporation, I mean, you look at Tesla or you look at, I'm a big, massive fan of Elon Musk, and I mean, the guy was talking about rockets, when he was in his 20s, and look at SpaceX. Where did that come from? Now, of course, Elon Musk is the driving force behind it, but there's just some phenomenal talent, people that have come together, in every company that he's created and developed. And it's by, bringing those people together and exploring what could happen, when big minds, come together is where it all lies. So you, Simon, obviously, being that deep connector, and that's kind of what some of the things that we've been talking about. And I know we'll have an opportunity. I want you to very briefly tell us about your event because we've only got a couple of minutes, but it is all about that. It's about where the joint ventures are, where are the potential collaborations and partnerships to really, think big and, take, ideas to a different level. So because we've got a minute, would you just like to tell us a little bit more about this event you've got?
Sure, I'd love to. We have an event called Strategic Alliance Summit. That's www.strategicalliancesummit.com. It's next week, happens 3 times a year. And if you use the code SAS, you can get in for like $1. And it's all about, rather than speed networking, spending quality time with quality people to form these strategic alliances. We have a process we've used many, many times, and that generated huge amounts of impact in the world. But more than that, people find those 1 or 2 connections that make all the difference to them. Those people, they resonate. Maybe out of 100 people you speak to, you go, I really love that person, and they love you. And out of that, other things can come on from that. And it might be business, it might be personal support, but it helps them create these win-win-wins. So that's the event, Strategic Alliance Summit. That's Tom Matson, myself, Mark Porteous, David Ricklin, who's behind selfgrowth.com. And just sort of to wrap up, maybe one of my old friends and clients, Marissa Peer, that I know many of you may know, she has a thing we made a big popular about, I'm enough. I believe for a very long time, it's not I'm enough, it's we are more than enough together. And that's my sort of final thought for you today.
I love it. I love it. And it's a great thought to leave with. I want to thank you all, Simon, for putting this together. Joe, thank you so much. Great to see you again. Rachel, thank you so much. And the show must continue. So thank you so much, and hope to see you again.
Bye for now, guys. Have a great show.
Okay. All the best. Okay, well, listen, it's been absolutely brilliant panel, I think. And one of the things that we were obviously talking about here is about collaboration. It's about partnerships. It's about asking for help, and really exploring, kind of how we can do more if we all come together. So I've had a couple of questions which I simply want to answer now. Now, some of you were asking, and I did share this before at the beginning, and I'm going to share it again, is can you, if you're going to miss some of it, can you get the recordings? Well, yes, you can if you go VIP. Okay, we were offering over $4,000 in bonuses, and the recordings as well included in that, and it's just $49. So I highly recommend that you do that. I'm going to simply just share with you what's included in the VIP for those of you that may not have seen it or have seen the page. So basically, this is what's included. And well, you've got the 30-day Kickstart Challenge from Pete Cohen. You've got the Effortless Client Enrollment Formula by Johnny Cooper. I'm offering my book, The Question, and we've got a course in NLP. We've got Simon's Introduction to Customer Avatars, Coaching Minds Hub. We've got a book from Sarah Davison, from Jose Ugar, from Simon Alexander. And also, obviously, you get bonuses as well for the Best You Recordings, the Synergy Project, and so on. So I highly recommend you go to the VIP. I think I shared the link there, or the QR code. It's there again. I hope that you literally, just go VIP, because it's so worth it. Now, apart from that, I'm going to be bringing in my next speaker very shortly, which is Bimal Shah. And we're going to have some video messages for you. Now, these are different things that we do, either at the Best You or, some of the other partners and that we collaborate with. We're very excited that we've actually brought the Best You magazine back. And it's how the Best You started. We started with a magazine in 2015, and we published that for at least 4 or 5 years monthly. And we had a print version, digital version, and then, through the pandemic, we didn't really continue to do it, but we brought it back now, and we're very excited. So there's a little bit more information. If you are a speaker, a coach, an author, if you want to contribute, if you want to advertise in the Best You magazine, I highly recommend you did. I've just done a very quick little commercial, which is going to show you a little bit more about the Best You magazine.
Since its launch, the Best You magazine has been a beacon of inspiration and transformation, guiding readers through the ever-evolving landscape of personal and professional development. Through the years, we featured groundbreaking articles and insights from leading experts across the globe, touching lives and shaping futures. Now, we invite you to join our journey. If you're on a quest for insight, have wisdom to share, or wish to connect your brand with a vibrant community, the Best You magazine is your platform. Read, contribute, or advertise with us. Be part of a legacy of empowerment. The Best You magazine, unlocking the potential within. For more information, go to www.thebestyouMagazine.co. At the Best You Synergy Project, we believe we should work for the cause, not for the applause. We live life to express, not to impress. We strive to make your presence noticed and make your absence felt. Feel the legacy, not just the money. We believe that the meaning of life is to find your gift. We also believe that the purpose of life is to give it away. Join us.
So yes, that was just a quick commercial about the Best You Synergy project, which I was talking about very briefly. We created this network, which is going to become a global network for personal development leaders and service providers, a place where we connect, where we support each other, where we help. And you can go to the bestyousynergyproject.com if you're interested in finding out a little bit more. Now we've got lots of people saying comments here, like Pete Cohen, who's going to be speaking later. He's here. Hey Pete, great. Thank you for being here already, and thank you for sharing your wisdom and expertise later. But right now, I've got my guest, which I'm going to bring on, which is Bimal Shah. He's going to be speaking next. Hey, Bimal, how are you?
Great to be here. Thank you, Bernardo. Thank you for this opportunity.
No, thank you, Bimal. We've been following each other for quite some time, haven't we? We've been on each other's radar for a few years now, and I know you stepped up to basically get involved in the Best You Expo in Las Vegas. And then we discussed the opportunity of you being here also and sharing your expertise. And I'm very excited to have you here, Bimal, because you've been providing a fantastic, phenomenal service for a very long time. And it's a pleasure to have you here. So let me just do a very brief intro. Bimal is a pioneer, author, and a results leader delivering meaningful transformation. Bimal is the CEO of Raj Path, a group of companies with a mission to make 1 million pioneers throughout the world. Bimal has a passion for helping entrepreneurs achieve their 3-year goal in 1 year, and that is the closest to their 25-year vision. So Bimal, what are you going to be talking about today?
So today I'm going to talk about how to make the biggest 90-day leap that is closest and helps you get closest to your 3-year goal in 1 year. And that 3-year goal is closest to your 25-year vision. So imagine getting to your 25-year goal closest to in the next 90 days. So I'm going to walk readers through a strategic structure and a step-by-step stages, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How can they make the biggest 90-day leap? And that is going to be the most phenomenal leap that they can make in their business and in their life. So that's what I'm going to be talking about. My whole mission is making pioneers out of entrepreneurs. And and that's why I wrote the whole book series, 13-book series, Making a Pioneer. And that's also available for everybody who got the VIP package. They get a gift card and an invitation to the mastermind.
That's amazing, Bimal. We're very generous of you, and thank you so much for sharing that. So, Bimal, I'm going to leave the stage with you. I'll bring the presentation on, and then you can run it from there. Thank you so much.
Sure. Thank you. So welcome, everyone. My name is Bimal. Thank you for joining here. My whole mission is making pioneers out of entrepreneurs. I've written 13 books, Becoming a Pioneer book series. I'm giving it away for all those attending. And today you're going to walk through the 5 stages that make you the biggest 90-day leap towards your 3-year goal in 1 year. And I also get government grants and other resources to pay for it. So imagine, achieving your 3-year goal in 1 year and making the biggest 90-day leap and getting the government to pay for it. So now this is a highly interactive and engaging workshop. So please, if you're participating and answer questions or post your notes or comments, in the section and answer these questions. If you think that, you worry about competition, you think about uncertainty, please put in the comments yes or no, and then I can share some insights and true stories. And how many of you here would like to get free money, grants? There's one of the things I do, and there's so much opportunity out there that you can get grants to scale your business. You don't have to borrow money. So please put in the comments if you would like to get grants, and how would you like a system to scale your business to the next level. I'm going to talk about all of those things in this presentation where you would get a mind-blowing structure to make the biggest 90-day leap. Please scan this code and go to this link. It is a system that helps you build a 90-day leap while we are talking. So as you listen into this presentation, you can have that on a separate screen, and you can actually answer those questions as I walk you through, and you will be building your 90-day leap as we speak. So please go through that, and you will see the whole transformation. My biggest motivation behind me, building this whole system of achieving your 3-year goal in 1 year through a unique 4-leap system, it's my own proprietary system that I built, is my family. And my named my company after my daughters, Rajvi and Partvi, and that's what the Rajput group of companies. We have several companies, real estate, holding, advisory, consulting, and it's all built around the whole motivation for taking the family and myself to the whole new level every single 90 days. I'm the founder of the CEO Boardroom Mastermind. I've built over 200 thinking tools, and I've digitized myself in several different platforms, built a SaaS platform. I've been an entrepreneur since 1997. I'm the first one to build a dream team in companies within a 30-day period. So I have a whole process where I can build that, and I'm going to share that with you today. And I also get the maximum federal and state grants. Imagine getting, hundreds of thousands of dollars, $200,000, $500,000 that you can use in your business to jump to the next level. And that's also, I'm going to talk about some true stories today. And I'm giving away my books. So if people who signed up for the VIP package, they'll get all my books, all the 13 books, and they will get a gift card, a $100 Amazon gift card, and an invitation to the CEO Boardroom Mastermind, which is a $500 value. So please go to that link. And you also have that link right here, which is the Pioneer Books gift cards, and you'll be able to access all the books. The books is a step-by-step system to help you achieve your 3-year goal in 1 year that is closest to your 5-year moonshot and 25-year vision. And it helps you build those if you haven't built that as well. So what is a pioneer? My whole foundation and belief, and why did I build this system? So my whole belief is that there are a lot of businesses that are failing, even after 15 years in the business, even after, large companies and large corporations. So why are they failing? The fundamental reason, why they fail is 3. There are 3 big reasons of why they're failing. This is what I discovered, and that's why I built a system around it. Number 1, they're not the only one in the industry. So if you become the only one in the industry where you do what you do and nobody else does it, you got a sustainable system for scaling exponentially. Second, you focus on exponential growth. Don't ever think about 10% or 20% or 50% growth in your business. Think about 200%, 500%, 1,000%, 2,000% growth in your business. Anything is possible. And what's the worst that can happen when you think that exponential level? When you fall back, it's going to be substantially better than what you're thinking at 10 or 20%. So, and everybody has that link. So if you got the VIP package, there was a question in the comment, if you can share the link is there. You can also scan the QR code on the screen, and it's very easy to remember. The Pioneers Book gift cards with P capital, B capital, C capital, and G capital. So if you just remember that, you'll be able to access that link. Now, when you get that book, you join the club for $1, meaning that, when you are part of the book series, you are actually part of the Pioneers Club. And the Pioneers Club meets every Wednesday, once a month, to build a 30-day action plan. So you're not just getting, information, you're collaborating with other entrepreneurs every month to build your next 30-day plan. So that's the advantage of being, in the Pioneers Club. So be sure to join that club once you get the book series through the gift card, and you also get to join the mastermind. So I'm going to go into the 5 stages to making the biggest 90-day leap. The 4 leap system is what I founded. It's structured 4 leaps where you have the first leap is the foundational and structural leap. The second is the flow, where we build 500 to 1,000% productivity per team member. The third leap is where we build a self-managing company. And the 4th leap is rinse and repeat systems. So this is the leap that sustains itself every single 90 days. So imagine you have a plan that you can rinse and repeat every 90 days. And that's why I have a guarantee that anyone who works with me in the 4-leap system, they're guaranteed to achieve the 3-year goal in 1 year. And if they don't, I work for free until you get there. So that's simple, straightforward, to the point. And that's why I have this guarantee when we're working on the 4-leap system. Please post your questions in the chat, in the comments. I'd love to answer them and go through that. So Stage number one is resolving your biggest pain. When you resolve your biggest pain, you make the biggest gain. And this is first stage in, making your biggest 90-day leap. And today I'm going to focus on one true story about one client. When I asked him, what's your biggest challenge? He said, employees. What's your biggest pain? He said, employees. What's your biggest frustration? He said, employees. So when you have that, everyone, every single thing, challenge, pain, and frustration as employees, there are different reasons why each one is an employee, but there are different reasons why, challenge is different, pain is different, and frustration is different. And I'm going to share a true story how we actually used a grant to overcome his biggest pain and build systems around it. So there are different grants. There are federal grants. So if anybody hasn't filed for ERC claim, they can get up to $26,000 per employee, up to a maximum of $2 million. I have been processing. We're the fastest in the nation. We, filed the claim within 5 business days, and we've been able to get checks for every business within 3 months. So if you had W-2 employees during the pandemic, we can get you checks. We can get you this grant on a regular basis. And then there are state grants that go from $100,000 to $700,000 in the state of Florida, and different states have different limits. So depending on where you are, when you go through this link, the biggest 90-day leap, and you're going through these questions and you fill this in, we'll be able to tell you exactly how much of a grant you can get. So talking about this client where, the biggest challenge, biggest pain, and biggest frustration. So biggest challenge when he was talking about was the accountability of employees. It was not just the employees. It was getting things done on a daily basis that he can track and monitor and make sure the projects happen on a daily basis. So we built a daily accountability system for him that he could track 24/7 and everybody could see it. The second biggest challenge was, SOPs, meaning that there's no systems in place. So we built a system where, everybody wrote the SOPs for their job. Now, when you write SOPs as business, how many of you don't know what an SOP is? Please put in the comments what an SOP. If I use acronyms and you don't know what it means, please ask. There's no such thing as a dumb question. SOP stands for Standard Operating Procedure. A business cannot run without an SOP. And I built a system where every employee can build an SOP. So you don't have to be management level to build an SOP. I built a whole tool called Process Innovator, and all my tools are one page. I have 200 thinking tools, and each one of these tools are just like one page. So you can get quickly things done and just write it out and you have an SOP. That's what we did. And the second one was we built the Austin culture, where every single value of the company culture is built in the name of the company. Meaning A stands for something, U stands for something, S stands for something. And that's what everybody started wearing T-shirts, and that's what they became. I'm part of Austin. That was so exciting for all the team members, and now to be part of something that's so big and is going to scale to the next level. How do you resolve your challenges? 3 ways. So if you like to do it yourself, I built several tools, resources, webinars, workshops, and that is my Thrive platform. So I have 3 platforms: Thrive, Transform, and Transcend. And the Thrive platform, you can get it, do it yourself. And then if you want to collaborate, I have an academy. All the links are here. You're going to get the recording. I know I may be going through some information and the links and all of that. So it's better you sign up for the VIP package where you can get this whole recording, because this is packed with information, links, and resources that you won't see anywhere else. Number 2, cash flow. A business cannot run without cash flow. So it's very, very important that, you have a proper cash flow in your business. How many of you would say that if you had cash, you're in heaven, and if you didn't, you feel like you're in hell? Raise your hand, and if you feel like, okay, if I had every month a strong cash flow, I feel like I'm in heaven, but if I don't, I feel like I'm in hell. And that's exactly right. That's how you feel if you don't have cash flow. Now, there are 2 most important things when it comes to cash flow: cash burn rate and run rate. These are 2 things that most business and entrepreneurs forget. You need to know how fast you're burning your reserves and how fast you're running to keep your reserves. So you don't want to burn your reserves, and you want to keep your reserves and grow your reserves as you grow your business, because the bigger your reserves, the bigger your runway. And when you're taking off in your business, you're on that runway. You're not going to take off straight up. You're going to go for a certain period of time, and then you're going to take off. So you need that reserve. And to build that reserve, you need to make sure your burn rate is as low as possible, and your run rate, so you may need to just increase your run rate by 5% to reduce your burn rate down to 0, and then your runways forever, your runways as long as you want it. So that is how you can build your cash flow on a regular basis. And I have a 3-bucket system. I've shared that in the links, that you can get that, and even in the call to action, the biggest 90-day leap link that you see. So now there was one true story I'm going to share when it comes to cash flow, is how do you actually build cash flow when you have no money? How many of you had that question? Bimal, that's great. We have to have cash flow, but what if I'm getting started with 0? How do I build cash flow from 0? So this is a true story where we build cash flow with a K. Cash flow with a K. So K stands for knowledge. Knowledge, you have this knowledge, and what you're doing with knowledge is so important. So applied knowledge is power. Knowledge is not power. Applied knowledge is power. And your imagination is more powerful than your knowledge. So seek the knowledge that blends in with your imagination, that resonates with your imagination. When Elon Musk thought, at 20 years old, that he was going to build rockets, that was his imagination that started him to build SpaceX. So start with your imagination first, then seek the knowledge. A stands for attitude. Attitude is the only word in English language that totals up to 100. So take all these alphabets and assign a number. It's the only word that totals up to 100. So if you have a powerful attitude in your business, you will be generating cash flow. S is skills. Yes, we have all heard, follow your passion and you will make money. The reality is, improve your skill sets and you will make money. So make sure you convert your passions into monetizable skills. So take your passion and convert into monetizable skills, and that's where you will start making money. Habits. Habits is where you can change your habits, you will change your cash flow. F is finish line. This is one of the biggest things that I see in entrepreneurs, that they do not take things to a finish line. You should finish what you start. 1 thing done equals money. 5 things undone, no money. So don't try to do too many things. Multiplication happens by subtraction. So try to do, things that will help you the biggest leap, and focus on that and get it done. Leverage what you got, but leverage also what you can get. So leverage is a key thing in business. Look at what resources you can leverage, who you can leverage, and what you can leverage. O is omnipresence and opportunities. Be present for your ideal customer, your ideal prospect everywhere, and don't work, win. You don't have to do too many things. If you win on 6 wins per day, and this is 1 wins that put money in the bank, and 3 wins that take you to the next level. So those are the resources that, you will take you to the next level. And this is another true story that I can share. Person, it says, how are you going to build cash flow? It took him from almost 0 to $1 million in the first year. It started with nothing. And we took him, and, he said, I've never taken a vacation, with my wife. I've been married. I've been running this business. So what we did was we built something for his business where we targeted real estate brokerages instead of going anywhere and everywhere. And I built a system. So he had a pitch that was making, like 30 slides and all of that. And we downed it to 7. And we built a presentation called Kitchen and Bath Sells Homes with, that's 7-slide presentation presented to all the real estate brokerages, took him to $1 million business. So that's how you can grow from, 0 to 7 figures. And I have Get to Your First Million. We have a program that, if you want to get to your first million is the hardest. And if you get to your first million, the scaling is very easy after that. I talked about windfalls from government. You go to the link, it'll tell you exactly what you can get. And another true story where we helped grants, and a company get several, almost $2 million they were struggling, and then now they have several locations, several offices, and they have scaled their business almost 7x with the help of different grants. Now, the most important part in business is most entrepreneurs, when they're trying to leap, when you try to leap, the biggest mistake you make, and if you are watching this presentation, think about where you're sitting. If you were to jump from wherever you're sitting, how far would you go, or how high would you go? Not too far or not too high. That's why when you need to make a leap, you need to run 20 to 30 feet back, and then you need to make a leap. And that's the reason for the scorecard that I've created. It's a 12 different functions of your business. It's a fitness test, and you get this fitness test for your business. You can actually run this fitness test in your business and see how fit are you in each function of the business. It will tell you the gaps in the business that you're unfit, so you can get fit on those areas of your business and then make the leap. It's like if you take those 20 to 30 feet backwards, and then you're fit enough to make that run, you will leap far. And if you have a stick, you will leap high. So that's a scorecard. So if you are watching this presentation and you get that call to action link, the biggest 90-day leap, you will get that scorecard for free. It's almost like a $500 additional value that you're getting for free. This was a company that we made the biggest 90-day leap in 25 years. It went from 1 million to 5 million in just 90 days. And with just a $3,500 bonus to an employee. So we structured a system. They had no SOPs, that their whole operations was too chaotic, and nobody had any idea, what was going where. So they had a big conference room, and they had nice painting frames in their conference room. We took down all the frames, all the paintings, and I put whiteboard magic paper on the conference walls. And I wrote the entire operations on the whiteboard for the company and build it right there, so everyone could see this is how we need to operate. Once they got it, the business just scaled. And we built a customized bonus system for superheroes for each of those companies. And that the company scaled like 5 times in 90 days. So this are true stories and things that happen. That's why I have a 5X guarantee that if you're working, you will see a 500% ROI. You will see the next level growth as long as we do. And I do it with you. I would say 99% or most of the people who give advice or coaching, they tell you what to do. The difference between me and everybody else, I do it with you and get it done and move to the next level. So we get it done. I bring the resources. For example, you need to hire people, I will hire for you. If you need to build the marketing, we'll do the marketing. If you need to build operational excellence and SOPs, we'll do it. If you need to build culture, we'll build the culture together. I won't just tell you need a better culture. I'll actually build it for you or build it with you. The next stage is, making sure that we have vision, capabilities, and reach. So you need a 3-year goal. This is a question. If you're going to the questionnaire, that question is there. And if I had a magic wand and I waved that magic wand, what would you want to see? The one thing that you want to see transformed. So if you want to share in the comments, please write the one thing that you would love to see 3 years from today. And when you're building capabilities, you need current versus needed capabilities. And you need to learn, how are you going to learn? Like, how are you just going to learn by doing, or are you going to explore it? So explore your capabilities. If you improve your capabilities, you improve the money that you're going to make. Elon Musk is where he is today because of his capabilities, not just because he has Tesla or electric car. He had learned the capabilities of building that, and that's what got him to where he is. And then the reach. The narrower your niche, the bigger your check. I can tell you a true story about Lufthansa that went from negative 400 million to a transformative company, almost like positive 133 million. And that is where they had built a touch point system, looking at every single touch point in the company. So that's where you want to actually build touch points in a company, online and offline. It's a true story about another company where we build different touch points, and we build a list of, child development, officers that would give you the highest. It was an autism company, and they work with autistic kids. So we built list of development psychologists within the whole state, and that helped them scale their business exponentially. The last stage is building your blueprint, and this consists of people, project, time, and money. You divide everything, and if you get that, you put that in different aspects: who's going to do what projects and what time frame, and what is the investment that is needed. We did that for a company. Again, they were in the health industry, and that's what they realized, that by doing that and having that structure of people, project, time, and money, you can actually scale to the next level. So bottom line, your imagination is more powerful than your knowledge. If you have that tool and you've been looking at it, you get that as part of the VIP package as well. It is that you will get the 90-day blueprint, you will get the 90-day massive action plan, and you can say, okay, this is what I'm going to do in 24 hours. This is what I'm going to do in 1 week, 15 days, 30 days, 60 days, and 90 days. Your next step. So if you're starting out where you are just by yourself, you're a bootstrapper, solopreneur, and you started free, I have lots of resources for free. If you scan the QR code, you get all the resources for free. And then there are lots of tools and webinars and workshops. If you want to join and be collaborating with other entrepreneurs, I have the academy where we have the learning pioneers, growing pioneers, and scaling pioneers. Depending on where your business is, that runs from 5K to 100K. And for everyone who is interested, when they fill out the tool, the biggest 90-day leap, they're going to save at least 20%. And if you're going on the 4-leap system, it's a personal one-on-one engagement with me where I work with you, and I guarantee you that, you will get to your next level growth in 1 year through the 4 leaps. So with that, I would love to answer any questions and any comments, any insights for anyone who would like to ask questions. Bernardo? Okay, you're there.
Yeah, right. Sorry, Bimal. Thank you so much. I just wanted to share. Some people were saying about the QR code, they were having some issues. So I think we got a banner here for you that I'm going to make sure. And if not, you can also just tell us. Because some people, they were saying if the QR code was US or UK, I'm not sure if there was an issue with that. But here's a QR code that obviously Bimal's provided us, which is something that you could obviously connect with. If on the other hand, please Bimal, share with us, and that's a QR code for. Sorry?
I'll put that right now in the chat so people can actually. It's the Linktree link. So give me 1 second.
And Bimal, I thought that was amazing. Thank you so much. I think the difference with what I've seen with your presentation, you're obviously a systems and a process man. So not only you're a business coach, but also you've got the systems, as you said, to be able to implement them, and a lot of the resources that you've already created. So
I think systems night and day. Even in my sleep. So nothing happens without a system. All of the world's problems can be solved with the system. And if the system is faulty, you can see it, turning into chaos. So that's what I build all day long. So I put the link in the chat for everyone there. That's a Linktree right there. You can access all the resources and even the biggest 90-day leap tool. And if you fill out the tool, you will actually build your 90-day leap, and I will actually work with you to build your 90-day leap for your business. That's closest to your 3-year goal.
Well, thank you, Bimal. That was great. Thank you so much. I found it very informative, and I definitely want to speak to you anyway after the event. Thank you so much also for being so generous with all the content you've given away for the VIP tickets. I'm very grateful for that. Thank you for your presentation.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Well, that was Bimal Shah. I thought that was very informative. Obviously, sharing a lot of great resources. So please make sure that you connect. It's just a phenomenal opportunity for you. Now, we did have a couple of people that were asking, as we talked about the Best You magazine. And look, if you wanted to contribute, you wanted to be involved in the Best You magazine, you can. We do have, that there's opportunities for massive exposure, because the Best You magazine has been around, as I said, for a long time. You can contribute if you wanted to. You could just follow that link. That gives you the opportunity to subscribe, to contribute, to advertise within the. But we've been doing it for a long time. We share it with our whole list. We've got a list of over 100,000 people, but we do share it specifically to over 42,000 subscribers. And as I said, we're very excited to bring the Best You magazine back. But look, with no further ado, I'm going to be introducing and bringing on stage now my next guest, which is Daniel Priestley. So I'm just going to bring him in quickly, do a very brief intro, and then I know he has a presentation as well. I'll bring that on afterwards. Daniel, how are you?
I'm well. How are you, Bernardo?
Good to see you again.
Lovely to see you. Absolutely, absolutely fabulous. It's looking great that we've got a group of people who are passionate enough to be on a Saturday developing themselves.
Absolutely. And I was sharing before, Daniel, that I think you spoke on our Expo. I think it was 2017 or something like that. But I've been a big fan of yours for a very long time. I've read quite a few of your books. I watch obviously a lot of the stuff that you do on Instagram now. All the great interviews that you give. You're a great speaker, but apart from that, I've always think that you've been ahead of the game. In comparison to a lot of people, always trending, and always, even with your app that you developed with AI now. So, as I said, I just wanted to say that I'm a very big fan of yours. I'm very grateful for you being here today. I'm going to do a very brief intro, and then I'll leave it to you. So Daniel is an award-winning entrepreneur, a best-selling author. He started, funded, scaled, and sold businesses, and he's the co-founder of ScoreApp, an AI-enabled platform for creating surveys, assessments, and quizzes. It's used by over 5,000 companies globally for market research and lead generation. And Daniel is the founder of Dent Global, a multi-award winning entrepreneur accelerator. We actually had Joe Gregory here this morning. He was involved.
Fabulous. My business partner, Joe.
Yeah,
absolutely. Joe's helped me enormously with my books and the success of the books that we've had. Look, ScoreApp is one of those things that has been a game changer, especially for coaches and consultants, for generating really high quality clients and insights and data that they can use to improve their business. So hopefully that's of interest to a lot of people today.
Yes, absolutely. Well, we'll share it at the end. I know you've shared the link there. I'm just going to upload the presentation, and then you can run it from there yourself. Thank you.
Very good. Okay. So for those of you who I've not met before, I'm Daniel Priestley. For the last 20 years, I've been building companies and developing different businesses. One of the things that I want to talk about is this idea of just getting more clients. I had a mentor who was just absolutely phenomenal. His name was John, and we built a company together when I was 19 to 21. So I worked with John for 2 years, and the business went from 0 to 6 million in the first 2 years. And we ended up with this great team. And John was my mentor, and he used to say to me all the time, everything is downstream from lead generation. He said, until you master lead generation, you have no idea what you're actually worth, because ultimately, you could have the best product or service in the world, but if you can't generate leads for it, if you can't generate those clients, then it doesn't matter how good the product is. On the flip side, if you had no product, but you had hundreds of people signaling interest every week in something that you were developing, you would easily get investment, you'd get talented people, you'd be able to actually develop an amazing product and service after the lead generation. So lead generation comes first, and then everything comes downstream from that. It all goes back to demand and supply tension, right? The very first lesson they will teach you in microeconomics is that if you want to make a profit, there needs to be excess demand over supply. It doesn't matter what it is that you're selling. Famously, in the book Wealth of Nations by Adam Smith, hundreds of years ago, he gave the example of why diamonds are more valuable than water. And he basically said it's because diamonds have demand and supply tension, and water doesn't have demand and supply tension. So I want you to keep that in mind, that your value, the value of the product or service that you offer, doesn't really relate to the value of the product and service that you offer. The value of what you offer is in the demand and supply tension, your ability to generate a lineup. Think about it like this: an ice cream truck on any given day, if the ice cream truck is the only ice cream truck in the park, and there's 50 people lining up to buy an ice cream, that ice cream truck is not going to offer any discounts. It's not going to give away free chocolate flakes. It's going to be very confident. On a different day where there's no one lining up, it's going to start thinking about discounting and giving away things and all of that sort of stuff. So ultimately, the value is not the ice cream. The value is in the lineup of people waiting for the ice cream. So what we need to do is make more people line up at your ice cream truck. We want to get people, whatever it is you do, if you're a coach, a consultant, a speaker, we want people lining up to do business with you. We want them to say, the signal that they're interested. So keep these key sentences in mind. We're going to go through 4 campaigns that I think you'll find very interesting. But keep these key sentences in mind. Sentence number 1, you have no idea what you're really worth until you master lead generation. So if we think about what people are willing to pay, it really comes down to 2 factors. It comes down to your ability to demonstrate that you're valuable and that you can offer people a return on investment. But also it depends on market forces. So the market forces means that there's an actual pyramid of people who have all lined up, saying there's a lineup, and essentially the top of that pyramid are the people who see the most value in you. However, those same people won't pay very much if they don't have to. So even though they see huge value in you, if they don't feel that they have to pay your full rate, they're just not going to pay the full rate because they can't see why they would do that. So even if they see huge value, unless you've got lots of lead generation, the market forces don't push your value up to what you're really worth. So you never know what you're worth until you master lead generation. Second sentence I want you to keep in mind is everything is downstream from lead generation. So lead generation comes first. If you're launching a new coaching, speaking, or consulting business, let's say, the best thing you could possibly do is perhaps stand on a stage in front of 500 of your potential clients and get them to signal that they're interested in having you as a coach or a consultant. And if you had that amount of interest, if you had that amount of lead generation, then essentially everything can be sorted out down there, right? You've got lots and lots of people who want to work with you. So keep those 2 sentences in mind. Okay, let's have a look at 4 signal collection strategies that we can use. So signal collection is another word for lead generation. So a lead is a signal of interest. Actually, I'm going to back up a little bit here. Before I go into these 4 campaigns, I just want to give you a key little insight. Lead generation is, if it was a mathematical formula, it would be audiences times by signaled interest. So an audience times a signaled interest. The fastest way to get a bigger audience, I'll give you a secret on this, the fastest way to get a bigger audience is talk about the problem rather than the solution. There are a lot of people who are much more problem aware than solution aware. So for example, let's say you're a business coach. There are very few people who are actually searching in Google for a business coach, but there are a lot of people who have business problems that need solving. So people relate to their situation through the problem first, then the solution. Most business owners relate to the market through the solution first and don't think about the problem. So if you want to have a bigger audience, the first way to increase the size of your audience is become someone who talks about problems, then solutions, not just running in with solutions. And you get people to signal that they have a problem. So one of the fastest ways to create more leads is talk about problems and ask people to signal that they actually can relate to that problem. That is one of the best ways to generate leads. A lot of people are like, oh, is it running ads or is it social media marketing campaigns? Go back to first principles, forgetting about the technical implementation. First principles are you talking about a problem and are you asking people to signal that they can relate to that problem? That's the absolute cornerstone for growing the size of the market that you work with. So let's talk about how people are going to signal that they're interested, right? So signal collection campaign number 1, and all of these can be set up on Score App in a matter of 10 to 20 minutes using templates and AI. So what used to take 6 weeks now takes about an hour tops. Campaign number 1 is called a waiting list. So a waiting list is where you let people know that you're going to be addressing a problem that's coming in the future. So something's happening in the future. You might say, we're going to be running team retreats to make sure that every business is comfortable with remote working and that the team is not fraying at the edges and getting distracted. If you're interested in doing a virtual team retreat, We are going to be launching that in March next year, or April or May this year. Join the waiting list. I recently just ran a waiting list campaign for a friend of mine, Ali Abdal, who's a very great New York Times bestselling author. And rather than selling tickets to the event, I first launched a waiting list. We got 1,000 people on the waiting list, and then we launched the tickets and sold out in a day. So waiting list is a really, really powerful strategy. Elon Musk uses waiting lists. He launched a waiting list for the Cybertruck, told everyone what it would look like, showed them the specifications, and then he said, if you want one, you got to put down $100 deposit and join the waiting list. Now, what happened is over 1 million people joined the waiting list in the first week or two, and he was able to then launch the project and raise the money for the factory because he had 1 million people on the waiting list who'd put down a deposit. So really super powerful strategy, whether you're launching a new coaching, consulting, speaking, or workshop offering, or if you're launching a Cybertruck, a futuristic four-wheel drive, this stuff works. So promoting the waiting list rather than promoting what you offer is a really, really powerful strategy. Another example for me is a piece of technology that we wanted to launch called bookmagic.ai. Rather than coding it and developing it and building a website, building a portal, we just simply launched the waiting list. We said, we're going to be creating this waiting list. We're going to be creating this piece of software, join the waiting list. And we had something like 1,500 people in all. Within the first few weeks, we had 750 people on the waiting list and ended up building up to 1,500. We asked people lots of questions about how much they'd be willing to pay and what they were trying to solve. And then we were able to use that data to raise investment for that product. We raised £300,000 at a £3 million valuation off the back of the waiting list. We hadn't built a website. We hadn't built a portal. We hadn't written a single line of code. We'd just launched a waiting list. So waiting lists work really, really well for coaches, consultants, and speakers. It's very simple. There's a landing page, capturing name and email, answering 5 questions about what people are attracted to, and then giving people more information after they've answered those questions to get onto the waiting list. That's the blueprint that's in all of our templates. When it comes to the templates that are in Score App, all you have to do is just edit the template. So are you ready to get better results with your blank? Join the waiting list, right? Super simple. You just edit the template. You just put your topic in there, change the image, and away you go. If you're launching a new book, before the book is ready, please, please, please launch the waiting list. I've written 6 different books. I always launch a waiting list before the book is out. I cannot tell you how much different this changes everything. If you can get people engaged in the book before it comes out, and especially if you can ask them questions about what they're looking forward to reading about before you've finished writing, it's a game changer for creating a book that sells. All sorts of templates, different look, different feel, super simple, and then they're ready. They'll give you a link or a QR code. You can just send it out and get people to register their interest in your future offering. Now, if you don't want to offer something in the future, you want to offer the product that you have today, rather than doing a waiting list, just call it a registration of interest list. So for example, if you're a speaker, why not create a register your interest in my speaking keynote speech? So for example, this template is super easy. Transform your next event with Daniel Priestley, book your next inspirational keynote speaker, click here to register your interest. It's got all the information about the keynote, and then it says register your interest, and you can find out exactly who's registering their interest there. So creating a registration of interest page is also a good example. So in the chat, why not start a discussion? What would you launch a waiting list for? Imagine this, a new approach to getting better blank. Join the waiting list. What would be the blank that you would put in if you were going to launch a waiting list, right? So you can actually just fill in the blank there. A new approach to getting better health, a new approach to getting better fitness, a new approach to getting better salespeople to join your team, a new approach to building a bigger brand, a new approach to cybersecurity, right? Join the waiting list. So you can actually just launch a waiting list, a new approach to getting better blank, join the waiting list. That's all you need to do as a starting point to start thinking about how this waiting list strategy would work. And then you just go to the templates and edit the templates and you're ready to go. Okay, campaign number 2 is called a discussion group. And a discussion group is where you get people to join a discussion group. So rather than launching a health and fitness business, I might launch a health and fitness discussion group. And then off the back of the discussion group, I then launch the business. So it could be a discussion group about hiring talent. It could be a discussion group about making more sales. It could be a discussion group about social media marketing. It could be a discussion group about having a better relationship, right? So anything that you think people would be interested in joining a discussion group on, away you go, you can do that. So I've got a discussion group on Facebook. I've got several discussion groups on Facebook. I've got discussion groups for my books and all of that sort of stuff. One of our clients launched a discussion group on fertility, and she got 23,000 people who joined that online group to discuss fertility. Another client did a discussion group on running your first marathon, and 1,200 people joined that discussion group on running a marathon, right? So you can launch a discussion group really easily. It's much easier for people to join a discussion group than to actually buy a product. This one is a friend of mine who created a discussion group for people who run investment family offices, and ended up with $3 billion worth of fund managers who manage $3 billion inside the discussion group. Really powerful. Not a huge group, but a very powerful group. So you might do a discussion group called How to Achieve Blank, a 5-day breakthrough, how to achieve weight loss, how to achieve bigger branding, how to achieve a better relationship, right? Join the discussion group. Now, once again, what you don't want to do is just simply give people the link to the discussion group. You want to market this like it's a product. So a product is going to have a landing page, and it's going to have a application process. So once again, the templates provide you with a landing page, an application process, and the information about the group. So it's all very simple. And then it comes out looking great. Get inspired about fitness, join the discussion. And you can promote this like it's a product as opposed to just giving people a link. Join the discussion. We're hosting a WhatsApp discussion group for people who want blank. You can change the images, you can change the content, and now you've got something that looks like a great product, ready to go, ready to launch in about 20 minutes. Campaign number 3 is a Zoom event, or an online event. I personally run these 3 times a month. About every 10 days, we run online Zoom events. They're free of charge. We get about 100 to 200 people joining every single one of our Zoom events, and they're absolutely awesome for building a business. Scaling a business off the back of events is excellent. I've been doing that for over 20 years. I've launched 7 businesses that have gone 0 to $1 million in their first 12 months, and almost all of them were scaled off the back of running some events of some sort. So in every single case, we had launch events, we had weekly events. So running events is a great way to engage with people. It used to cost a fortune because you couldn't do it online. Now it's so simple, almost free to run these events, especially if you don't go over, I think it's 100 people. If the event is always under 100 people, it's a basic Zoom account that you can use. So I have one of these 2 to 3 times a week. It's called the 9 Simple Steps for Scaling Your Business. And these are events that people book into every single month. Really, really powerful. We have a startup workshop that we run every month. People just book in, and it's delivered on Zoom. It's 90 minutes, and it's a great way to engage with people. We just use templates. We customize the template, and away you go. So it's super simple. You just select the template, and it pretty much you just change the text and the images. So imagine this. Imagine you're going to run a workshop called an Introduction to Blank. Find out how to achieve blank faster and safer than ever. An introduction to cybersecurity, an introduction to branding, an introduction to weight loss, an introduction to CrossFit, an introduction to owning a pet, an introduction to having a more intimate relationship. Whatever it is, you can just run an introduction event, and people love attending introduction events. People adore intro events. I would really encourage you to run an intro event. And then obviously you can actually create, if you do a really good one, you can do a replay and just have it sitting there live where people can opt in for the replay. So I personally just created some replay ones, and these generate leads all the time, just constant lead generation Probably a dozen people a day opt in for the replay. We run some little ads to those. If people don't show up to a live event, we send them the link to a replay. So there's always just people filling in forms to get access to those replays. And number 4 is my personal favorite. It's the one closest to my heart because it caused a massive breakthrough in my business, and that is an online scorecard. Online scorecards are just awesome. This one in particular generated over 100,000 leads and over 20 million in sales, and it's just called the Key Person of Influence scorecard. And it was just so great. People love taking scorecards to see how they rank in particular areas of their life. This one's called the Pitch Ready scorecard. Would an angel investor give you their money right now? Are you ready to pitch? This one is called a Wheel of Life scorecard, where you go in and it measures your career and your money and your home environment, right? So all of those are amazing. And it fits with a type of sales called assessment-based selling. Assessment-based selling is kind of what doctors do. They first do an assessment and then they give you a treatment plan. And I personally think assessment-based selling is the best form of selling. I think it's the most ethical way of selling anything or almost anything. But if you're a coach or a consultant, assessment-based selling is the key to growing and scaling your business. It is absolutely essential that you adopt an assessment-based selling model. If you sell to corporates, it's very hard to sell to corporates without doing an assessment-based selling model. So you first assess whether they need the product. You then show them the data, and then you make a recommendation as to how you're going to make improvements. And people love buying off the back of an assessment first process. So if you're going to sell more coaching consulting, the thing with coaching consulting is that it's intangible. People can't see it. And in many cases, they're blind to the benefits of it, because if they knew the benefits, if they understood it, they wouldn't need it, right? So in many cases, it's a chicken and an egg problem that by virtue of the fact that they need coaching and consulting, they don't really understand that there are processes and best practices that they could be following, or they're not clear about it. When you do the assessment, it then becomes clear as to the value. It becomes very tangible. So set up an assessment. When people complete your assessment, they can actually then see, you can then see exactly how they scored. This person got a 69% on the overall, 67 for this, 60% for that, 88% for this one, right? So it gives you a really good thing. It shows you the individual questions. So it allows you to have a very sensible conversation and treat each person as an individual. So how do you set one of these up? You start by thinking about it like this. Are you ready to blank? Answer 10 questions to find out. Are you ready to lose weight? Answer 10 questions and find out. Are you ready to hire a talented salesperson? Answer 10 questions and find out. Are you ready to build a personal brand? Answer 10 questions and find out. Are you ready to pitch an investor? Are you ready to build a property portfolio? Are you ready to quit smoking? Right? Answer 10 questions to find out. These are called readiness quizzes, readiness assessment, and it's really, really powerful. Now, the good news is with this one, we built an AI that actually does all the work. You actually just go in, use the AI. The AI will spit out an entire assessment for you with all the questions done. And it's a little bit like a machine that builds the sponge cake, and all you have to do is put the icing on the cake, put your bio in there, put your branding in there, and everything's already done for you with the AI. So it's super simple. So all AI generated content, but you use your images and content as well. So all of that's built into ScoreApp. It's very, very easy to use. Templates and AI all just working seamlessly. What used to take us 6 weeks to set up, now we typically do it in under an hour. So it's absolutely awesome. There's a QR code there. You'll be joining some of the world's top marketers who are using ScoreApp. And you'll be seeing why they have made this a cornerstone part of their marketing strategy. It's built upon marketing experts who have worked together to build a blueprint that works, and templates that are amazing, and an AI strategy that works. You'll be able to download for free a copy of the book Scorecard Marketing that kind of walks you through step by step how to do this. If you like to go through step by step, you can get a copy of the book. There's a diagram, there's a checklist for promoting your scorecard. So once you have a scorecard, there's 29 simple ways that you can launch it and get people taking your scorecard. We also run weekly setup workshops so that anyone who's using ScoreApp can jump on a live workshop for free and have our head of customer success walk you through step by step how to set up your scorecard or your waiting list campaign or your event and just get that set up and ready to go. How much? Well, I used to use all these different types of software prior to ScoreApp existing, and it costs about $200 a month to use all of these different types of software on the basic plan. So a PDF generator is $80 a month, and lead pages and Typeform is another $50 a month, and then a basic CRM system. But actually, we've built all of that into ScoreApp. And ScoreApp's great because you can build a scorecard and launch it, collect 10 leads a month, use our library of marketing courses, do our weekly trainings, select from any of our templates, and all of that's for free. So you don't have to have a paid account. You can just start using it for free. Once you see it working, you can graduate up and basically buy more capacity as you need it. But it's not expensive. It's like £25, £50, 80, 85 pounds. So you just basically, as you need, over this end, you're getting 3,000 data-rich leads per month coming through, and you've got 5 users and 30 scorecards alive. Down here is where you start. So start for free, and then if it's working for you, £25 a month, right? So in US dollars, something like $30, $40 a month. And for $30 or $40 a month, you've got all of those tools that help you run a better coaching, consulting, and speaking business. Special offer on the QR code. So if you've not used a QR code before or not used one lately, just use your phone to scan with your camera. And as soon as your camera can see that QR code, right, it'll actually bring up a link, and that link gets you a 50% discount when you do upgrade to a paid plan. So if you want to upgrade to $30 a month, in month 1, you'll just pay $15 a month. So it gives you half price off of month 1 as a special offer. It also gives you a one-on-one onboarding call with a specialist. Normally that's charged, but you'll get a free one-to-one onboarding call for about half an hour. They'll just help you get set up. You'll get access to the premium learning library. You'll attend an upcoming LAPS training that we've got called Leads, Appointments, Presentations, and Sales. You'll get the scorecard marketing book. So all of that is when you create a free account using that QR code. There we go. We've got 2 versions. You've already got it. Once you've got yourself a free account, ready-made marketing funnel available in 1 hour, steady stream of qualified leads, right? Data-rich insights, learning more and more about your customers so that you can adapt your products and services to meet their needs, right? All of that just starts flowing and happening once you've got these campaigns running. And the thing I will say is this: every lead is an asset. There's not a lot of job security as an entrepreneur, but having a database is the closest thing you'll ever get to job security, right? When you're an entrepreneur, if you've got a database of 10,000 people, you will always be able to survive any recession because you'll be able to go to your database and you'll be able to say, we're doing a special offer. Here's the new special offer, or we're doing a special campaign for this, right? You'll be able to launch something new. You'll be able to go back to your database. The database is the safety net for every entrepreneur. So every time you generate a lead, you're generating more safety, more security in your business, and you're building an underlying asset that is working for you even when you're not. So it's a really great asset that any entrepreneur can have to use that. So I hope that's been useful. I hope that's been helpful. I don't want to run over time, but I just want to say, thanks for being the type of person who takes a Saturday to learn about how to improve your business. It's a really important thing. Learning and developing a business is something that is, in the short term, hard, but in the long term, it's where it's at. It's where you end up building something that you're truly proud of. Okay, hopefully that. Am I over time, Bernardo?
No, you're right on. You're right on point, right on time. Perfect, Daniel. Thank you so much. I thought that was amazing. I really, really thought it's amazing. And what you've developed is, because you're just a phenomenal marketer. So the tools that you prepared, and I'm telling you, the best you will be signing up to ScoreApp later on today or over the weekend for sure.
Yeah.
very generous with your offer. Again, having a list and knowing how difficult and challenging it can be to either publish a book or create a course or get people's attention. It just makes so much sense, Daniel. I mean, I love the idea of the wait list. I mean, I was sold at that. And I saw that on a video actually a couple of weeks ago. And I thought, oh my God, what a simple idea. What a great idea. Why do anything? Why develop anything? Why create anything? Get that waiting list.
Get the waiting list out. Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. So what a great tool you've created, Daniel. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for your time. Take care.
Cheers.
Well, guys, I got to say that was absolutely amazing. I'm sure you must agree. I'm not sure, again, if you guys got all of it, but look, it's just 25 minutes after, talk after talk after talk. So again, look, if you haven't, I highly recommend that you get the recordings because Daniel's talk is worth watching. And obviously, all the speakers are going to be worth watching again. So, I highly recommend that you go VIP. As I said, it's over $4,000 in bonuses. You're going to have access to a lot of the things, but I highly recommend that you do that. So, look, I'm just going to share a very quick commercial. We've got Sarah Moxon joining us very briefly, but I can't wait. It's just all getting very, very exciting, and we still got so much more for you.
Since its launch, The Best You magazine has been a beacon of inspiration and transformation, guiding readers through the ever-evolving landscape of personal and professional development. Through the years, we've featured groundbreaking articles and insights from leading experts across the globe, touching lives and shaping futures. Now, we invite you to join our journey. If you're on a quest for insight, have wisdom to share, or wish to connect your brand with a vibrant community, The Best You magazine is your platform. Read, contribute, or advertise with us. Be part of a legacy of empowerment. The Best You magazine, unlocking the potential within. For more information, go to www.thebestyouMagazine.co. Are you a visionary leader seeking an opportunity that goes beyond the ordinary? At the Best You Synergy Project, we're on a mission to create a global network of changemakers. As a chapter director, you'll be at the forefront, leading your own dynamic community of like-minded individuals. Join us in shaping the future of personal development and entrepreneurship. It's more than a role, it's a movement. Apply today and let's create synergies together. For more information, go to thebestyousynergyproject.com.
So again, anyone and everyone watching, please interact. And I know a lot of you have, and you've been interacting and you've been sharing comments, and I'm very grateful for that. So please make sure that you do. I'm just going to share some of the comments here. Brilliant information. That was obviously for Daniel. And yeah, thanking Daniel for such a great presentation. And look, for some of those that have been very active and very proactive, and I'm going to be sharing all sorts of freebies, but at the moment, what I wanted to do was to simply offer you the opportunity to download my book. So that's The Question. I wrote that book a few years ago. It's about the quality of your life depends on the quality of the questions you ask yourself. And I'm just offering the free download for anyone that's interested in getting access to it. So again, for those of you that are here, that are live, that are now, please download it if you wanted to. As Daniel explained, just simply get your phone out. It's going to open a link, and that's a link to my book, The Question. It's the free audio version of it. As I said, I wrote it a couple of years ago, but it's packed with empowering, powerful questions. Actually, I've got a copy here. It's a bit older, so obviously my copy of it, but you're more than welcome to download it. Those are for you that are watching live now, and I have more freebies for you if you stay tuned. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to literally introduce very briefly Sarah Moxon, and then we're just going to play her presentation. So Sarah Moxon, she's a business leader, a dynamic entrepreneur, female leadership consultant, speaker, podcaster, activist, and investor. With over 15 years of experience in business, she began providing temporary staff into the nightlife and hospitality industry in the UK, and now she's expanding globally. She's actually in Dubai. So let me just share very quickly this presentation. I'm sure you're going to love it, as Sarah's just a beautiful, dynamic bubbly person, and she's actually here with us tomorrow. So you're going to have an opportunity to be able to see her on a panel also tomorrow. So here we go.
Good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are and wherever you may be listening from. Welcome. Thank you so much, Bernardo and the team, for having me on here today. It's such an honor to be speaking at the Best You Expo. What a phenomenal lineup you have put together. And I know and only can imagine as well the work and the effort that has gone behind the scenes. So before I dive in today, I just want to take a moment to pause and say thank you so much. And thank you to each of you for being here, for showing up with the intentions that you have and making this the best you and the best year to date for you. I'm going to take about 25 minutes of your time to talk to you about the currency of connection, the art of building long-lasting relationships in business. And before I begin, I want to ask your permission to get super real. I don't want to share with you how-to formulas. I don't believe relationships exist that way. But what I would love to share with you is some principles, some ideas, and some stories that can hopefully empower you and empower the connections and relationships that you have in your life and organization. Now, it does say there, relationships in business. I am going to speak to you and reference things from a business perspective, but perhaps you aren't in business. I believe that these principles that I'm going to share with you today can be applied no matter where you are in your life and your organization, and no matter what you are doing. So who am I? I'm a serial entrepreneur, business leader, investor, and women's leadership consultant. My name is Sarah Moxon. I began my business career founding and leading the company that still exists today called Phoenix Staffing. Now, you might not know Phoenix Staffing. We are a B2B business, but we provide temporary work to young people in the nightlife and hospitality space. Over the last 15 years, we've provided about 10,000 young people between the ages of 19 to 30 with flexible work, and most of them are women. I love working with women. It's part of my life's work to provide freedom for women in many different ways. We have built across the UK and Ibiza for the past 15 years. And right now I'm speaking to you from Dubai. I have been sent out to the UAE to build the market out here. So why do I want to speak to you today about the currency of connection and the importance of cultivating human relationships? I believe in the age of digital and online, we have somewhat become quite disconnected and quite removed from each other. I want us to ask ourselves, how can we bring human connection back into the forefront and the importance of our lives and organizations and doing what we do? Being in the industry that I'm at, human connection has been at the forefront and the why of why we do what we do. We provide spaces of connection for others. So let me take you back 14 years ago. Prince William and Kate Middleton had just got engaged. David Cameron had been elected Prime Minister, and the UK had officially come out of a recession. Now, I had just finished studying at the London School of Economics. I actually studied sociology, not business. And I had set up my business in my last year of uni. I waltzed in to the very plush club in Shoreditch. I introduced myself to the owner, explained what we did with all boldness and confidence. And a week later, I was they were my first client. Now, 14 years on, this owner of this venue is not only still a client, but he's also a friend. We've worked on different projects together. I've helped him raise investment and capital for some of the things that he's working on. And when I came out to Dubai, one of our first clients here was someone who he connected me with. Now, I don't share this with you to gloat or because I want praise. I'm sure some of you are sat here listening to me with clients for way longer than I have, marriages and relationships for way longer than 15 years. But I'm sharing this with you because I believe that there are key components in this relationship and in the longevity of relationships that we can learn from. I wish I could tell you that my relationship with this client had been smooth sailing and easy all the way along. The truth is, he's used other providers at times. He's tried to do things in-house. We haven't always seen eye to eye on things. But we have maintained our connection. We have maintained our relationship, not just as business, but also as friends. We've come around shared values of honor, trust, respect, understanding. And that has allowed us to move through different nuances and waves of life. What could it look like in your life and business to invest more in people? What would it look like if you didn't have to constantly acquire new leads? What would it look like if you didn't have to constantly replenish new team members? What would it look like if relationships and relational strategy was at the core and the root of what you do? My intention today is to share how human connection is the currency that will provide longevity in business and life. And we're going to dive into 3 points. The first is building relationships and connecting with your people. What is connection? The second is building and maintaining culture and community. Again, looking at what culture is, what community is, and how we can maintain and build this. And the last, we're going to look at sustaining relationships and building a long-term relational strategy. So let's dive into point number 1, building relationships and connecting with your people. What is connection? How would you define connection? The dictionary there defines connection as a relationship in which a person or thing is linked or associated with something else. There is a link. Now, I grew up in London. I don't know about you if you've been to London, but there are a couple of fields. Okay, there is some nice greenery there, but it's not lavish in countryside. And I loved going to the countryside. I loved going to visit my grandparents. I would sit there for hours with my sisters and would make daisy chains. Did you ever make daisy chains? How fun was it? And what concentration and presence did you have to give to the weaving of each flower into the next? We would sit there for hours at a time with such presence, such concentration, and such care. Much like building daisy chains and making daisy chains, I believe that the same presence, care, and pace needs to be given to the way that we cultivate and build relationships in our lives and business. Do you ever feel like things are moving at such a quick pace? How do we take time to cultivate the pace of real connection within our organizations? What may need to change? So I said I'm going to give lots of questions, and I don't expect these to be ones that we can answer right now in the time that we have. But what I will do is, if you drop me a DM at the end of today, any of these slides that have questions on them, I will send you the slides at the end. So you can scan my code there, or you can type in sarah.moxham into Instagram. And as I said, drop me an Instagram and just drop me a DM and say slides, and I'll send these all over to you at the end of today. So I used to also have a business in network marketing. I loved network marketing. I won awards for my ability to connect and recruit people. I had a great team member who was phenomenal at helping people build their organizations, but my skill set definitely came down to connection. And in this time that I was in network marketing, I had a dear friend who bought this trainer in Big Al Schreider, and he wrote a book called The 4 Personality Colors. I don't know if you've ever come across the work of Big Al Schreider, but it was phenomenal at shaping my mind in that time around the differences that people are. Isn't it a simple yet profound realization when you suddenly realize that not everybody sees the world as you do? And if not everyone sees the world as you do, and you know that, have you taken time to cultivate, to understand how someone else might experience the world? Now, in this frame, Big Al Schreider breaks down 4 personality colours: red, yellow, green, and blue. Just take a moment to have a little read, if you haven't already, around these 4 personality colours. Do you connect with one of them more than others? Now, in my organisation, as I said, we provide flexible work opportunities to young people. We find that mainly our demographics sit around the blue and red personality colours. So over time, we have developed our training manuals, operation manuals, our way of communication to connect with this main group of people. Once we start to understand how someone else may see the world, would you agree that we can tailor information, communicate, present, and be with someone in a way that leads them to be understood and feel understood? Have you taken time to understand, if you have a business, who your avatar and the archetype and the customer and the client may be? Let's dive in to section number 2, building and maintaining culture and community. So there is a famous management consultant called Peter Drucker, and he has the famous quote that says, culture eats strategy for breakfast. Do you agree? He's not saying that strategy is unimportant, but when he was talking about this quote, when he said this quote, he's saying that a good organizational culture will always supersede strategy. How much emphasis do you put on culture and community in what you build? The dictionary defines culture here as the ideas, customs, and social behavior of a particular people or society. Have you ever had your culture and relationships tested, your community tested? Do you think you can really say you have a culture or community until it has been tested? Now, I have a great dear friend and mentor, Simon Headley, and I just want to take a moment to say thank you so much, Simon, for connecting me with Bernardo, because it's because of you that I'm able to share today. So thank you, Simon. Simon and I sat down about 18 months ago, and he shared with me an incredible tool. He said to me, very simply, actually, do you know who your people are, Sarah? I said, well, what do you mean? And he said, well, do you know who your ride and dies are? Like, no matter what happens, these people have got your back. And I said, well, yeah, I think so. And he said, why don't you bring some intention around this? Why don't you write down a list of 10 to 20 people, reach out to them and let them know that they are your people and you are their person. And no matter what happens, you're in it with them. And I did this. And it was funny because in this next year, that very cultivation and intention was tested. My sister was 31 when she got pregnant, her first child, and we found out 6 months into her pregnancy that she had stage 3 breast cancer. My sister is such a fighter, and she gave birth to my nephew, and they sped up treatment very quickly after she'd given birth to my nephew. Treatment went really well at the beginning, and she tried her out on lots of different trial drugs as well. But in the December of the year before last, we found out that my sister's cancer had spread from her breast to her brain lining. And it was in the April of the year just gone that sadly my sister passed away, leaving behind my stunning nephew, who at the time was 7 months, her husband, and my family. Now we're a year into our grieving process. It's very, very fresh. And I don't tell you this story because I want sympathy or empathy. I know that each of us has such challenging things that we go through in life that also has such beauty, gifts, and learnings to it. I tell you this story because the culture and community that we had set out to cultivate in my organization became the rock and the roots for my grieving process. Not only did my team step up phenomenally to take on more load, but they also cared for me as a human. It was a great revealing in our lives of the care that we had for each other. Culture and community, it is so important to cultivate when we talk about the currency of connection. So what does community mean? Quite similarly to culture, it kind of goes hand in hand. Community is defined as the condition of sharing or having certain attitudes and interests in common. Again, I said I was going to ask lots of questions and leave lots of points of contemplation and reflection for you. So here's some questions around the cultivation of culture and community that I can share with you at the end. Have you ever lived in a different place? I think that's one of the best times that you see culture in action, right? And maybe some of your cultural norms. Have you ever heard the term island life? Well, about 2 years ago, I lived in Ibiza, and this term island life became so profound when I started to understand the more chilled out nature and way of approaching life that people in Ibiza had. It was when I ran out of running water in my house and I had to wait 4 days for it to be fixed that I found myself now comically laughing at my resistance coming from the London hustle and bustle and grind. There is a beauty in defining out our culture and also an incredible way of embracing new attributes. And when we develop relationships and when we look at sustaining relationships and building a long-term relational strategy, it really is a long-term journey and a collaboration of two people. When you look at relationships, you can't come in with your ideas alone. It is about the blending of the two, and it's the space between the two people that the real relationship is formed. Would you agree? So let's look at the third point, which is sustaining relationships and building a long-term relational strategy. So a client that I consult with, I always talk about her. I'm so proud of her. She is an Iranian woman who came over years ago to the UK with her family as a refugee. She is a phenomenal mother to two beautiful children, and she builds a construction business with her husband. Now, they contract contractors all over the country to do construction work in homes. Most of these workers are mainly Eastern European men, and I say this because for her, she finds quite a distance and a dissonance between her coming from the background that she does with her cultural norms and ideas, and also then the group of people that she provides work to and serves. We've done some very deep dive, and we continue to, into what she can do to create a connection with these people and overcome some of the experiences that she has on a day-to-day basis. We're looking at relational strategies and things around values and actions. What are the values that she wants to uphold in her organization? What are the actions that she wants to see happen? And how can we bridge our community and culture around this, rather looking at the difference that exists within each of us? And when you say this is a great model for the world at large, with so many opinions and divisions that we have today, and so many ideas that we seem to need to always express, what about if we came around shared ideas and shared values, and from that found a way to work together? No business is the same and no people are the same. Relationships, culture, community, and the currency of connection takes time and intention to build. Again, there's some questions there around relationships in life and business that you have maintained, and looking at how and why and what were the components that went into this. I believe that asking ourselves these questions will give us deep answers when we look at cultivating the currency of connection in our lives and businesses. Happy to share those again at the end. So 5 considerations in building relational and connected organizations. Point number 1, have you understood what your people actually value and do it? I know this sounds so simple, but when I looked at surveys around married couples, the statistics around couples that stayed together were so high in those that actually had fun together. They carved out intentional space and time to have a date night. Do you do that with your people? Do you know what they really value? Do you have fun together? Do you create space for people to express how they feel? I believe gone are the work times in the workplace where we say, leave your stuff at the door. Working with Generation Z a lot, I see that they love to express their feelings and be heard in how they feel. What would it look like if you intentionally carved out a space to do this and then you went into strategy and action? How would things look different? How would they flow different? There are tons of tools and frames for communication and feedback, and also understanding the individual and how they work, that I highly recommend to lots of people that I work with. If you drop me a DM at the end and ask me for these frames, I'll be happy to share these tools with you. There's also a really funny term that I heard called reverse mentorship. Now, I find this a funny term because reverse mentorship was coined by the CEO of General Electric, and I appreciate that he's got a really large organization. But the idea with reverse mentorship was that people that are really high up in their organization could kind of come down, so to speak, and go in for coffees with people that they wouldn't normally communicate with. I understand it for a large organization, but I say that I find it funny because in our organization, we've adopted that. We love to chill out with our people, get to know our contractors and those who have begun working with us. And we've actually created strategy to do this. We've found that understanding people's and remembering people's birthdays, their children's birthdays, where they've been on holiday, the little nuances of their life has built connection in ways that go so much deeper than the transaction of what you're coming around the table to solve or do. And then the last point on there, number 5, how does your organization connect to the world around you? We've talked a lot today about connection with each other and maybe connection with ourselves somewhat. But what would it look like for your organization to connect with the world around you? Within our organization, we personally have built partnerships with the local food bank and also the human trafficking organization. Why do we do this? Because I believe that our organizations exist and we exist to make an impact and a mark on the world around us, and that the values that we stand for and that we want to see in the world, we can take action in many ways to do so. So let's recap on what we've covered today. We've looked at building relationships and connecting with your people. We've looked at building and maintaining culture and community and what is culture and community. And then lastly, we've touched on sustaining relationships and building a long-term relational strategy. Now, as I said at the beginning, I'm going to ask tons of questions and leave lots of questions for you to take away, because I believe that life is defined by the quality of questions that we ask ourselves. So if you want to connect with me in the art of the currency of connection, scan my QR code there or reach out to me on sarah.moxham on Instagram, or also LinkedIn, Sarah Moxham. I can share with you the slides from today. And if you'd like those tools on communication feedback and kind of digging into the interpersonal workings of your people, then please do reach out to me as well. And my call to action is so simple. If you've taken value away from anything that I've shared today and you take action on it and you actually implement it, I would love you to let me know how this outworks in your life, your business, and your organization. That would give me great joy. So please reach out to me in a couple of months' time if that's what you decide to do. I just want to say again, thank you so much, Bernardo, for putting on the Best You Expo. Thank you to you and thank you to your team, because it wouldn't be possible without the team of people that are beside you. And thank you to each of you for showing up for you, for listening today. And thank you to every other speaker that has aired these stages over the today and the next couple of days. It is an honor to be with you. And I look forward to connecting to each of you soon in the future. Take care.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you so much. She is amazing, Sarah. I love the presentation. I hope you scanned her details, connect with her. This is what all the speakers want. You know, they put a lot of effort, a lot of energy. They support you with all sorts of skills. And obviously, as we were saying, and we were talking about previously on the panel, look, we're just delighted to help. So ask, feel, everyone here comes from a place of love and they have a lot of knowledge and they're happy to share it. So I hope you do connect with each and every one of us, whoever you feel connected to, and make sure that, you let us know if there was something that you experienced or something that you felt was great for you. Please share it. So look, we're going to be, we got my next guest speaker joining me very quickly, very soon. His name is Brian Muldoon. I'm just going to share a very quick video. And I'm going to share a link also to the Synergy Project, because some of you were asking about our networking incubator that we've launched for personal development experts and leaders and service providers. So I'll just share this very quick message, and I'm going to be bringing Brian Muldoon in a few minutes. Thank you so much.
The Best You Synergy Project helps individuals and businesses find their purpose. By helping people, we build businesses and help find a meaning to why we do it. We create networking events around the world. We brainstorm with like-minded people that want to contribute, help, share, and make a difference. In these safe havens, we build communities of individuals. We help create a new generation of leaders and elevate consciousness. Ultimately, we help people discover their purpose and leave a legacy.
If you wanted to find out more about the Synergy Project, you can apply on the waiting list now. It's available. You can also become a chapter director. What is a chapter director? Well, look, we're looking to develop and create the largest personal development network on the planet. So we will be looking for people that want to run chapters for us around the world. So feel free to scan that code to find out more, to either sign up to the waiting list or sign up to become a chapter director, because we're very excited about this new project that we just launched, where we're just really connecting, networking, and everyone comes from a place of love and comes from a place to be able to support and connect with each other. Okay, so let me bring my next guest in, my dear friend, Brian Muldoon. How are you, Brian?
I'm well, my friend. How are you? Great to
I'm
be
very
here.
good. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here.
Good, good. Can you hear me all right?
I can. Yes, I can hear you all right.
Excellent. Excellent.
Brian, so let me
Yeah.
just do a very brief intro on Brian. Brian, apart from a friend and a coach, and my coach for quite some time as well, he's specialized in guiding high achievers and business owners over 40 to excel in business, health, relationships, and personal growth, leveraging his deep passion for transformative coaching in his book, Finding Extraordinary, which is also included in the VIP ticket. So, Brian, love your book. Congratulations on it just coming out recently. I know you put a
Thank
lot
you.
of love into it. It looks absolutely amazing. And congratulations on that.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
Great. So, Brian, what are you going to be talking about?
Well, I want to talk about really what the book is about, which is, how to stop waiting to start really living, and really dive into the reasons, why we don't really figure out what it is that we need to do to live a real authentic life, a life that we really feel proud about and feel really present in living. And it really stems back to what I'm going to touch on a little bit of my own story in how I discovered 4 steps that really helped me get the clarity I needed to figure out what I needed to do next in order to start living an extraordinary life, meaning a life on my own terms, a life that mattered to me. And I'll talk about the reasons that so many people I'm sure will be able to relate to of what gets in the way of us being able to do that, but also how to break free of those things that get in the way and actually, like I said, live a life where you're really present and you really feel like you're designing your life and influencing your life in the way that you truly want to.
Well, Brian, thank you. The floor is yours. Thank you so much. Looking forward to it.
That's great. Thanks, Bernardo. I guess good afternoon, everyone here in the UK. Good morning, wherever else you are, or maybe good evening. It's great to be here and to be able to spend some time with you. I'm not going to do a PowerPoint presentation. What I really want to do is help you today. That's my goal. My goal is hopefully for you to come away feeling not only inspired, but feeling like you do have that clarity that you need to really simplify the complexities that we all experience on a daily basis in our lives today, because we live in a pretty complex world. And so a big thing that I wanted to do in my life was to write this book called Finding Extraordinary, and in particular, how to stop waiting to start really living. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that, just as we get started. But before I do, when we think about finding extraordinary, finding extraordinary, however you refer to it, people often think like, well, what is that? What is finding extraordinary? Well, finding extraordinary is whatever you want it to be. You see, because you get to decide what you want for your life. And most of us know and have had dreams and we have clarity around the things that we wanted, but yet we don't go after them, and we often just shortchange ourselves, and we find ourselves in this place of frustration and often settling and asking ourselves, like, how did I wind up here? And so, one of the things that I identified that I needed to figure out for myself was, what do I want more than anything else in this life? And what I boiled that down to was, I just wanted to be happy. I wanted my life to make sense. And so I asked thousands of other people over the years that same question. And they've said, like, I just want to be happy, And so let me, when we go through this time together here, I want to invite you to let me do a little bit of coaching with you as we go through it, because I want this to be an interactive experience for you. I want you to be able to have the opportunity to ask yourself some important questions. And before we do that, I want to really kind of set it up and really talk about this piece about, well, then if people want to be happy, if that's truly what we want, and that includes things like health and love and, opportunities and business and experiences, adventure, all those things that make us happy, yet often we're not happy. So the question becomes, well, why is that? Why aren't we happy? And I identified a few things through my own journey in life to finding extraordinary. And if you read the book, you'll see that it starts out from when I was a child. And like many people, I had a really tumultuous and really challenging life growing up. My parents were loving parents, but they weren't a good fit. And there was a lot of arguing. There was sometimes some violence. There was alcoholism. There was a lot of things going on that made it really hard for me as a child, growing up. Often I was abandoned at times. And that's a lot to carry as a young child when you're trying to go to school and comprehend and learn. And so naturally, I struggled in school, and my life just seemed to be one struggle after another, and that carried on into my adolescence because through all of those things, I never felt like I was good enough. And so, many people experience those things, and then we start to get into this dialogue inside of our head, and we just don't feel like we're ever going to be able to be happy. And that was kind of the story of my life. And so I needed to go back and figure things out. And when I started to, I would be good for a while, and then, something would happen in my life, and I'd feel like, here I am back at this place again. And I'm sharing this with you because every time that happened in my life, I was able to go back and identify the things that allowed me to pick myself up and get going. And that's what I want to share with you today, are the 4 steps ultimately that are going to help you really simplify what's required for you to be able to experience an extraordinary life and design and live, your life on the terms and the way that you want it. And the one caveat that I have to add is, look, it's not going to be easy, because anything worth having isn't easy. But do you not think it's worth going through those challenges to get what you want rather than settling for the ones that you have currently going on in your life right now? And when I ask people that, it's a pretty obvious yes. Yeah, I'd rather do the work required. But often we don't have the clarity, and that's what I want to bring to you today. And so why aren't we happy? Well, one of the reasons that I've identified through my own experience in life is what I call critical comparison. And that's where we measure ourselves against other people and other things. So we look at what someone else has and we say, well, why am I not there? Why can't I do that? Or we see someone who got an opportunity in life and we feel like we were missed and passed by. And we ask the question, why is this happening to me? Why am I always getting the rough instead of the smooth? And so when we compare ourselves to other people and what they're doing, the thing to keep in mind and really understand is that you don't know their situation. You don't know that what appears to be happening on the outside is actually what's going on the inside, and that it's real. And in many cases, in the people that I've had the pleasure of working with and coaching with and consulting with, from their personal life to their professional life and their business, is, life is full of challenges. And so what often seems, amazing on the outside is often full of cracks and complications on the inside. So critical comparison is one of those things that keeps us feeling like we're not enough. And so we often are influenced by the people around us as we're growing up. And there's these expectations of who they believe that we are, who they believe you should be, and who you should have become, and what you should have done, and what you should have said yes to when you said no to. And all of these things that make up this belief, this idea of who we are, this idea of who you believe that you are. And in many cases, it's just not true. And it comes down to these things of comparing yourself to others. And it's also this idea of I'll be happy when, because we believe that what we want is somehow in the future, that it's over there, or it's what someone else has. I'll be happy when I make 10 grand a month. I'll be happy when I make my first million or 10 million. I'll be happy when I finally find the person of my dreams, or I'll be happy when I finally get out of my dead end job and start that business that I want, that's going to give me the time and the freedom and the control of the money. But the truth is, happiness is a decision. It's not a destination. Happiness starts today, because if you think about it, you've probably seen someone or people somewhere in the world who have much, much less than you, yet they're some of the happiest people you'll ever see. And you wonder, wow, how could they be so happy yet they seem like they have nothing? It's because they're happy within themselves. And that's really what I found out in my own journey to finding extraordinary is I needed to get things right with me. And that is this last piece of why we're not happy, is because we're living out of alignment with who we're supposed to be. We're often wearing this mask and showing up as who we think we're supposed to be and what the world expects of us. We're often afraid to just allow ourselves to be our true, authentic self. When you think about that, why wouldn't you do that? Think about that. Ask yourself that question. If you're someone who feels that, there's this pressure or there's this resistance in you wanting to be who you want to be, or to really believe in who you are and get behind yourself to go out and see what you're capable of. What is it, that is making you stay out of alignment with who you really are and who you're meant to be? Because if you think about, say, for example, a back or something that's out of alignment, it doesn't work properly. If something's wrong with the wheels on your car and they're out of alignment, that car's not going to drive right. It's not going to be safe. And if you think about a sore back, if you don't get that treated, you're going to experience pain and discomfort. Well, it's no different than the values and the standards that you measure yourself by, the things that you tolerate in your life, the things that you accept that you don't want to accept, all of those things that cause so much frustration and cause us so much internal conflict when it's unnecessary, when all we have to do is just be willing to lean in to the life that we've been given. Because, there is no one like you. And I know that might sound woo-hoo and airy-fairy and all that, but if you really think about it, even from science, you only have your print, your fingerprint is unique to you. There's no one else that has that. There's something about you that is unique, your style, your voice, your way. There's things about your creativity, your artistic talents, the way that you can think and problem solve, whatever it is for you. There are things about you that are truly unique to you. And if you think about all the other little yous that wanted to get to this place, you're the one who won the race, and the race was the gift of life. And so here you are, and you have this gift of life. And so you're doing yourself a disservice if you're not living your life to the fullest. And that's really what I want to say to you, is that what is it that's holding you back? And so what I want to share with you now are these 4 steps that will help you break free from that. And these are not only steps that have worked for me, but they have worked for the thousands of people that I have had the pleasure and the privilege of working with and guiding toward what finding extraordinary is for them. And, the thing is settling is optional. And it's really important to remind yourself of that, because look, the bottom line is your mind is trying to protect you. And so nobody wants to sort of be the first to dip their foot in the water, or the first one to have that difficult conversation, or the first one to bet on themselves and take that risk, because you don't want to get hurt and your mind is trying to protect you. And you can acknowledge that to yourself. You can say, thank you for, looking out for me and trying to do what's right for me. And I appreciate that, but I got to be willing to invest in myself more. And I got to be willing to put myself out there a little bit, because, what isn't growing is dying. And we've all heard that. And so if you're not where you want to be, then chances are you probably talked yourself into settling where you're at, and just these routines just become habits. And before you know it, one day drifts into the next and into the next week and into the next month. And then suddenly a decade's gone by. Hence why people say, where's the time gone? And it's because so many of us are living unconsciously. We're not being deliberate about how we're living our life. We're not living our life on purpose and with a purpose. When I ask people, what is their purpose? Many people have no idea. They don't have a clue. And it's about having that clarity. And that's what I want to transition and talk to you about now. And so these 4 steps to do the work, then they will work for you, because I've seen it work in my own life, and it's transformed my life in ways that are unimaginable, in ways that I never thought was possible. And I have, done so many different things in personal development and investing in my personal growth and attending webinars and seminars and all sorts of things, as you probably have as well. Always leading back to this place where I was still asking, like, when's it going to happen? When am I going to get my break? When am I going to get the clarity? When are things going to finally make sense? When am I going to be able to stop asking the question, what is this all about? And what I realized is that we all actually have the answers already within us. You see, you don't need more information. You just need to start believing in yourself. And then you got to just start committing to making the changes that are required. They're going to feel uncomfortable at first. And I'm going to talk about that as we go through these first steps, and you'll better understand what I mean. And so if you got a pen and paper, great. If not, just listen in, try and remember these, only the 4. By the way, you've got the book. I've got an offer here for you at the end when we finish up here today. So the first step in finding extraordinary is truth. Okay. And truth is really your ability to get honest with yourself. And, the thing is, it's easy to get honest with ourselves on the surface, isn't it? It's easy to say, oh, I need to lose some weight, or, it'd be nice to meet someone, or, I really like to, I think I'm going to start that business one day, and so, but, I just don't know if now is the right time, and all these different questions that we ask ourselves when we really dig deep on the surface. Like, we know the truth, but there's a different kind of truth. The truth that, I'm settling for less than I deserve. I'm not going after that business because I don't believe I can make it happen. I'm afraid I'm going to fail. I'm worried about what other people are going to think. I'm never going to fall in love again because anyone who I've ever trusted has always let me down in the end. So love's not possible for me. We have to get really honest with ourselves and admit the truth, not only just about our shortcomings, but the truth about what we deserve as well. The truth that, well, I deserve to be loved just because I believe it's not possible. Is that really true? I deserve to leave my 9-to-5 job and go all in on this business dream that I have. And also believe that it's true that I just might succeed as well if I do the right things. But it all starts with truth. And if you think about it, we've all heard it, right? The truth is what sets us free, but the truth hurts, doesn't it? Sometimes the truth really hurts. And sometimes it hurts so much that we just retreat instead of advancing. But I want to encourage you to advance, because although the truth does hurt, and sometimes it's hard to look at the truth, sometimes it's hard to make that call and say, hey, I want to talk to you about something. I need to take responsibility for something. Or, hey, you know what? I haven't been a good husband or a good partner or a good wife. I've been taking advantage of this situation, and I just want to come clean and be honest with it, because I want to make things better. If that's something that you want to do, just as an example, to be able to look in the mirror and go, you know what? I'm tired of having this conversation with myself. The truth is, I don't like who I'm seeing on the other end, and I got to change it, or nothing's going to change. And that is really when you can finally release that and let it go. And you no longer have to hang on to that story and carry that what if and why not and all that dialogue that's just going on in the back of your mind, that commentary that goes on every day that we all go around with, and often feeling really frustrated, and life's not really feeling all that exciting. So the first step is just to get honest with yourself. Stop beating around the bush. Stop BSing yourself, and just look in the mirror and get honest with yourself about what you're tolerating and what you really want and what you're no longer willing to settle for. The next step is courage. Okay, so when we think about courage, what comes to mind? Well, if you know the truth about something, that's one thing, but it takes courage to actually step up and say, I'm willing to do something about this. because your mind wants to protect you. I keep coming back to that. It's going to go, no, don't do that. Why would you do that? This is comfortable. This is safe. But the bottom line is if you had what you really wanted, that would be enough. So the truth is, you got to be courageous. And like I said, everything I'm talking about, you already have within you. And so here's what I want to ask you right now, before we get into courage, because I skipped it actually, I apologize. But on the question of truth, just take a second and ask yourself this question and be honest with yourself and go with the first number that comes up on a scale of 1 to 10. 1 being not at all, and 10, 100% couldn't be better. Overall, how happy are you in your life right now? What's that number? And just write it down. Okay. That's really important, because that's a great starting point in really getting honest with yourself. If it's a 3, then you gotta, there are areas in your life that you really need to take responsibility for and start figuring out ways to improve them. If it's a 9 or 10, well, that's great. Maybe you're in a great place right now, and hats off to you. And so as I moved on to courage, the example that I wanted to share with you to really think about as we move into sort of this, me sharing with you, but also coaching you and making it a little more interactive, is think about a time for a moment. If you go back in your life when you were really afraid, but yet you found the courage to follow through on it anyway. And it could be something as simple as, maybe when you were younger and you wanted to pass your driver's exam, or maybe it was that promotion or starting that new business and you were scared like hell, or was that difficult conversation and you did it anyway because you knew you had to do it, and you came out the other side and you actually learned something about yourself and probably realized that it wasn't as bad as you thought it was going to be. And so when you think about courage, even if you're still maybe questioning it, easier said than done. Well, imagine coming home tomorrow and seeing your house on fire and someone you love is crying for help inside. Would you hesitate for 1 second to muster up the courage to figure out whatever it was going to take for you to rush into that house and bring them out safely? Of course you wouldn't. You see, you have courage already within you. It's just you have to lean into it. And in order to be courageous, you have to just walk into that fear and know that you're going to be okay. And the third step is commitment. Going to the gym every day is not a commitment. It's a good thing. Trying to eat well is not a commitment. It's a good thing. Making a promise with yourself that you are going to lose 10 pounds by this date, or I'm going to lose this number by that date, that's commitment. When you make a declaration with yourself, I will not let myself down because my family needs me to win. I need to be better than I'm being for myself. I deserve to be happy. And therefore I promise to fill in the blank, by this date, which I'll talk about in a second. But commitment goes beyond just the action of it and the doing of it. Commitment is really having that resolve inside of you that it becomes a must. Because when you commit like that, you will get there. You will get the result because you're committed to it, because you've made a promise and an agreement with yourself. Because so often we say we want to do something and then we just say, oh yeah, it didn't work out. And, I got a cold, or, I got passed over on that one. So I just decided to put it on the back burner. That's not commitment. Commitment is like the fighter who doesn't want to get up off the mat, but they do because they're committed to giving it everything that they can so that they can give their best shot at winning. And that's really what commitment is making that promise to yourself that you're no longer willing to settle. And so you've got to find those compelling reasons. Okay. That's going to be your why. It's the reasons of what's going to be on the other side of it. The reasons why you need to do that now, the reasons why you've been settling that are no longer serving you. Even though something served you in the past, it's about being able to be honest with yourself, to recognize and say, you know what, that worked then, but it's not working now. And I got to get honest with myself, and I got to be courageous enough to commit to doing whatever I need to do next to make things better. And then the final step is intentional action. Okay. And intentional action really follows on from commitment. You have to be intentional. You have to plan for the life that you want for yourself. You have to schedule time in for yourself. You know, if you have an appointment with a solicitor or a doctor, like, you show up. But when was the last time you made an appointment with yourself for your plan for life, for the things that are important to you? You know, if we go to the doctor and get a checkup, we do that because it's important. Well, but what about your dreams and aspirations? What about your happiness? What about the quality of life that you're living on a daily basis? I mean, are you just getting through life, or are you living it? Because the truth is, we're not here to get through life. We're here to live it. And so it's up to us to determine and design the life that we want. Figure out, like, what is it? That's it. Show up for yourself. You have to do that. You know, you've got to be your biggest fan. You've got to learn to love yourself, or even love yourself again. You've got to learn to understand that not everything was your fault, and that not everything that you have in your life you asked for, and that when you came into this world, you probably got dealt a hand like everybody else that you didn't see coming, or something happened later on in life that you didn't see coming. And that became a defining moment for you, where you said, I'll never be happy again. I'm ugly. I'll never be good enough to be loved. I'll never have the confidence to open a business. No matter what I do, I always seem to fail. I always get the worst deal possible. You have to understand those are beliefs that you can change. And the best way to change your beliefs is to take action, start doing different things. But the key is small steps. You need small steps, and then you need milestones. And those milestones have to have some kind of a reward, you know, because 50% of 100 is better than 0 of 100. You know, if you get going and you don't get to 100, but you get to 50, like, that's still something. That's something worth celebrating, and something to acknowledge, and something to be proud of, and something to reward yourself with, because we need that. We need that to keep ourselves going, because the road to the top of Everest for you, whatever Everest is for you, whatever extraordinary is for you, is one step at a time. It's not the base of the mountain to the top of the mountain. It's weathering the storms and negotiating your way through all the fear and the challenges that are going to come along the way. And so you have to have the rewards, and they're really, really important. So set small milestones for yourself toward that path to finding extraordinary. And this book here will guide you toward that. And so I think we're wrapping up here now. And so, I'm going to send out a copy of the book. You can get it there right now. I also have an offer as well, if anyone's interested, where if you want to actually buy the book, I'll send it to you, and you'll have an opportunity to book a free coaching call with me, if that's something that you'd like to avail of as well. I want to personally thank you for your time, because it's a privilege for me to be able to share what I know and what's worked for me, because I want to help people. That's my mission. And I hope that in some way today, you've got something that will help you get a little bit of clarity to figure out what you need to start moving your life and the trajectory of your life towards something that feels extraordinary and looks extraordinary, and just focus on doing the things that you need to do for you. And the last thing I want to share with you, as I said, you know, what people want more than anything is to be happy. Well, here's what you can start with today to start doing that. Stop being so hard on yourself. Just stop being so damn hard on yourself. You're a good person. You're doing your best. And everything you're doing, you've done with the best of intentions. So thank you, Bernardo. Thank you, the best you. Appreciate you so much.
Thank you, Brian. Always inspirational. I love it. Show up for yourself. As you said, we show up for the doctor, show up for the lawyer, but we don't give ourselves time. And I love the fact of, not being so hard on ourselves,
Yeah.
We're not born with a manual. We do as best as we can, but it's about, obviously learning from our mistakes and most importantly, taking action. So
yeah,
very inspiring.
One of the things that you preach, Bernardo, that I love is love.
Mm.
And we got to learn to love ourselves more. we're so good at putting ourselves down and being hard on ourselves and criticizing ourselves and focusing on our shortcomings, our character defects, and our failures, instead of celebrating the wins and the things that make us the amazing people that we are as individuals.
Absolutely. Well, listen, I hope you take Brian up on the offer. If you didn't, well, there you go. You've got a potential opportunity to get the book and also have a coaching call with Brian. I highly recommend that you do that. You take action. Brian's the real deal. Brian, thank you so much.
Thank you, my friend. All the best. Take care, everyone.
Thank you. Okay, well, here we are. We continue. No stop here at the Best You Expo. So I'm gonna bring another speaker on now, another friend, Johnny Cooper, who I've met through David Fagan. I always like giving kudos to those who introduces us. Although we were both based in the UK, he introduced us. So I just want to put this message out. This was someone that, for Brian, very inspirational. Thank you for the free book. Okay, the link to the free book doesn't work. Okay, well, don't worry. We'll be sharing that again later. If you didn't get it, please let us know if that QR link did not work. Just send us an email, if not, to info@thebestyou.co. And we will send it to you if it didn't work. Sorry about that, if that's the case. Sometimes it doesn't work because of the phone, so just double check on that. Excuse me. What I do want to say is that obviously we're looking always for people that are interested in collaborating and working and partnering with us. It's a new stage that we are at. That's the whole kudos and the whole idea around the Best You Synergy Project. The Best You Synergy Project is this networking incubator that we've launched, where we've got some phenomenal people that are part of it, speakers, authors, publishers, you name it. And we all connect, we all discuss, we all support each other. There's a waiting list now because we've already started the first group, but we're also looking for chapter directors around the world. And then what we did share as well before was the Best You magazine. So if you're interested in advertising in there, contributing or being part of it, you can also click on that link, the scan. If not, it's www.thebestyouMagazine.co. It's .co, thebestyouMagazine.co. And the other thing is also, as I'm still going on about, is the VIP. Go VIP. Look, you get access to the recordings, and there's over $4,000 worth of amazing content and products that a lot of the speakers have contributed with. So, you have an opportunity to be able to have access to phenomenal products and content that, they've developed over years. So I'll simply share the screen quickly just to share with you all the amazing content that's included in there, books, ebooks. Johnny's actually contributing with something as well. There's content for NLP, content for coaching. Sarah Davidson's offering her free book. Brian is also including the book and the VIP ticket, and so on. Okay, so go VIP. You've got the link there as well. And, it's just a great opportunity for you to be able to obviously get access to phenomenal resources. Okay, so let's bring Johnny Cooper in, who actually said he's going to Everest. Johnny, is that true?
Myself, it is.
There you are.
Absolutely true. And how great to be here. Yeah, I've just launched a major project with a fantastic colleague of mine who's a globally renowned copywriter, a chap called Mitch Miller. And Mitch and I have launched a business called The Great Escape. And it is getting some incredible momentum because we've got a production team want to create a reality TV show. So we're completely bemused by all this. It's happening very quickly. Well, the first trip that we're doing is we're going to Nepal and Bhutan in May from the 12th to the 20th. Wow. And the idea of The Great Escape is we're taking, I don't want to sound too elitist, but, kind of high-level entrepreneurs, people who've got something going, actually, got a real business under their belt already and want to get to the next level. So we're going to be masterminding for 12 months and taking them on 3 amazing trips.
Amazing. That sounds absolutely amazing.
To the Himalayas. We're going to go to the world's most dangerous airfield.
Yes,
check it out on YouTube.
No, I'll send me some pictures, Johnny. Let me just do a very quick, brief intro. Johnny is a British author. He's British. He's an author, piano player, and international racing driver. Since growing a business to an 8-figure and exiting, he's been helping coaches, trainers, therapists, and consultants build their thriving practice and enjoying a life of effortless abundance. So Johnny, thank you so much for your support with the Best You Expo. Thank you so much for being here today and sharing your knowledge. The floor is yours.
Righty-ho. So hello, everyone. I'm not quite sure where everyone's watching this, but give us a yay in the comments if you can see it.
Yes, everyone is sorry. I'll just jump in very quickly. Please, some of you are watching on YouTube, some of you are watching on the Best. So the Best You YouTube, the Facebook Best You. If you are watching it, please share it as well. And also it's at thebestyouexpo.com, which is a feed from YouTube. And then there's some people that are watching it on Zoom. But any comments you have, please let us know and we'll share them with Johnny straight away.
I don't seem to be able to share comments onto the screen. That's something that I sometimes do in StreamYard, but it doesn't matter. I'll read them in the list. So I am keeping an eye on you guys, what you're doing. Some of you will know if you've been on any of my shows before that I do like to create a kind of interactive feel to my sessions. So rather than oh, there you go, somebody's done that for me, thank you. So rather than just sort of talking at you or even with you, I'm going to get you actually doing things and making suggestions, and we'll highlight some of the nice suggestions as well. So this topic, writing, how to earn money from your writing. Give us a yay in the comments at the moment if you regularly create content and writing for your business. In other words, you write stuff with a business aim. So if you write stuff with the idea of making money from your writing and your content, just give us a yay in the comments. Let's get a feel for how many people are watching and how many people this applies to. So big yes from Fiona, yeah, for sure. I'm sure we'll get a few more people joining as the thing unfolds. So writing is one thing. Earning money from writing is a different thing altogether, right? How many self-published authors do we all know who've created a weighty tome, 200-page book, gone through all the hassle, actually writing it, creating it, having edited, designing it, sticking it on Amazon, and nobody buys it, nobody reads it. So what we're not going to be talking about today is that more difficult path of earning money directly from writing. In other words, getting paid for writing a book from book sales. James Clear does all right with it, doesn't he? Some people do make book sales. But what I'm more interested in is something that's far easier than that. That's far easier than earning a living as a published author. And that is earning a living from your words and phrases which frame your offers. And people are then going to buy your offer. They're going to pay you for something, for some coaching, for some training, for some teaching, ebooks that lead into a funnel where you're kind of, getting more and more people on board and you're making some high ticket sales. So that's what I'm captivated with. And the headline for this talk today was how I earned $1.2 million. That's my current total from my one single Facebook group where most of my content ends up. I do have other content strategies, but all routes tend to lead to my Facebook group. And if you're not aware of what Facebook group is, by the way, it's called Johnny Hates Marketing. It's a very easy name to remember, very easy to find on Facebook. As long as you spell Johnny J-R-N-E without the H, you'll find Johnny Hates Marketing. So welcome. Anybody who's watching this live or on the recording, just jump in the group because there's endless tips and hacks and useful stuff and entertainment in there. We like to enjoy ourselves, and as the previous speaker was saying, enjoying yourself, having fun is probably the most important thing in life. And I don't do anything that I don't think my readers would enjoy reading. So kind of take that as the first thing. So who have we got here saying hello? Hello, Rita. Hello, Alana, Dorothy. Nice to see you all. So how do we get our writing read? I'm going to give a little acronym here, and the acronym, if anyone's controlling this in the background, I think I saw Genesis. Genesis, if you wouldn't mind putting a banner on the bottom, the acronym being ABC. And ABC is an acronym for Audience Before Content. And I think this is such an important message that it's worth having it, if we can, please, on scrolling banner on the bottom. Audience before content. What do we mean by that? Well, we mean the Amazon problem that I've just described to you. Writing a book in and of itself is not a very sensible thing to do. It's a vain pursuit if no one is going to buy the book. If you don't have an audience of people ready to introduce the book to and tell them about it, then no one's going to read it. This principle applies, doesn't it, across all of your content. Emails, there's a good one. So if you don't have an email list, or you have an unengaged list, then nobody's going to read your content. There's a kind of subtext to that, which is the subject header. If nobody opens the email, no one's going to read it either. And when you're on social media, the audience problem is the number one bigger problem compared to the content problem. So if you ever say to yourself, and give us a yay in the comments if this is something, a conversation you have with yourself, nobody reads my content. My content doesn't work. My content doesn't get any engagement. Give it a yay if you say those kind of things. Because it may well be, I'm assuming here that you know your topic, it may well be that it's not the content that's the problem. It's the fact that you don't have an audience waiting to listen to it. And I'm going to give you some tips today as to how to build an audience, how to engage your audience. Because there really ain't any point in talking about writing until you've got someone who's going to read it once it's writ. So I hope we can all agree with that. ABC, audience before content. So we're going to get into content. I'm going to show you some content that really works on social media and in emails and all that kind of stuff. First of all, I just want to give you a wee bit of background so you understand where I come from with the content. I decided when I launched this business in 2017 that I wanted to write on a daily basis. And indeed I did. I created a thing, my own little TM. I called it a daily brain tattoo. And I've written a daily brain tattoo every single day since March the 25th, 2017. If you do the maths on that, it's well into the 2000s. I actually give myself a day off. I write a daily brain tattoo every day for 6 days. I have Sunday off because even God had a day off, right? So I do 6 days a week and I have done since March 25th, 2017. So there's 2,100, 2,200, something like that, daily brain tattoos. These daily brain tattoos, then, I do a number of things with them. First of all, they go out the morning after I've written them to my email list. It's not a massive list. There's about 3,000 people receive them every day. The second thing that I do with my daily brain tattoos is I repurpose them as social content. So either on the same day or maybe later in the week, or I might even preview the daily brain tattoo the day before in my Facebook group and on my socials. So first lesson here that I want you to take away is that content creation can be easier than you think. It can be less, it can take up less energy and time if you repurpose your content. I just think it's really, really important to be able to create stuff which you can then populate across multiple channels. So that's the first thing that I've been doing this since March 2017. So if writing can become a habit, what you have to do first, of course, is enjoy doing it. And I decided in March 2017 that I was going to do this. I was going to write a daily brain tattoo. I thought, okay, I quite enjoyed that. I'm going to do that tomorrow as well. And I'm going to do it the next day and the next day and the next day. And I really, really did. And it got, I guess by the time I'd done about 30, probably the first month, I'm going to say April 2017, I realized I went onto something. I realized it was something I couldn't not do. And there's a rule about anything that you're trying to do, that you're trying to achieve. Don't start with the idea of creating a whole kind of, as I didn't, to start with a library of 7 years of content. Just say, I'm just going to write one. I'm just going to write a daily brain tattoo, and then next day, I think I might write another one, and so on and so on and so on. So the first thing about content creation is to just try something, see if you like it, see what kind of engagement it gets, what kind of reach it gets. And if you enjoy it, just do it again. Just keep it going. This is the principle, by the way, of James Clear's book, isn't it? Atomic Habits, where you just take one step towards a major goal and then do the same thing again. Just keep on repeating it. And I've genuinely got to the point now, I can't imagine my life without writing a daily brain tattoo, right? I can't imagine my life without doing it on a daily basis. And that serves my tribe. I get messages back every day from my emails saying, I really need to read this today, John. Loving your daily brain tattoos, all this kind of stuff. And I feel I owe it to them as well as to myself just to keep this up. So creating content on a regular basis is, I think, the underpinning of your content strategy. Because what happens otherwise, you'll decide after 4 or 5 days, you think, I haven't written anything for a bit. I better write something today. And you sit at a blank screen with the cursor blank and you're going, what I'm going to talk about. And then when you deploy it, because people aren't used to seeing your content because there's no regularity to it, there's no audience out there who's actually waiting for you to write the next thing. And that's the other thing that regularity does, apart from getting you into the swing of it, getting you into a habit. It trains your audience to expect the next bit of content and to actually be there and absorb it. So Rita says, very hard to hear when my volume is on max. Anybody else having trouble hearing me? Because my instinct is that my mic is working. I'm kind of thinking, let me just do one little thing here. I'm going to go into the audio settings. In the unlikely event I've got a problem with my mic. Now my mic is definitely working, my dear Rita, because I can see the volume maxing out. Yeah, so it's working fine. So it's something up your end, Rita. Caroline's here. Hello, Caroline Temple. Yeah. So where we got to with that was I was just explaining my kind of background in content creation is that I've been writing every single day since March 2017. A couple of spin-offs from that, as well as being able to repurpose on socials and send them out by emails, obviously, is that I've written 2 books on the back of it. You can actually just see my books there. If I come out of the way, my camera should focus on them. One's called Johnny Hates Marketing, the other's called Johnny Hates Selling. I'm nothing if not consistent. And those books, each of those contain 100 of my specially selected daily brain tattoos. I've kind of curated, some of that huge library of content that I've created and bung them out into books. If I wanted to, I could publish another 4 or 5 books in the next few months because the content's already there. And I think it's really important to get into the habit of creating some short form content. Just get into the swing of writing. Find your voice, and importantly, find their voice. Discover what they want to read, basically. Discover what it is that they want to read, in order that you can create this library of content. And we've got an email platform. Obviously, you've got a permanent record of all this stuff. Social media is pretty good at keeping a record of content as well. So just get going, and rather than writing a book at minute 1, at day 1, create a book later. When the content's there. But if you want to see if you're having problems with my voice, I'm fairly sure it's something through the connection through where we set up.
Yeah, sorry, Johnny, to come in. It is coming and going. I'm not sure if it's just you get away from the microphone, but it does come and go. It goes up and down a bit.
All right. Well, apologies for that if that's what you're experiencing. Over thousands of broadcasts, I've never had a problem with this mic. So I don't know what I can do this end other than kind of maybe just stay in close proximity. But I'll do my best not to swing my head around. But those of you who know me well will be hearing me clearly. Fiona says it's super clear here. Yeah, it's weird that. Well, apologies if you're not having a great audio experience. I'll try and keep anchored in one position at one angle and make it a little bit better for you. All right. So what I want to get into now is some ideas for creating content. The first thing being, the first principle is this ABC. And I would love to see this anchored on the screen if we can do that. ABC means audience before content. Before you put pen to paper, or before you tap on your keyboard, you need to ask 3 questions. You need to ask 3 questions for each piece of content you're going to write. And there's another little acronym here which refers heavily to your audience. And this acronym is a PIM. So PIM. If any of you are into this kind of PIMS o'clock thing, that'll resonate with you. But this is just one M. So if we can stick up PIM, and I'll tell you what the P, the I, and the M stand for as we go through it. So the P stands for purpose. The purpose. I see so much purposeless content out there. And if you write your content in the spirit of purposelessness, I love that word, purposelessness. If you write your content without a clear aim, without a clear purpose of it, then it's not going to land with anybody else. So first off, I want you to be clear why you are writing this. What's it for? What's the purpose of it? And this is a kind of internal question for you. What do you hope to gain from writing these pieces of content? So various things could be, for example, spreading your wisdom so that you build authority. Could be an authority piece. So you declare that these are your beliefs around a particular topic that your audience is interested in. So the P standing for purpose. Thank you very, very much. Bless you. I think that's Bernardo. What are you trying to gain from it? Why are you doing this? Now, if it takes you a while to answer that question, then maybe you should be writing about something else, because it needs to be immediately obvious. Doesn't it need to be obvious from the first time you start typing why you're doing this? Okay. What's the purpose for your business? What is your business going to get from it, from doing this? If you can't answer that question, don't do it. Write something else. Okay, so the I in PIM is issue. It's an issue of interest to your ideal clients. This is why the whole audience thing is really, really critical, identifying who they are and what it is they want. And in your writing, you need to be very clear on what is the issue of interest to your clients that you're discussing. And if you think about this, it's blindingly obvious, isn't it? I mean, what the hell would you be writing about to an audience if you didn't believe they were going to be interested in it to a large extent, a large proportion of them? So this comes from understanding deeply what it is your ideal client's interested in. What do they want? What do they want, not just from you, but what do they want in the world? And I want to share the screen with you shortly. I'm going to show you a simple template where you can start to generate some of these ideas about what your audience actually wants. But make no mistake, every post you do needs to be referencing an issue of interest to your ideal clients. Otherwise, they ain't going to engage. And social media is not very useful in guiding us to people who've just read the thing and haven't responded. You know, it might give you a number of people who've seen it, but you don't know who those people are. And unless your audience comes forward and either reacts to a post or comments on it, you don't know who they are. So it's been a kind of futile exercise, isn't it, writing that piece of content? So be very, very clear here that we need to be writing about an issue of interest to the audience that we're putting in front of. So that's the I. The first one being the purpose for you. The second one being the issue of interest to your clients. The third one is really, really important. This is the M of PIM, and M stands for the most wanted action. And so much content on social media has no call to action, even implicit, let alone explicit. What do you want people to do once they've read it? Because if all you want people to do is read it and go, then I guess that's one outcome, isn't it? But it's not very useful. And what we're very clear on when we create our content, and the content I help my clients create, is get them to do something as a result of it. Ask them to comment. That's a CTA, isn't it? A call to action. Just say, what do you think? Comment below if this makes sense. Even if you're feeling really lazy, you can make a statement about something in a post, a wisdom post, and say, do you agree or disagree? What do you think to this? I'd like to get your opinion. In other words, what is the most wanted action you want people to take, and encourage them to step up and take that action. Now, there is something that's really, really important here in this most wanted action thing. I think just keep that on the screen for a while, please, Bernardo, because this is a really important nuance here. If you're in social media, and this applies to any platform, you know, most of us use Facebook and LinkedIn, but anywhere else really that you pop an external link to somewhere, it's going to kill the reach of your post. LinkedIn have reconfirmed that that's the case these days with their algorithm. It's been the case on Facebook since day one. So you know the kind of post I mean. If you say, look, here's a link to my new podcast, watch it and be amazed, or listen to it and be amazed, right? And you pop a link into your podcast. Next thing, nobody is going to see that post. I don't care where you post it, because the external link will alarm the algorithm. It's a red flag, and you won't get very much organic reach. So if you want to promote something that's on a third-party website somewhere, this will be what? A YouTube video, your podcast, link to your website, any of those things. Don't put it in the post. Just say, let's do the podcast thing, right? If you want to announce and promote your new podcast, you can say, episode 351 of my podcast called The Best Podcast in the World is now live. I'm covering this topic. I've got this fantastic guest on, this person. I'm sure you've heard of him. Put a picture up of you and the guest or something like that. And just say, if you'd like to listen to it, just type podcast in the comments. If you'd like to listen to it, type podcast in the comments. And I'll make sure you get a link to it. And then two wonderful things happen. Firstly, the platform doesn't object to that post because there's an external link in it, so it'll show it to loads of people. And secondly, you've got visibility of everybody who wants to listen to your podcast, because they're going to go, podcast. That starts to build engagement in your post. And as you may know, as engagement increases, so does reach. So every time somebody comments, it shows the post to more people. And it's happy days. It works brilliantly well. What you've then got the ability to do, of course, and this, coming back to the perfect most wanted action, you've got people commenting on this thing to say, yes, I want to listen to it, podcast. You give them a link to your podcast. You can get back to them later, can't you? You can say, what do you think to the podcast? Because you know who they are. Even if the algorithm didn't have a downer on external links, which it does, you wouldn't want to put the link in your post anyway, because you don't know who's clicked it. You don't know who's gone off and listened to your podcast, do you? Whereas if you've asked them to write podcasts, you know who they are. Is that making sense? Let's just have a little bit of a great tip going there. Thanks, guys. I hope that works. So this is a pro tip to end all pro tips. External links in posts are what's killing them. So whatever it is you're promoting, talk about it as well. Make it interesting. I see such lazy posts like that on this topic. I will leave this issue in a moment, I promise you. I'm going to share the screen on something truly wonderful that you'll be able to use straight away. But I just want to make the extra point that, as you go through your socials, you'll see so many terrible posts from people who've done nothing but post a link to the podcast. They don't even comment on it. They just say, podcast episode 351, and put a link to it. How lazy is that? And what reason has that given us to go and listen to the podcast anyway? We've no context to it. And therefore, those kind of posts just are right at the bottom of the pile when it comes to getting engagement. As I've got another 5 minutes, I'm going to leave you with one really, really cool thing for creating content and actually starting to earn money from your writing. And it looks like this. I'm just hoping I can share a screen. Do I have screen sharing permission? Yes, I do. That is fantastic. So it is right here. I'm going to bring it into the room now. Hopefully I can. Yes, I can. Here we go. So what I want you to do, and you can do this in a Google Doc or on a bit of paper, is to simply write a list. And this list has 2 columns. First column is headed things my ICA wants less of. Second column is things my ICA wants more of. ICA, by the way, is an acronym for Ideal Client Avatar. And this will form the basis of your content. It's an aid memoir for you, never running out of content ideas. And in fact, I published this in a little ebook called How to Never Run Out of Content Ideas. But it's really, really, really simple. So some examples here. It depends what niche you're in, of course, but your ideal client may want less pain. Do these one-word examples. Right? Do they make a one-word list? Stress, expense, work, criticism, problems, complexity, confrontation. You can see these. If you're on social media, you don't want any difference, do you? You want engagement. That kind of thing. The list too of things they want more of include things like impact, value, respect, sleep, rest, relaxation, love, text, all the rest of it, right? I think as you get to know your ICA and you really deeply understand what it is they want, you better keep on populating these lists. And why this helps with content is, if you're thinking, well, what shall I post about today? Okay, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to post about confrontation. Okay, let's say you work with senior executives who are stressed out with their job, HR professionals, for example, right? Something like that. You could ask a simple question in your socials that says something like, do you wish you could achieve less confrontation at work? When was the last big confrontation you had at work? When was the last big argument you had at work? This is literally the gift that never stops giving, because you will never, ever run out of ideas once you trigger your ideas with these simple one-word triggers, if you like. So that is a really, really practical way to get content created. You can create long-form content. You can create short-form content if you want. I'm going to just finally, just before I get booted out of here, I'm just going to show you a couple of posts where we cover these kind of things in my group in JHN. So this is an idea of a two-part post, and I'd like to leave you with the idea of a two-part post ringing in your mind. I'm actually going to share this tab instead. So you can now see there's a post here that I did in the group. It's an evergreen post, effectively. We've had over 600 comments on this. And it says, I've been using simple templates. I never run out of Facebook post ideas. The keywords here are fancy a copy, or want a copy, or would you like a copy? I'm going to give you another flavor of the same kind of thing. It says, I record an all-new 600-second video training called How to Make Money for Your Facebook Group in 4 weeks or less. Fancy a copy. And again, loads and loads of comments on that, 106 comments. Another example here, I've been using a 3 Pillars of FX marketing cheat sheet to scale GHM to 20k salesmen. Fancy a copy. So I'd like you to write down, if you take away nothing else from today, fancy a copy. Think about something that you could create for your audience, for your ideal clients. I'm just going to stop my screen share. For your ideal clients, that would really resonate with them. There'd be something useful. And then offer it in a simple post like that. Never, ever, ever put a link to it in your content, in your post, but just say fancy a copy. And I guarantee wherever you are, wherever you post that, you will get bundles of people saying, yes, please, yes, please, yes, please. Info, please. Give me a copy, that kind of thing. So just to summarize where we got to today, if you feel you have a content problem, it's more likely to be an audience problem, so address that first. Get to know an audience truly, madly, deeply. Give them the impression that you understand them, that you're able to help them, and that people like them work with you. When you have a warm audience, simple content creation strategies include, but are not limited to, writing as few words as possible, getting into their head on a daily basis, consistency. Think about my daily brain tattoos every single day since 2017. Get your writing to be a habit. Make it joyful, make it enjoyable. And your audience will share that enjoyment with you. That pro tip, remember, no external links, please. Keep the links either internal, or just ask people to step up. My little PIM template, purpose, issue, and most wanted action. You can't go wrong if you follow those simple templates, folks. And just interesting.
Johnny, thank you very much. Johnny is a genius. Okay, he's called Johnny, but he's got his Facebook group is Johnny Hates Marketing, but it's another story. But Johnny is a genius. I love his approach to marketing. It makes so much sense. And Johnny, because we didn't have a call to action, what's the name of your group, please, so they can follow you?
Yeah, all I like people to do at this stage is just join the group. It's called Johnny Hates Marketing. There's no H in it, so John and A. And just join the group. It's a free group. It's fun, it's entertaining, and you will pick up this stuff. You'll learn this stuff on a day-by-day basis. So important. It breaks my heart, Bernard, I'm sure you too, to see so many skilled and gifted practitioners who haven't cracked the code of getting any kind of engagement on social media. And it's just such a fundamental underpin of everything we do that we need people reading our stuff. We need people responding to it.
Absolutely, and we work so hard. I love your brain tattoos. I love the pin. I love the idea of the post on LinkedIn and not putting in the links. It makes so much sense. And as you said, with all the algorithms and every changes they have. So Johnny, listen, thank you so much.
Beautiful.
You. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Okay, well, that was Johnny Cooper. I hope you enjoyed his talk. Sorry if there were some technical issues. Look, if you do have the VIP ticket, we will be sending you the transcription as well anyway. So for now, if you are interested in going VIP and getting the recordings afterwards and the transcription, just let us know. I'll share the link here again in case you wanted to go VIP. Remember, all the speakers are giving some phenomenal content and it's valued over $4,000. So thank you so much for Johnny, and he's a great presentation. So let me bring in Pete Cohen, who's been waiting here patiently. Pete, how are you?
I am great. Thank you so much. Delighted to be here. I actually just joined Johnny's Johnny Hates Marketing Facebook group, so I found that really interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, he's great. Johnny has got some great tips. He's got a great group of people in there. Pete, listen, I'm so excited to have you here. Thank you. I wanted to give kudos. I always want to thank people who introduced me to people, and it was Sarah Moxham who actually spoke earlier. And I met Sarah thanks to Simon Headley. So, it all happens, these connections. But we've known of each other for quite some time. Pete is a great coach, great speaker. He's been doing this for quite some time. But he coaches business leaders, executives, corporate teams, and sporting stars to achieve their best. He excels at getting the audiences to think outside the box, believe in themselves, and get motivated to take positive actions. He's the author of 20 published books. And I'm just, as I said, Pete, very grateful for you being here today. Thank you so much as well for all the amazing resources you're giving our clients and customers as well on the VIP. So very grateful for that. Thank you. The floor is yours.
It's my pleasure. I would like to start off if everyone can give Bernardo a big round of applause, because I can tell you, putting on events is not easy. And I'm sure it's not just you. I know you've got a team of people that support you. So I support you in putting on this event, because there's been some amazing content, some incredible speakers. So, I'm just delighted to be here to serve. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm ready to. Thank you. So look, guys, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be talking to you. I'm going to tell Siri to tell me to stop talking in 25 minutes. Hey Siri, can you set my alarm to go off in? Hey Siri, are you listening? Set my alarm to go off in 25 minutes. I was a bit scared then because no, it still didn't get it. Can you believe it? Hey Siri, set my alarm to go off in 25 minutes. Yes. I was worried because I thought it might also do it on my computer and I could lose the sound. I was talking to myself. I wonder if any of you have ever done that before. You've ever talked to yourself. I think it's one of the things we all have in common, right? I mean, chances are right now you're not actually listening to me. You're talking to yourself. And if you're talking to yourself, are you actually listening? No, of course not. You're doing two things. You're listening and talking to yourself. And I'm not here to say that any of that's right or wrong. It's just one of the things that we've all got in common, right? We all talk to ourselves. What else do we all have in common? Feel free to get involved in the chat and let me know. What do we all have in common as human beings? I'll tell you something else we've all got in common. We are all in the story-making business. Right now, we are creating stories. You've come here today. I don't know how many speakers you're going to hear, but those people want to help you in the story of your life. And I want to help you in the story of your life. And in the next 25 minutes, I'm going to talk to you about how to create your fantastic future. So is that of something that is of interest to you, your future? Are you interested in your future? Well, you must be, because as human beings, everything that we do is based on our relationship to the future. Everything we do is for outcomes, it's for aims, it's for objectives, it's for targets. We are what the Greeks called teleological. So for years in the field of psychology and neuroscience, we thought that what drove us was our past. We are effectively our pasts. But what we now know is, of course, our pasts affect how our present and affects how we think about the future. But really, it's our relationship to the future. And this is absolutely fascinating. So let me ask you a question. Where are you right now? Where are you? Where are you in the world right now? And feel free once again just to get involved. Let us know in the world right now. Where are you? Let me just put the comments up on here so I can actually see. Where are you in the world right now? I'd love to know where you are. Now, where you are, you could be in a town, in a country. What country are you in? Also, let me know, what country are you in? Let's see what parts of the world we've got being represented in here, in this right now, all over the world, right? We know people are here from all over the world. So you could be in a town, you could be in a country. You're also, where are you? You're on planet Earth, right? So here's the thing I really would love you to think about is where you are, who you are. Now, I know that might sound like a really strange question to ask you, but is where you are who you are? Where we are is always changing. Where we are is always circumstantial. And I would imagine that you're here today and tomorrow because where you are, there's something wrong with where you are. You want to make things better than they currently are. And what we know about human beings is what drives behavior in most cases is a dissatisfaction of where we are. So where are you? I call this the big three in life, the big three areas that most people are actually interested in improving. If all you had to do was tell me what you wanted and I could wave my magic wand and give you what you wanted, where would you like to be with your health and energy? That's the first big area of the big three. Are you where you want to be with your health and energy? Is there room for improvement with your health and energy? Yes or no? There's nothing in between. It's either yes or no. Is there room for growth? What about your relationships? Is there room for improvement with your relationships? Your relationships with the people that matter most. So your mother, your father, your friends, your family, your husband, your wife, your children. Is there room for improvement there? Are you where you want to be? And what about your work and your wealth and your service? That's the other area. Are you where you want to be? And chances are you're not. Chances are you know that there are things that you can do that if you practice doing them, that things are going to get better, right? I think this is something we all know. That's why you're here. This is the Be Your Best Expo. So you have to be interested in being your best. Otherwise, you've come to the wrong expo. This is the expo about being your best, personally and professionally. This is what Bernardo has dedicated so much of his life to doing. And that's why I feel privileged and honored to be here with you. So let me ask you a few more questions. How do you see your future? How is your future looking for you? Look, I've been really fortunate at the work I do. I've worked in the field of sports psychology. I've worked with some of the greatest athletes that have ever walked the face of the earth. But I actually worked with the England blind cricket team many years ago, the England blind cricket team. Now, let me ask you, do blind people see? Now, how many of you are going, no, they don't see, they can't see? No, they can see, they just don't see in the way that you see. They're not holding the bat going, shit, I hope today I hit the ball. They make a visual representation of where the ball is. The ball makes a sound, and then they can see. A blind person doesn't just hit a stick on the ground for no reason. They're hitting a stick on the ground to create a visual representation of where they are. We all think in pictures, all of us. Now, this is where it starts to get really interesting. And if this is the only thing that you take away from this presentation today, then I'm sure it will be something that could change your perspective, because we know that human beings don't change when we tell them what to do. No one likes to be told what to do. If I said, go tidy your room, how many of you are going to go, no? You know, I'm 53 years old. Why are you telling me to tidy my room? I won't. There's a rebel inside most of us. And most of us, we don't change until our perspective changes. Unfortunately, it takes major disasters in our life, in most cases, for us to find out who we are so we can deal with where we are. Because I tell you, I don't think life is particularly easy. I don't think that the way this thing is made up, it's a challenge to manage this thing. The fact that we think and we feel, we have emotions, it's difficult. I think it's difficult. I might be wrong. You might think it's easy. But I've dedicated my life to help people find solutions to the problems that they have. I'm a coach. In fact, the word coach actually comes from a coach and horses. It's a Hungarian word. Why would anyone go in a coach and horse? It's obvious, right? They are somewhere. They want to go somewhere. Would you go on a coach and horse and say, just take me away? I don't want to be here. Yet that's how most people are living their life. Most people don't know where they want to go. Let me show you something. This is a very famous actor. Just take a look at this. If I can, I might be able, if I'm able to bring this on the screen, I'm not sure if.
To my hero. That's who I chase. Now, when I was 15 years old, I had a very important person in my life come to me and say, who's your hero? And I said, I don't know, I got to think about that. Give me a couple of weeks. I come back 2 weeks later. This person comes up and says, who's your hero? I said, I thought about it. You know who it is? I said, it's me in 10 years. So I turned 25 10 years later. That same person comes to me and goes, so are you a hero? And I was like, not even close. No. She said, why? I said, because my hero is me at 35. So you see, every day, every week, every month, and every year of my life, my hero's always 10 years away. I'm never going to be my hero. I'm not going to attain that. I know I'm not. And that's just fine with me because that keeps me with somebody to keep on chasing. So to any of us, whatever those things are, whatever it is we look up to, whatever it is we look forward to, and whoever it is we're chasing, to that I say amen. To that I say, all right. And to that I say, just keep living, huh? Thank you.
Pretty crazy, right? If you really took a moment to think about it, that's Matthew McConaughey. And in that speech, by the way, he didn't write it because he thought it would be too boastful to write a speech because he didn't know if he was going to win. But the fact is, he had a relationship to his future self. And this is where it gets really interesting. And like I said, this is the only thing you take away, it's to understand this. What are you doing tonight? It's not me asking you out on a date. What are you doing tonight? What are you doing tomorrow? What are you doing next week? Now, chances are you have an idea. I'm going to Los Angeles tomorrow, and I can already see that version of myself sitting on the plane. I can see myself doing what I'm doing next week, which I'm speaking and emceeing at a big event in America. I can see it. That version of me already exists. Now, what's really interesting is in studies that have shown that when we ask people to think of themselves, we see a region of the brain light up. If you want to create your fantastic future, it's so important to understand who is the person in the future. If I say, think of yourself, what part of your brain lights up? A region of your brain would light up. If I said, think of a stranger, what part of the brain would light up? Another part of the brain, because the brain associates you and a stranger to two different things. If you ask people to think of themselves a year in the future, what part of the brain do you think lights up for the majority of people? It's obvious. That person is a stranger. And we've seen this in studies. Now, why is that so important? Well, why would you have empathy for a version of yourself that doesn't exist? This is why so many people are just living for today. Look, I'm going to put my hands up and be brutally honest. I said to you before, where are you? Is where you are who you are. I think you are more than where you are right now, regardless of how difficult and challenging your life might be, or just how things aren't the way you would like them to be. You are more than where you are. So who are you? I'd say you are who you are choosing to become. That's what I would say. And in my work, especially with athletes, they have got to know who the person is they need to become, because if they don't know that person, they'll never become that person. When Ronnie O'Sullivan, 6-time snooker world champion, came to work with me in 2002, I'll never forget it. He was in such a bad way. It took 2 days. He had a 2-hour appointment. He stayed for 3 days. But after the second day, I said, what do you want? And he said he wanted to win again. I said, how would you know that you'd won? And he said, because I'd be holding the trophy again. So I then said to him, the version of yourself that you see in the future, that is not you. It's the you could become. Now, do you want to do the work to become that person? Please think of me, if you want, as a lawyer who is coming from your future self, representing your future self and saying, you need to start paying attention to the person you're committed to becoming. And you could actually say that that is actually, that version of you exists. It's your authentic self. It's the person perhaps you were meant to be on this earth, that maybe you haven't been that person because, well, it's so easy, right, to drift. It's so easy to give in to temptation. It's so easy to be like everyone else. It's so easy to be like the person that you were. Look, I'm going to be brutally honest with you. I'm a health and fitness fanatic. I exercise every day. I meditate. But you know what? I've had some the most difficult season of my life. My wife died in May last year, and she battled for so many years, and she was the greatest example of any human being I've ever met who I knew. I mean, Viktor Frankl, who many people have heard of, prisoner of war, concentration camps, wrote the great book Man's Search for Meaning. He said, when you don't have clarity on purpose on who you need to be, then the present becomes a tensionless state. It becomes almost meaningless. But I didn't know Viktor Frankl, but I knew my wife. And when my wife was first diagnosed in 2011, she was amazing. She had an 8.5-hour operation on her brain, radiotherapy, the cancer came back. I found a treatment in America because I believe there's answers to everything. I've dedicated my life to finding solutions to people. Of the 20 books I've written, habit busting, fear busting, they are about helping people get results, move through the obstacles. My wife is so amazing because where she was in that diagnosis was not who she was. She decided who she wanted to be. And she did this twice because she fought this battle twice. And amazingly, she beat it. It's another story in itself as to actually how it all ended. But the reality was, for me, she was not a victim of where she was. She knew who she wanted to be. And I believe that this is something that most of us around the world have the opportunity to do. And this is where I'm going to start to wrap this up, that we have the opportunity to reinvent ourselves. So look, just take a moment and stop and think about the person that you once were. When you think back 20 years ago, if you're of a certain age, or 5 or 10 years ago, how different are you to the person that you were? How different? Is your hair different? I used to have hair back then. Do you wear different clothes? Do you hang out with different people? Do you do different things? Look, you are different. You are not who you were. But did you consciously choose to be this person? When Gandhi said, be the change that you want to see in the world, what do you think he meant? He reinvented himself. Stephen Bartlett, who many of you know, I introduced him at an event, and he said when he was 15, he knew who he was pursuing. Think of me like a lawyer that has come from your future self. And I know that there are people watching this right now who know me. Many of you I've worked with and helped you build that compelling relationship to that Alex Hormozy, who's one of the most well-known entrepreneurs in the world. I heard him say this. He said, the best person to guide you is the person that you could become. What I specialize in doing is helping you become that person and build a relationship with him, a compelling relationship. But I just said I wanted to be totally honest with you. Look, I've got many areas of my life dialed in really well. But when my wife got sick again, I sought solace. I sought solace in sugar. I don't know if I'm the only one. Eating way too much, predominantly chocolate, kind of living a little bit of a lie to myself, but it was doing something for me. And not long ago, last week, I found out that I am quite borderline to being what is known as pre-diabetic. Diabetes runs in my family. And I know that if I carry on behaving in that way, I'm going to be in trouble. And this is where it, again, wants to get really important for all of us to understand that the majority of people today are creating futures they don't want. In psychology, it's called a default future. So a lot of people, when they think about the future, it scares them. Scares them in such a way that they behave in a way that's going to make that future come true. Now, I've had a big wake-up call. I had a big wake-up call with my wife passing away. She was the love of my life. She was the most incredible human being. I'm just making a documentary about this whole journey because it's crazy. But her motto was this: just get on with it. And this is what I'm doing. I'm just getting on with it. I've cut sugar out of my diet again completely. I know exactly what to do. I've done it before. but this time I'm going to do it with more intention. And this time I'm going to do it building a much closer relationship to my future self. I'm a widower. Now, is being a widower who I am? No, it's where I am. I am more than this. And unless human beings learn to wake up to the reality of where we are is temporary, it's forever changing. How do we create a fantastic future? Begin to know who we are. Now, I know you've heard other people already speak about this today. As Plato once said, know thyself, the Greeks. In its origin, that actually meant know your limitations. But what Plato took it to mean was to know your soul, to know who you really are at your core. And we live in a world that's in a direct opposition for us doing that work. We're living in a world where people want to take your attention. I want to take your attention. Lots of people here, they want to take your attention. They want you to do something. They want you to join their group. They want you to follow their program. I do too. But I only want you to do it because you feel it's the right thing to do. Now, you might be feeling off my enthusiasm. I don't know. But remember, we are feeling creatures. Thinking second. Before we could think, we could only feel. And that's when you know you're in contact with your authentic self, because you get a really strong feeling about something. So what's your biggest takeaway from what you've just heard? Now, are you able to see the future that you want? Of course you are. We have a brain that is very different to the brain that we had millions of years ago. The brain used to weigh about 1 pound. It now weighs about 3.5 pounds. And with this upgraded software that the brain has, it really is an experience simulator. It can simulate experience. So you can think about something and you can simulate what it would be like and then make a decision. I know all about this from all the work I've done with people with fears and phobias in the past. But what I'm asking you to think about is to simulate who this person is. Now, I can help you go on a journey to meet that person. There is a program that I have that is free. We've had over 20,000 people sign up to this program. Very few people finish it. Why? Because humans, we don't tend to do things that we don't see that there is an outcome for it. So if I said to you, hey, come and knock on my door every day for 30 days and I'll give you £1 million, how many of you would do it? Well, of course you do it because you see there's an outcome. And when people start things, they often can start with good intentions because they're in pain. And as Tony Robbins talks about, you know, we are driven by pain and pleasure. Well, actually, he's right. Pain pushes, I believe he's right. Pain pushes, but vision pulls. And what's the greatest vision you can have? Is the greatest vision you can have all the things that you can have? Or is the greatest vision who you could become? Now, I don't know because I'm not you. But all I know is, like I said, I'm here representing my wife, who's no longer here, and keeping her spirit alive of just get on with it. But I'm also representing your future self. I've come from your future self. I've traveled into the future. And I've listened to what your future self is saying. Because your future self has got one thing he wants to say to you. Do you know what it is? I don't know. Well, I do know, but I'm not telling you. I want you just to take a moment and think about, if your future self was going to tell you one thing, what would that one thing be? Just to do one thing, or maybe stop doing one thing. Look, as we start to wrap this up, I've got 4 minutes left. In fact, I'll just go for 2 minutes so we can finish just before time. Look, there is a term in psychology called prospection, and all prospection is, it's our ability to prospect in our mind, to see the future. We can see any different futures. Most people see a future they don't want. You can see a different future, but you have to stop. You have to back off. You have to take time out to find out, as Mary Stedman, a good friend of mine who's watching this right now, would say, We've got to stop. We've got to observe what we're doing. And we've got to see our identity. Our identity really is our repeated beingness. And most people are just repeating who they've always been. You can change your identity. You truly can change it. You've already done it, but you probably didn't do it consciously. If you want to do it consciously, then I can help you. You can do my 30-day program. You can just see it on the screen there, my365.me. It's 30 days. There's a wonderful guided visualization where I encourage you to go and meet your future self if you want to. And it's absolutely free. But it's up to you. Look, I know there are things coming at you over these 2 days with this brilliant expo. I would just encourage you to trust your feelings and what your feelings tell you. But once again, I want to thank you. Feel free to follow me on Instagram, _PeteCohen_. Tell me what your biggest takeaway was. But I want all of us to take a moment to thank Bernardo for putting this event on. I don't know if you've ever put an event on. It takes a lot of work, right? And the more we share and we put this out there into the world, the more people's lives might change, because it only takes one idea to change people's lives. So how to create your fantastic future? Well, I'm the lawyer that's just come from your future self, because your future self has got a message for you. What is that message? What is your future self telling you? Once again, thank you so much. Bernardo, I'm going to hand it back to you, my friend. You're muted, my friend.
Yes. Hey, Pete. How are you? Thank you so much. That was brilliant. Loved it. Loved the energy. Love your story. And yes, for keeping it real and being real. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you so much.
Well, listen, please take advantage of the offer from Pete. He's got some fantastic resources, which he's sharing with you anyway. There's some additional resources for the VIP clients. Pete, thank you so much. And listen, safe travels, because I can see you too in the United States. I can see you there.
Thank you.
All right, take care. All right. Well, listen, great presentation from Pete. I hope you enjoyed it. Very energetic. And listen, it's all about taking action. It's all about really going for it and living the best life that we can live. And that's what it's all about. That's what the Best You has always been about. So let me just see, there's a couple of other comments here. Let me just share that. Okay. From Rita. Take action, do it. It all starts by taking the first step. That's right. Thank you, Pete, for the inspiration. Everyone should take Pete's 30-day program. I'm going through it, okay, for the 7th time. And each time it changes my life. Thank you so much, Mary, for sharing that. That's brilliant. I want to thank a lot of the comments that we also got before. So a lot of people thanking us, obviously, for putting the event together. And we're very grateful. Thank you all for being around and for supporting us. Thank you for your kind words. Look, it is obviously, kind of always a challenge to put these events together. And what happens is we do it because we're extremely passionate about changing people's lives. I remember every single time I did an expo, I was asking myself, why am I doing this? And it was only when I put the events together and then I'm walking through the halls and then you're connecting and meeting and hearing people's stories, it's why we put them together. And it's why all these speakers are so generous with their time. Trust me, they've spent thousands and thousands and thousands of hours investing in their craft, to share with you within 25 minutes, phenomenal expertise. So I hope you take advantage of all the resources that they're giving you, because look, at the end of the day, as I said, they're extremely generous, but tremendously knowledgeable. So look, I've got my next speaker joining me very soon. He's Andy Harrington. We're just kind of more or less on time, so we're doing good. Just going to share a very quick commercial and we'll be right back. Thank you so much.
Since its launch, The Best You magazine has been a beacon of inspiration and transformation, guiding readers through the ever-evolving landscape of personal and professional development. Through the years, we've featured groundbreaking articles and insights from leading experts across the globe, touching lives and shaping futures. Now, we invite you to join our journey. If you're on a quest for insight, have wisdom to share, or wish to connect your brand with a vibrant community, The Best You magazine is your platform. Read, contribute, or advertise with us. Be part of a legacy of empowerment. The Best You magazine, unlocking the potential within. For more information, go to www.thebestyoumagazine.co. The Best You Synergy project helps individuals and businesses find their purpose. By helping people, we build businesses and help find a meaning to why we do it. We create networking events around the world. We brainstorm with like-minded people that want to contribute, help, share, and make a difference. In these safe havens, we build communities of individuals. We help create a new generation of leaders and elevate consciousness. Ultimately, we help people discover their purpose and leave a legacy.
Okay, here we are back at the Best You Expo. I'm going to bring in Andy Harrington now. Let me just do a very quick presentation. So, Andy, there you are. How are you, my friend?
I am well, sir. And how are you?
I'm very good. Thank you so much for being here. I want to thank you for being here on a Saturday afternoon live. Obviously, you're passionate about what you do, and you've been doing it for a long time. It's a pleasure and honor to have you here, Andy, because, as I said, I know you've helped a lot of people over the years, but you provide a service that is so important to so many people. And obviously, for those that haven't come across you, this is a great opportunity to learn potentially skills that probably very few people have. So Andy is Sunday Times bestselling author of Passion into Profit and founder of the Professional Speakers Academy. For the last 20 years, he has shown business owners how to present, persuade, and pitch their way to millions in sales. So I know you've got a presentation here as well. I'll add it on. And if there's anything else you need from me, if not, the floor is yours, Andy. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you so much, Bernardo. If you can just keep an eye on, make sure that people are seeing my screen, still seeing me, because I'm unable, while I'm presenting mode, I'm unable to see the platform. Is that okay? All right. So let's get started. Hi. So this particular presentation is called Present, Pitch, and Grow Rich. It's ideally suited for those people who recognize that if you want to build a business, if you want to grow your own personal income, then look, the way business is done is very simple. The way we do business is through a presentation, especially if what you sell is a service. Because in essence, a product is a lot easier to sell because a product, well, you can touch it, you can hold it, you can try before you buy. But that's not typically the way that a service really works. When you're selling a service, what you're selling is you're really selling a promise. You're selling a promise of future result. And the client is going to have to take some action to implement what needs to be done in order to get that result, whether that's an individual, a small business owner, or indeed a large corporation. Either way, to get the result they want, it's really change that has to occur. Well, this fits really nicely with this Best You Expo, because really, to be the best you've got to be able to consistently change. And that is, in essence, at the heart of business, because all business really is about creating and facilitating a change for our clients from where they are right now to where they want to be. Because where they are right now is they're not getting the results that they want. What's happening right now is they've got problems that they need to solve. So where might you be right now? Well, possibly you are, in essence, working probably a little bit too much one-to-one with the majority of your clients. And I don't just mean in the fulfillment once they're paid. I also mean one-to-one in the actual sales process as well. Now, think about that for a moment. If they get to have a conversation with you one-to-one and they haven't paid yet, that's kind of depositioning yourself in the marketplace somewhat. That's okay if you start that way, but ultimately it's a much better way to work if you start working one-to-many rather than just one-to-one. I also imagine that you're probably doing a lot of the work yourself. Marketing seems to be quite overwhelming. You're doing all this work to try to get new clients, and at the same time, you've got to serve the ones that you already have, which gives you this sort of peak and trough kind of effect in terms of your revenue and your sales. So where would you want to be instead? Well, imagine now that you've been invited to speak at a conference. It could be a virtual conference like this one. You're sitting in the backstage area of an online platform, just like I was about 15 minutes ago. Or better still, maybe you're backstage at a large conference where you are one of the keynote speakers. And as you walk out on stage, there's a great round of applause for you. And you know they've come to hear your message. And you're relaxed and confident because your message comes through you. It doesn't come from you. It seems to come through you because you scientifically created the presentation, but you're now able to artistically deliver it, which means you don't think about what you need to say before you say it, because you have a different way of thinking about how you put your presentation together. And I'll tell you right now what that way, that presentation you put together is you need to put your presentation together in chunks of information, like your phone number. Most people chunk their phone number in 3 bits: 0775 07750 301 333. It's 3 chunks. And so your brain works to memorize your content, in this case, your phone number, in that chunking sequence. And there's a secret to how you do that with presentations as well, which means that you can kind of ditch the bullet points and instead do something else that I'll be showing and sharing with you today. So where else do you want to be? Imagine going on a journey. You're going on a flight to an airport, and on the way there, you decide you're going to get a book. But as you pass the bookstore, you see there several of these books on a display bookend. And it's not just any book, it's your book. It's your book that has been written where you've extracted your knowledge, your know-how, and your life experiences, business experiences, and just distilled those down into an easy to read book that opens doors for you, makes you somewhat more famous. But more importantly, all of these things, having the presentation down, what it means is business starts to come to you rather than you having to go out individually trying to chase after individual clients. Better still, picture that you now have your presentation in an automated presentation. So what that means is it goes for a couple of hours, let's say, the presentation, maybe even longer than that. And in that presentation, you're not actually there. You're somewhere else. You get to have a digital brother or a digital sister because you recorded the presentation. And now the presentation's being shown as a live event and there are live people there. Just the content they're listening to has been recorded some time ago. And that presentation produces 5, 10, 15 sales every time you run that event. Every time you run that presentation, it runs for you twice a week, let's say. How good would that be? If you could charge, let's say, for someone who buys your main service, how good would it be if you're able to get people to buy that without you needing to actually be there doing any of the selling itself? So how do you get there? How do you get from where you are in terms of your approach to sales and to get clients for your new to start or maybe or existing business when you're selling a service? How do you actually go about doing that? Well, here's the answer. The answer is you do it by designing, developing, and delivering what I call a serve and sell style of presentation. And that style of presentation comes in 2 forms. Let's take a look at those 2 now. So the first type of presentation is a short one that goes for, say, 3 to maybe 5 minutes. And in that 3 to 5 minute message, you're not just going to say, hey, come buy my stuff. No, not at all. Instead, you're going to do something much better. What you're going to do is you're going to put together a message where you give value. Your adverts should focus on teaching a very important lesson or very important element that they can put into practice in their lives, their business, their bodies, their relationships, or whatever area of life you're an expert in. And the goal of that advert within 3 to 5 minutes is to invite people some point, well, probably 2 or 3 times throughout this teaching piece of content that you're seeing here right now. And what you're doing instead is inviting them at some point to register for a longer form presentation. This is key. And this is key because you can't sell your service in 3 to 5 minutes to somebody that doesn't know you. That's not going to work, no matter how cheap it is or how expensive it is. And by the way, it should be reassuringly expensive because it's your expert time that you're selling. But ultimately, in that advert, you get them to register for your longer form presentation. And that should go for minimum around 90 minutes to maybe a couple of hours. And that's a virtual presentation. You can see mine there in the background where I'm doing my virtual presentation, an event I run twice a week called Presentation Profits. And it works exactly the same way every single time because it's an automated event. Now, it's a live event. It's running live. There are live people there at the time. And in addition to that, my team are there live. It's just the content you're watching is pre-recorded. And it makes it work the same way every single time, which is fantastic. It produces the right number of sales for you. Now, if you're able to do that, and therefore you've got, let's say, that happening twice a week, you'll have a nice steady flow of new client sales coming through, which means you can focus on making your service even better because now you don't have to worry about chasing clients. You can focus on really serving those clients that have paid, and you're really going to help them get the result. Why would you want to do that? Well, one, that's the promise you've made. But number two, of course, you'll be able to use their case study stories in future presentations. All right. So if you like the idea of maybe beginning this process of putting together this style of presentation, I'm going to teach you that right now. There are 6 core components to the recipe, 6 main ingredients, you could say, to the recipe of putting together what we call a serve and sell presentation. So this is the serve and sell system. And this presentation is geared around giving. Now, it does create the presupposition that you are knowledgeable and you've got good know-how and also that you care. That's a prerequisite to how to do this because, in essence, you're not going to sell to your client, you're going to teach your client. Now, a lot of people worry about this and say, well, Andy, if I teach my client how to solve their problems for free, well, they're not going to buy from me, are they? That is fundamentally flawed. Let me tell you how it works. There's a big difference between information and implementation. So what you're sharing on your talk, 60, 90 minutes, 2 hours, what you're sharing is you're sharing the what they need to do and what they need to avoid. But the implementation of that, what happens at point of implementation, at the coal face, we could say, well, that's what when they need implementation help. They need support, hand-holding, feedback, guidance, and mentoring effectively. So that's the implementation part, and that is what you're selling. Do not sell information because information is everywhere. Instead, sell on implementation. Share freely information, but you want to sell on implementation. So think it this way: information for free, implementation for fee. Does that make sense? Write that down. Information for free, implementation for fee. All right, let's get into this recipe then of how you put together a serve and sell style of presentation. All right, here we go. First things, it's imperative that you are engaging from the outset. Again, write that down. You need to be engaging from the very beginning because look, here's the problem I see. I see far too many presentations that take too long to get going and presenters that take too long to warm up. Now, why is that an issue? Well, number one is because it's going to be unengaging for the audience. But what that leads to is it leaves to them leaving the presentation early. Because look, unlike a live presentation you might be doing in a physical room, when it's online, as it is now, there's no real social awkwardness to get up out of your seat and tiptoe through the aisle, because they just click the cross in the corner out of the platform and it's done. Now, if you used advertising, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, if you've used advertising to get people to register for that event, well, your advert worked. It got them to the registration page. The registration page worked. They then enrolled in the free presentation. They then turned up 2 or 3 days later. That means your show up emails worked, but then they leave within the first few minutes. That's really disappointing. And it's costly because now you've got to re-advertise to get that one person back again. Now, again, don't worry about advertising. I'll teach, not today because I don't have time today, but if you're interested, I will teach you advertising. Now, the greatest and most important thing you must get right in an advert is the advert itself, the creative, as we say in the industry, the content itself. I use video adverts primarily. Why? Because if you become a great speaker, and if you stick with me, you will become a great speaker, then you want to utilize that skill set when you're getting yourself in front of people. It's a much better than making them read. Okay, so to be engaging from the outset, we teach our entrepreneurs, business owners, coaches, consultants, therapists, thought leaders. We teach them how to begin their presentation using something we call stay and pay positioning to instigate the presentation. STAY, stay and pay. And it stands for subject, time, audience, yourself. What it means is you've got to position in the beginning your subject. What does this word positioning mean? It means you've got to pre-sell people on your subject before you start teaching them your subject. I'll say it again. You need to pre-sell them on the value that your subject brings before you then start teaching your subject. Time. You've got to sell people on the timeliness of your message. Now, consider the timeliness of this message today for you, because, well, we couldn't have done something like Bernardo is doing today. You couldn't do what I'm doing with my virtual events. You couldn't do that 20 years ago. It just wasn't possible to get that level of exposure on a screen. You had to be on a television somewhere. That meant you need to know the right people, be in the right place at the right time, which is very, very hit and miss. And the lucky few won big and everybody else had to play small. But today, on the use of one of these devices right here, this is the first screen, a laptop is the second screen, and the TV behind me is the third screen. You can get people right now to go into your virtual event and enjoy your presentation. And during that presentation, you're going to entertain them, you're going to educate them, and you're going to make them feel some new emotions. Because unless you shift their emotions, well, of course, they're not really going to buy. All right, what is the second element? So just so you know, the stay and pay positioning goes for anything between 5 and 10 minutes in total of your presentation time. Okay, it's really important next that you don't build a presentation that's just full of bullet points. Bullet points are for guns and to-do lists. Steve Jobs never used a bullet point in his presentations ever. So what should you be doing instead? You need to have what I call a solution framework. I'll be diving into this one in a bit more detail in a few moments, but in essence, you've got to demonstrate that you've got a recipe that helps them to get the result they want. You've got a map of how to get there, a blueprint, a model, a framework. Call it what you like, but essentially it's not bullet points. It is a formula that you formulated that's been proven over time to work for you and your current clients. Now, we call that the unique branded solution. And that is where you instruct your clients on exactly what they need to do and what they need to be avoiding to get the results that they actually want. Now, I'll be coming back to that green one in just a few minutes, so I won't spend much longer on that now, because I'm gonna double back to that in a second and dive right deep in there and show you what that looks like. All right, number three. Number three is you've got to be a real presence of the platform. Now, what that means is that your presentation skills have to be extraordinary, because the good news is that the barriers to entry for you to reach your target market are no longer there. The barriers to entry are no longer there. In the past, you had to be on television, radio, or written about in newspapers. That was the only way you would get status of being an expert in your area. But that's not the case today, because newspapers are replaced by social media, radio is replaced by podcasts, and TV is now replaced by virtual event platforms and or YouTube. Does that make sense? Or a combination of those two. So what that means is that because it's a level playing field, it's a level playing field for anyone, but it means you can get in, but so can everybody else now. So what is your defining factor? What is it that's going to make you stand out from the crowd? And that very simply is your performance levels. Your presentation skills are needing to be so good that you're so in flow, it's clear that you're an expert at what you do and you know your stuff. All right, so to do that, my clients who typically attend my speakers university program, they learn to use what we call the stress-free speaker system. And as you can see there, the word system is an acronym, because in essence, those are the 6 core competencies on which you must master your skill set. I'll tell you what they are now. The S in system, stress-free speaker system, stands for managing your emotional state. You must be able to manage your emotions. Why? Because your job is to influence their emotions. But if you don't have any dominion over your own emotions, you have little to no chance of having an impact on theirs. T. Sorry, beg your pardon. Y. The Y in the stress-free speaker system stands for be yourself. Now it's great that it ties in so lovely with this event, the Be Best You Expo. But what this really means, interestingly, is you have to be comfortable showing up as imperfect. You need to not look so polished. You have to come across as a real, accessible person. You don't build your brand based on some lie, some facade, some kind of profile or image of who you think you should be, but actually who you are today. Because who you are is more than enough. I know in our minds we have this way of comparing ourselves to other people and thinking that they've got it good. But actually you need to embrace the fact that you are the perfect person to help your target market. And probably a lot of that is down to the fact that you used to be a bit like them. You may be even still a little bit like them, even now, because you don't have to be the finished article in order to serve. Arguably, if you're just a few steps ahead of your client, that's even better because you remember how it feels and you know what those next few steps are. Someone who's been an expert for many more years may not have the capacity to remember what it feels like to be a learner and speak over the top of everyone's head and in essence make them feel like they're not getting it, feel excluded, and formulate the belief that they can't get the result they want because I just don't get it. I'm no good enough with this. I'm not good enough with that. Those kind of things. So that's the why. Be yourself. And you demonstrate that by, in essence, showcasing parts of yourself that's imperfect. So for me, you won't be able to see this on this particular video today, or this virtual event platform, but I'm not particularly tall. So that was a big hang up of mine when I was growing up. I actually wanted to be like Tony Robbins. But in essence, he's 6'7", so that was a bit of a challenge. But you get the idea. So you utilize whatever in you is your kryptonite, whatever is your nemesis, and in essence showcase you're okay with that. Does that make sense? The S in system stands for stance. How you stand really matters. Physicality forms a huge part of people's perception of you. So that, again, when people come to my Speakers University event, they don't just learn from me, they do in greater depth, but they're actually presenting. We actually build on the 4-day program, we build their 60, 90-minute presentation on the program itself. We design the formulas, we design the content that goes around it, and more importantly, they then present it on stage to a live audience several times over the 4 days. And each time they do, they get feedback on what they did well and what they can improve with very specific bang on the money feedback, because that's the only way you're going to get better. You have to be open to receiving feedback, especially as a speaker, and here's why. Because the audience will always give you feedback. They either vote with their wallets or they don't, right? So what that means is that their feedback is much harsher and more difficult to swallow, because you know you didn't do something right, you're just not sure what it was. We know what it was. I've been doing this for 20 years now, so every mistake that any speaker could make, including yourself, I've already made several times over, and I fixed those problems. So that's the S in system. The T in system for Stress Free Speaker System stands for tonality, changing your vocal variety. You would not listen to me today if my voice didn't have those elements of change in it, where I'm emphasizing some words and then de-emphasizing other words. Make sense? So you need to be able to use your voice in a specific way. We teach them that. E stands for eye contact. Obviously today I can't see you, but I'm looking straight down the camera lens for you. But when you're doing a live event, eye contact is incredibly important. Most people don't know how to do it right. They have fleeting eye contact, which makes people feel like they're not important. And the speaker's often in their own head, thinking about what they're going to be saying next and staring sort of glazed over at the audience rather than physically be present. What we call it a presentation for a reason. That makes sense, doesn't it? All right. E in Stress Free Speaker System stands for E is for eye contact. M is for movement. How do you move around the platform, and how do you gesture in a way that adds value to the message rather than detract from it? Okay, next. Inspire through storytelling. Of all the skills and elements I teach, of all the ingredients in the cake, this is purely and simply the icing. The icing on the cake. Because without stories, your cake is boring. It's just plain. It doesn't have any real proper texture or moistness to the cake. Hopefully this metaphor around cakes is working for you. But in essence, storytelling is key. And most people think that they don't have good stories. They do. They just need to be shown where those stories are, where to look. So what we do in our Speakers University, we teach our speakers, entrepreneurs, business owners, coaches, we teach them how to craft stories using what we call the Tri-Summit storytelling system. Because the way most people construct and tell stories is wrong. I don't mean that in a sort of harsh way, but it's a reality. Because there's a huge difference that happens when you do a story correctly. Now, the truth is, all stories have 3 parts. Very simply, a beginning, a middle, and an end. But you need to know, what do I need to do in the beginning? What should I be kind of doing in the middle? And what should be happening towards the end? You need to know those 3 things, because without that, you'll build a story that may well be true, but it's not following a structure that makes sense for a story. So it's very important you understand that. Then you've got to learn the delivery techniques of stories, including building scenes, bringing in the characters, building suspense, using dialogue. These are all key factors in a story that most people would never been trained and taught. So, if you're not learning this skill as a business person, you should learn this skill because it'll make you more influential, and you'll have more power, and you'll have more choice, and you'll definitely be more attractive in every sense of the word. That's number 4. Number 5, teach and transform. Because in essence, The promise of this presentation is quite clearly that the promise of this presentation is the audience are going to learn some valuable knowledge. They're going to learn how to begin solving their problems. And so we generously have to teach. We do not want to hold back. And hopefully like you're experiencing for me today. But at the same time, you can't just teach, you also have to transform. And what is it that you're fundamentally transforming? It's the way your client thinks. Because at the moment, when they think about where they are and when they think about where they want to be, that thinking is currently faulty. It has to be, otherwise they'd already be in the process of becoming who they want to be and getting the result that they want. So somehow in their head, they have wired up that taking the actions that will lead to the results that they want equals pain. Somehow they've got it wired up in their neurology. The neurons fire and wire together in such a way that they're more afraid of the solution than they are of keeping their problem. Now, you might want to write that down because it's a little bit of a head screw, isn't it? So your client, your potential client, is more afraid of implementing a solution than they are of staying with their current status quo. In otherwise known as they're scared of change. Everybody goes through this. What you have to do is you have to rewire during your presentation. You must rewire that circuitry. And how you go about doing that is indeed what we call the motivational message multiplier. This is fundamentally one of the most beautiful, artistic, creative, and joyous way to create content. Because we are all here to sell change. But people don't want to change. They want the result, but they don't want to change. But that is the inevitable thing that must happen. What we have to do is we have to make staying where they are, we must make them look at that in a way that makes them go, no more, never again, I'm out. And then they're focused on the future. So then we go about creating a compelling future as well. So remember, if you don't learn to advertise in your client's mind, well, they're going to continue to run an advert that keeps them where they currently are. So you must break that pattern, which is a systematic way that every time they think about taking certain actions that are going to get the results that they want, because in their head, that equals fear of loss, fear of rejection, fear of a failure, fear of ridicule, all those fears, which are really just painful experiences that they've decided they never want to go through ever again. Thank you very much. So what the person does is they create a life for themselves where they avoid doing things that would fire off some of those older wounds, which means they stick with their current status quo, even though it's not really working. At least it works, kinda, at like a 4 out of 10 in terms of what they want in terms of their results. So we've got to sell them on creating that change. You do that through the motivational message multiplier, which we teach on the final day of our Speakers University program. I love my Speaker University. We've been doing it now for 14 years. I've been a speaker now for 20 years. I started out in personal development. After 6 years, I started teaching people how I was doing what I was doing. And that's where this recipe that you see today began its journey to be formulated. Okay, the last piece of the puzzle is how do you offer a logical next step? How do you offer a logical next step for them to do business with you? That's what we call the pitch and grow rich formula. Again, more about this another time. So I wanted, obviously I've only got here about 55 minutes in total, about an hour. So I've only got a short while left with you. So I wanted to give you even more value though. I want to dive deeper. So if you're ready, I'm gonna begin at least to teach you one of these core ingredients. We're going to dive into the sub-model frameworks underneath so you can see how it works. Here we go. All right, so we're going into the unique branded solution. Remember, this is all about having your own solution framework. Let's look at a metaphor first. All right, so let's say this is your client. He, she is not very happy because, well, they're somewhat dissatisfied, at least with the results they're getting in life and or business, body, relationships, or whatever area that they want a new result in. And they don't want to be over here on the South Bank. They want to be over here on the North Bank, happier, in a better relationship, making more money, more joy, more happiness, more freedom, maybe a fitter body, etc. Now you can see there's a huge gap between the North Bank and the South Bank. And in between there is a fast flowing river with dangerous currents and let's say some animals in there that would bite your ankles or something. So in essence, it's fraught with danger for the client. So they're going to continue to remain on this left bank. So what do you have to do? Well, when you're doing a presentation, remember your client is always on the left. That's where they are. Where they want to be is over there on the right. And you know that you can take them there. You know if they enrolled in your program or signed up to work with you or used your services, you know that you get them the result that they want. You get them from the left bank to the right bank, from the South Bank to the North Bank. You know you could do it. But unless you've got a way of showing your client, showing your prospects how they would get there, if you can't show them, they have to blindly trust you. So wouldn't it be better if you showed them that you know how to build a bridge? Wouldn't that be clever? If you could show them you have the skill set to build a bridge, a bridge that you will then let them have after you've helped them to build it, so they'd have a permanent journey to cross from the left to the right hand side, and that would take them there safely, and they can continue this down the other side, but also that they could walk back over to the other side if they wanted to gather more of their friends and family and clients, and they could show them too how to continue to walk across these bridges. Make sense? So think of it this way. Your presentation must give confidence and belief that your bridge will support your prospect, will support your ideal client. So think of it that way. And now they can dance happily across the bridge. And the bridge is your unique branded solution. So think of that. Your bridge is your unique branded solution, meaning unique to you. It's yours because you have a brand name attached to it. And it's a solution that your clients can implement that gets them to the promised land. Literally the promised land, because like I said, we are promising to help our clients to solve a problem. So let's look at some archetypical models, some other bridges. Here's a bridge, here's a model, here's a framework. It's by Abraham Maslow, and I'm pretty sure you've heard it before. You know it to be called the actually, I might have got it in my head now. Anyway, so this Abraham Maslow hierarchy of needs. The Abraham Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Now, it's a model and it's a framework, and it makes it memorable. Here is Stephen Covey and his 7 habits of highly effective people. And again, we're not seeing bullet points here with long sentences. No, what we're seeing instead is a framework. It is a unique branded solution. What you're actually looking at there is Stephen Covey's intellectual property. Now, where's yours? Where is your intellectual property? Meaning, where is all your genius currently stored? Well, I imagine it's in your head, which means the only way that it can help people is when you work with them. But if you instead extracted from your mind, if you extracted your own 7 habits of highly effective people, but yours wouldn't be, yours could be the 6 something or others that does something else. So what I'm saying is, once you create your own framework, you then created an asset. So think of it this way, an asset. It's an asset that you have. And then what it means is that you will always follow that methodology every time you work with a client. You'll always explain how this will work with somebody as you're doing the presentation. And so in the future, you'll better train other people to do the implementation for you so you don't have to. And they'll also be following your same methodology. You could even license it in the future and sell like a business in a box effectively as well, because that has value in and of itself. But if all of your knowledge and know of how you do what you do, of how you get clients from A to B, from the South Bank to North Bank, if all of that isn't documented, if you just make it up as you go along, if you just use your own intuition only, there's a place for that. But remember, even the best artists need a frame to frame their work. You can be creative inside the frame, but you need to have the frame in there. Does that make sense? Here's an example of a few other people that I've worked with to help them create their unique branded solutions. This is Lisa. As you can see there in the top left-hand corner, she owns a very successful salon, hairdressing salon. But what she now does, even though she still has the business, still running and operating, but now she teaches other salon owners how to get off the tools of hairdressing and onto the tools of being a salon owner. She takes them to become a successful salon CEO creator. And that's her formula. And there she is winning £5,000 at my Speakers Academy Awards. Every single year we have awards where we give out awards to those people that have made over 1 million, have made over 10 million, and those people have made their first £100,000. Lisa actually won a competition, a speaking competition, and came second in the competition. First prize, actually £25,000. This is Carl Reynolds. He didn't leave school with much qualification, so had no real alternative to become an entrepreneur. He actually decided to work in property, and now he teaches other people how to invest in property. By his own definition, he says he's been labeled as dyslexic, slow learner. In fact, he was almost not going to attend the program itself because he thought he couldn't do it. Well, there he is, gaining a 6-figure award for having made over £100,000 in the first 6 months of actually attending my programs, which is fantastic. All right, this is Olivier. Olivier is from Belgium, because we have people attending my programs from all over the world. And you can see this is how he's put together how manufacturing companies can produce exceptional revenue and profit, because this is the area that he's an expert in. And there he is also getting a 100,000 for making over 6 figures, 100,000 in the last 6 months. This is Robert Rowley. Robert's from Slovenia originally. Didn't speak English as his first language, stopping him from expanding. You can see the events here pretty small. We helped him create the money-making machine, which is now utilized to become a bestseller. He uses it inside the book called The $1 Million Decision, where it helps people to invest their money more wisely than just using a financial advisor, but they should take the advice themselves. Here he is getting his award for 10 million euros in his case for utilizing the serve and sell system that I taught him. And here's Salif Diao. You remember him playing for football alongside Steven Gerrard back in the day. We helped him put this together because he wanted to serve children to become more champions as he'd become back in his own country. So how did I create all this formula in the first place? How did I do it? Well, number one, it became a dedication to constantly make things better. My primary question is, how can I make this better? And it serves me because it keeps me focused on serving my audience, because over 20 years, the refinements and the resources that I built around me means that my client success, whilst can never be guaranteed, is pretty damn close, because we're all following the same formula. And I've trained people to become speaker mentors So they mentor one-to-one people who go through our programs. They're even at my 4-day event, and they're the people that are helping you create the content and giving you feedback on your performances. But it wasn't always like that. My life changed a lot when I first went to see Anthony Robbins. So picture the scene. It's 2001. I've been invited to a Tony Robbins conference. I walk in and there's lights beaming everywhere. There's loud music playing. It's like a rock concert. And we're sitting in the front rows, myself and my partner. And like everyone's up and dancing, like, you know, doing the Tony Robbins sort of, you know, synchronistic dancing. Everybody on the stage, they're dancing. And I feel awkward. I feel uncomfortable. I've actually come to this event because I wanted to support my partner. She'd been through some things that were challenging in her life. And as a result of that, she'd become quite heavily depressed. And as luck would have it, Tony actually works with her one-to-one on stage and does a live intervention. And he's just changed her life. And I remember thinking to myself at the time, as I sat there, I'm thinking to myself, oh my goodness, here's this guy I've never met before. I didn't know about him. Clearly he's very popular. He's clearly making a lot of money, but he really knows his stuff. He's been able to solve a problem inside 45 minutes during one conversation / intervention that had taken 6 weeks through traditional methods and had made things worse. And she's just had this great transformation. I'm thinking to myself, hey, Andy, maybe that's why you're here. Maybe you're meant to be up on that stage doing something similar. Which, of course, is closely followed by another voice said, Andy, you can't be like him. I mean, look at him. He is a giant. His teeth are bigger than you. Right? So I abandoned the idea altogether and did nothing with it. Until 6 months later, I went to another Tony Robbins event because we pre-purchased a few of them in advance. And we were doing an intervention. It's day 6 of a 6-day event. We've been asked to pair up the stranger and stare right into their eyes at really close quarters. I'm nervous. I don't really want to do it. I'm anxious about this. I'm a bit of I'm socially inept, certainly at this time. So I sit this one out. And then I realize there's only one person left in the room that didn't also have a partner. And that would be Tony Robbins. I got past his security guards. I motioned to him, would he be my partner? And to my complete surprise, he agreed. And as I sat there with him, staring into his eyes, I started weeping and crying. Number one, because I was so grateful for what he'd done for our family through his interventions. I was also crying because I knew this was my calling. I knew this is why all of this had happened. I knew it, and I knew I had to take action on it now. So I did. I came back to the UK. I quit the business I was running at the time. I started a business with £10,000 and it had turned into 5 million in 5 years. 21 million in 5 years, beg your pardon. And as a result of that, I went on this journey. I wasn't very good in the beginning. I wasn't trained. I was just attempting to be like Tony Robbins. And as a result of it, this is a pixelated picture here from back in the day, I started to figure out slowly by slowly, I started to formulate what worked and what didn't work. And ultimately today, that's brought me to have this model and framework that I teach others that's consistent and helps them to build a presentation that enables them to be able to attract their ideal client and convert them into paying clients. This is me speaking in London at one of my own events. This is when I got to present at the London O2 Arena. You know, the little dot right down there in that giant stadium, that's me. Little old Andy Harrington, left school with no qualifications, has the eyes and ears of 10,000 people. And then I got to speak on stage alongside Tony Robbins. That was amazing the first time that happened. I've done it, I think, about 7 or 8 times now across the globe. In Singapore with Nick Vujicic. In Amsterdam with Robert Kiyosaki. In Dubai. In South Africa. In London with Sir Richard Branson. and in Poland, and a giant stadium, the Indira Gandhi Stadium, of course, in India. And I got to share my message in a way that helps other people to become their message. I become a Sunday Times best-selling author, and so I get paid £20,000 a day to coach executives like Nadia Swarovski and even Hollywood movie stars like Gerard Butler. But it's more than that. It's really about the success of my clients. Like I said, every single year, me and my clients, we get together and we celebrate. In November, this is going to be the 30th of November this year, we have an amazing night, an amazing party, an amazing experience. And I give out all of these awards to people like Storyteller of the Year, Open to the Presentation of the Year, Unique Branded Solution of the Year. And I give out these awards to people who have made $1 million, and all these people have made 100,000, so 100,000, 1 million, and 10 million. Take a look at this. You get some insight into it. Hopefully this will work and you'll be able to hear it and see it through the powers of the platform.
Remember when we used to dance all night, running wild and free when you were mine, living out our dreams we never said, sharing moments that I can't forget. Looking at the sky by my side, the sun was always shining, but you were my love. Living out our dreams I never guessed. There were moments that I can't forget. I wanna say I want you, baby, I could tell that's all we had. I guess we did it all. I guess we did it all. I'm not saying all the bag, I like to dream, but I know the facts. I guess we did it all. I guess we did it all. Did it all. I guess we did it all. Did it all. I guess we did it all. Did it all. I guess we did it all. Did it all. Remember when our kisses felt so good? Suppose I want to pull away, but never could. Maybe there were things I never said, but I won't regret those moments. You and I will always have those memories that they won't believe, and it's alright. I don't need no sympathy. You and I will always have those memories that they won't believe, and it's alright. I don't need no sympathy. I want you to know that when I say it, I want you, baby. I could tell that's all we had. I guess we did it all. I guess we did it all. I'm not saying all.
Ah, beautiful. Okay. Well, my time is nearly over. Before I go, let's do a quick catch up, and then I'm going to invite you to something that you may find very useful. So, firstly, remember, to get more clients, you need to become visible. To become visible, you've got to perform. There are two types of presentation you'll put together. It's a short 3 to 5 minute message that gets you leads that will be shown on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, or LinkedIn. That gets people to register for your longer form presentation, which they'll be watching at some point within the next 2 or 3 days, because you're going to run it twice a week. And that presentation goes for 90 to 120 minutes. You can even automate that presentation as well, as I've already done. The recipe for that is be engaging from the outset. First 10 minutes, stay in pay positioning. Show them your solution framework. Have a unique branded solution. We looked at those in more detail just before. It's very important that you get one of those created for your business, because it's going to make your business 10 times more valuable when it's built around an asset rather than being built around you. Be a presence to the platform. Have great presentation skills. Use stories peppered throughout your presentation. Why? Because content tells, stories sell. Then you don't have to. Then teach. but while you're teaching, also transform how your audience thinks, which really means transforming what they believe. And finally, you must offer a logical next step for them to take a logical next step to at least move in your direction. We do that through the Pitch and Grow Rich formula. Speaking of logical next steps, I have something I would potentially like to offer you a chance to do. A marketing map. I want to help you create your own marketing map. No matter where you are in business right now, even if you're not yet in business, but you're thinking about doing it, or a seasoned professional and you've been in business for many years, either way, I want to improve your marketing. I want to create for you a marketing map that's geared specifically around your business. So you know exactly, because look, it's very overwhelming with all these different things you could do in marketing. Frankly, most of those things you're not even ready for yet until you've got the pen and paper exercise done, until you've got a marketing map of exactly what's going to get your client, how are you going to find your ideal client, all the way through to how you're going to convert them into a paying client. You need a marketing map for that. So what I've done is I've set aside some of my team's time for next week, where they're working with clients normally. I've asked them to come away from that for just a few of you, so that they can work with you. And to be clear, they're going to do this for free. All right, there's no charge. So I've only got limited. I have to say that, of course, I've only got limited space because I'm taking my team away from the clients who have paid, obviously, to work with you free of any charge. My only hope is that once we've built that marketing map, if we built enough trust, credibility, and authority, that you would at least consider us to help you to put that marketing map into action and implement it into your business. Then obviously, we'd love to be your supporting person on that. You don't have to buy with us. You don't have to implement any of our advice, and you certainly don't have to become a paying client unless you absolutely would love to and want to. And of course, we'd love to have you as one of our next case study stories. So with that said, here's the opportunity. Our team will create a marketing map for your specific business, so you get the clients you need to make your business thrive. I've only set aside next week time for 12 people to do this. So if you want to be one of those 12, I would suggest you get your phone right now out of your pocket, or wherever it's somewhere on the sofa there, or on the desk, wherever your phone is, go run and get it right now, if you would. And once you've got past the screen that opens the phone and you're into the apps, if you could go to your camera app, please, and you can hover over this QR code. So if you put your phone over that QR code, you should come up with a little button there to press, and that will take you through to a place where you can book a time into my team's diary for next week, or sometime over the next 3 to 5 days, that suits you. Or alternatively, if you're having problems with the QR code, then you can just use the URL instead and type it into your browser. That's simply www.andyharrington.com/bestyou. That will take you to the same place as the QR code. Once you've booked a time slot with my team, then I would love it, please, if you then would complete the questionnaire. I won't be able to do the marketing call with you unless you do the questionnaire first, because my team need to get ready and prepare themselves for the call with you in advance. That makes sense? So you'll choose a time first, and then after that, you'll book in a time slot, and then obviously my team will go to work, send you confirmation emails of the time. All I ask is, look, please don't cancel the call unless it's an absolute emergency. And, please don't show up late, or frankly, worse still, not show up at all. I'm going out my way to help you as part of being the best you, and to help Bernardo here. So I really would love it if we could be your next success story. And together we can work together to get the results that you want. So there we are, marketing map. The call will go for probably 45 to 60 minutes, probably no longer than that. for us to frame out what needs to be done given your style of business. But do complete the questionnaire first, because I want to be sure that you have the type of business that means this call would be valuable to you, and you're in a position where you can benefit from it and put these ideas into action straight away. That makes sense. So go ahead, hover over the QR code there, or just type in andyharrington.com/best you. Like I said, they've only got 12. So once all of those 12 spots are taken up, then obviously there'll be no more. If you're listening to a recording of this, if you're coming back and being a sort of aftercare person, and after sales has followed you up, and you didn't watch this event live, then still go to the QR code or andyharrington.com/best you to try your luck and see if there's any still available. It might be you're listening to this a week or two later, in which case we may not have this place available, or it might be that I've actually opened up some more slots depending on my team's availability. Make sense? So I hope you found that really valuable and useful. Remember this: no matter what happens in life, stay faithful to your dreams, because you are special. We are all very talented people, and you deserve to be successful. But there's no reason for you to be the most undiscovered talent in the world. If you can genuinely help people, let me help you find and connect you to the people that need your service. Because I promise you, together we'll all rise, but on our own, it's hard. Let me help you. Reach out, QR code, URL down there, and myself and my team will look forward to speaking with you in the next few days. Thank you so much, and back to you, Bernardo.
Thank you so much, Andy. Thank you so much. That was brilliant. Masterclass there. So many great tips, resources, and so much knowledge. And what an amazing story. Actually, Robert Rowley, who I work with, I've actually promoted him in the past, and I follow him on. I follow all his crypto advice. So
Yes.
he's a great speaker, and he's done very well. So I see now, obviously, where he got his presentation skills. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Well, having been in the business a long time, it's there's not really only a handful of people that I haven't probably been involved in helping. It's lovely having worked with those people for those years. There's nothing better than seeing your students do even better than you. Tony Robbins said that once to me: the greatest way you can honor me is to outgrow me.
Yeah.
It's all right for him. He's 6'7", obviously.
Exactly. No, listen, Andy, thank you so much. Congratulations on a great journey, and congratulations on what you bring and how you help people. Thank you so much.
It's a pleasure, as always.
Thank you so much for being here today. Okay, great. Well, we're going to carry on. We're just going to do a very quick break. We're just a few minutes late. I've got Paul Smith joining me now. Look, I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you took advantage of Andy's offer just to simply get that roadmap. As I said, there's no commitments there as far as he's concerned. You could just literally take action and book, to see if you can work with that, get your roadmap sorted out. And then if it is a good fit for you and you want to work with him and it's something that's important, we'll take action. But apart from that, I'm very grateful. Very grateful. I think we've learned so many great things. I'd love to hear some feedback. Give us some thumbs up if you're enjoying all the speakers. Tell us what you've enjoyed most so far. Share the golden nuggets from different speakers. Please share that. We'll be obviously putting that out there very soon. But I'm going to be bringing Paul Smith on in a minute. Let me just bring a very quick break and we'll be right back. Thank you so much.
Since its launch, The Best You magazine has been a beacon of inspiration and transformation, guiding readers through the ever-evolving landscape of personal and professional development. Through the years, we've featured groundbreaking articles and insights from leading experts across the globe, touching lives and shaping futures. Now, we invite you to join our journey. If you're on a quest for insight, have wisdom to share, or wish to connect your brand with a vibrant community, The Best You magazine is your platform. Read, contribute, or advertise with us. Be part of a legacy of empowerment. The Best You magazine, unlocking the potential within. For more information, go to www.thebestyoumagazine.co.
Well, here we are back. Let me bring Paul Smith in. Hey, Paul, how are you?
Hey, Bernardo, I'm good, thanks. How about yourself?
I'm very good. Thank you so much. Just running a little bit late, but all good. We've been actually on point all day. How's things with you, Paul?
Yeah, no, good. Thanks. Yeah, busy day. I've been watching some of these talks. It's been absolutely fantastic. So, thank you for pulling this together and for everybody who's tuned in on the weekend to learn and grow. I'm really excited for this.
Well, listen, we're very excited. And Paul, I know you've been a big fan of the Best You for quite some time. And thank you for supporting us. The reason it was important for me to have you online, because I know obviously the plan was for us to, take this to a live audience. But for me, the importance is because so many of our speakers, so many of our, authors, and so many of the people that we've trained over the years, they all want to become a coach, or they, not all of them, but a big number of them. And then it's also who do you work with, who do you get certified by, and I know that you provide a service that's so global, but also kind of very professional. It feels that you guys are a very tight community where you all help and support each other. And I just wanted to obviously bring you because you're a brand that, as far as we're concerned, we would love to endorse. For anyone that's interested in becoming a coach. So I'll read very briefly your bio. Paul is a published author and passionate advocate for transformative change. And with his published book, Everything Starts Hard, Paul has already made his mark as an author and also as the co-author of the Coach's Casebook. Now, the title of your talk today is The 3 C's for Future Coaching. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
That's the one. Okay. Well, Paul, listen, once again, I'm very grateful for you being here. Thank you so much.
No, thank you. Thanks. Okay, is it okay just to add the silent screen? Excellent. Thank you. So welcome, everybody. Thank you so much, Bernardo, for the introduction and for creating this space for us to talk about becoming the best you. We've had some fantastic speakers today. I hope you've enjoyed everything that's been going on. And over the next 25 minutes, I'm going to be talking to you all about the 3 C's for future coaching. So I'm going to be throwing a lot of C words at you. I promise they're all going to be appropriate, but I just want to let you know that this was also applicable to any other professions or industries you might find to be able to resonate with this and to pick up some of the tips that we're going to be looking at today. But before we dive in, I just want to know, who do we have in the audience? So drop a message in the comment if you're a current coach, if you're a coach in practice. Let me know if you're currently receiving coaching. And let me know if coaching is something you've thought about becoming. Maybe it's a passion of yours that you want to turn into profit. Because we're going to be looking at the 3 C's for future coaching and how we can start to turn, if you want to be a coach or you're an existing coach, how you can start to turn this into a profit, but in a way that helps it make an impact to the world as well. So with that being said, I'm going to share a little bit about me. So normally we put a picture of ourselves looking all professional, but you can all see what I look like on the screen here. There's Paul Smith. There was me when I was 2 years old, just after open heart surgery, running around giving my parents all sorts of problems because I wouldn't rest and wanted to be really active. So a few things about me, just so you can get to connect with me. So I was born with a hole in my heart. I had open heart surgery at the age of 2, bit of challenging for my parents. I left home when I was 16. I was living in a bit of a toxic environment that didn't serve me. I left home, I got 3 jobs, and I put myself to college and then on to university. But before that, I actually failed college in my first year, found the courage and the inspiration to go back, pass. I then went on to do a law degree and a master's in law as well. During my life, I've suffered from depression and anxiety at 2 points where it was really deep. I had to find ways to cope and manage, and it was all through coaching that helped me overcome my depression and anxiety. So I have a passion for coaching. I quit a successful corporate career, a career that was paying me just under £50,000 a year. And that was because I wanted to follow my passion. I wasn't passionate about what I was doing. I enjoyed the job. The job was good, but I didn't feel like I was making a difference to the lives of others. I didn't feel like I was making an impact or transforming lives, which is what I really is associated to me and what I want to help people do. So then I decided to set up my coaching business. I found coaching. I did my qualifications in coaching. I did my diploma with Animal Center for Coaching in London. So I got the necessary certification, accreditation. I set up my coaching business. Everything was going great. I had clients. I decided to travel South America. So I started with Peru. I got to Colombia. And then the dreaded C word that I don't want to use today happened, COVID. And I got stranded in Colombia for just over a year. And then being stranded over there, I managed to change and think differently about how I want to do business. How can I take my coaching business? How can I work with other coaches to create something that helps coaches do things the right way? As we're going to talk about a little bit later on, people are starting to lose trust in the coaching profession because there's too many scams. There's too many people dropping you messages into your Facebook Messenger, promising you this, promising you that. And then you invest a lot of money and then you're not getting anything in return. So we sat there. I used that time in Colombia to build what we now have, which is Coaching Minds. So fast forward to 2024. Coaching Minds is a European Mentoring and Coaching Council accredited organization. We offer diplomas in coaching around the world that certifies you as a transformational coach and then gets you accredited with the EMCC. We're also accredited by the CPG Group UK, and we won an award last year for the most pioneering coach enterprise in 2023 in the northeast of England, which was spotted and given to us by Corporate Vision. So we do a lot of work offline and online. We talk a little bit about what we do a little bit later on. But that's me. I'm the managing director of that business. I have other roles as well. So I'm a volunteer for the EMCC. I lead their social responsibility SIG. I'm a chair for a charity and I have other leadership roles as well. But for the purpose of today, I'm putting my managing director for Coaching Minds hat on, and I'm going to be here to talk to you about coaching. So the life lesson that I took from everything that I've been through, all my struggles and how I've overcome this, is that life does not get any easier. Only we become stronger. And that's from Steve Maraboli, if anybody knows who he is. But life does not get easier. Only we become stronger. So one of the things that I want to talk about today that applies to anything before we start to dive into coaching and what coaching is and the 3 C's for coaching and what are the fundamentals that we need to have as a coach to really grow our business, it's just to understand that we cannot sit around waiting and looking for things and trying to wait for somebody to come and give us a way to solve our problems or a way to boost us up or pull us up. There's ways in which we can collaborate to work together for an end goal, but we need to take responsibility for our own lives. We need to understand that things aren't going to get easier, and the only way we can make things easier is by becoming stronger. So we need to start to invest in ourselves, ask ourselves our own questions, start to understand who we are as a person, do that inner work, which is what coaching helps individuals do, so we can become stronger, which fundamentally makes life become easier. And I can see a lot of comments coming through. Thank you so much, everybody who's here, who's engaging. I really, really appreciate it. So for the benefit of coaching, before we explore the 3 C's of coaching, I want to talk about what coaching is not and what coaching is, because there's often a misconception of what coaching is. So coaching is not giving advice. We actually don't give you advice as a coach. So if you're with somebody that's giving you advice, if they're not a mentor, if they're not a consultant, if they're not a therapist, if they're not a counselor, then they're not coaching you, because as a coach, we don't give advice. I'm going to talk about what we actually do in a second. The second thing is, it's not about being a social media influencer. A lot of coaches, when they start off on their coaching practice, they think it's all about becoming the next Jay Shetty, the next Tony Robbins, which is fantastic. You can learn, you can grow from them. But what they do is not the core of coaching. They are social media influencers, they're motivational speakers, they have a word of, and this is where they give advice, and this is where they give you inspiration and motivation through what they say. Coaching is not about a social media influencer. Whilst you can use that to grow your business, the core of coaching is very, very different. And coaching is also very different from consultancy, therapy, teaching, and counseling. They're very, very different. We don't do work on behalf of our client. If you do work on behalf of your client, you're a consultant. If you are a licensed therapist, you're using a lot of psychology, you are looking at your client's pasts, you actually call them patients in therapy, then you're a therapist, you're not a coach. As a coach, whilst we might use some psychological models, a lot of which is based on NLP or transactional analysis, we can use that in coaching, but we use it in a very different way. We also don't teach as a coach. So we might want to do some courses and set up some programs, which is fantastic, which we teach, but that isn't coaching. Our coaching is very different. We've got to distinguish the two if we want to work in line with the Global Code of Ethics, which is set by the EMCC, the ICF, and in line with setting a professional standard in the industry. And then it's very, very different to counseling. As a counselor, they can guide you, they can give you advice. And the most similar thing it's close to is mentoring. The difference between mentoring and coaching is a mentor will have walked a similar path that you want to walk and will be able to give you tips and advice on how to follow that path. As a coach, we understand that one path, one shoe doesn't fit everybody. It's not perfect for everybody. So how do we help them find their own path? How do we guide them to their own answers? And this moves us nicely into what coaching is. So coaching is about guiding clients to their own self-discovery. It's not about us telling them what they need to do to get out of that situation. It's not about us telling them what they need to do to achieve this goal. It's not about us to tell them what goal they should be achieving or what vision they should have because of the industry profession and their background. We need to guide clients to their own self-discovery. And what we do is we do this by asking the right questions. A lot of people in modern day society, a lot of people in old society as well, we're always looking for the right answers, but we're not asking the right questions. So let me give you an example. I used to do a lot of career coaching in the past as part of setting up my coaching practice. And you often see that a lot of people, they're looking for promotion, they're looking for that next stage where they're at in their job, in their career, and they will get advice from their mentors, get advice from their manager, how they can start to do the right things, bring in the right skills, do the right continuous professional development to get them into that promotion. Where as a coach, if you want to help people with self-discovery and guide them and ask the right questions, you can ask them, where else might you get a promotion? You help them start to take out of that narrow thinking into a more bird's eye view to look at there's other options out there for them. How do they start to look at maybe getting a promotion, a similar promotion in a different company? How do they move sideways in their career to move up the ladder? So that's just an example, but it's all about asking the right questions. If we're not asking the right questions, we're never going to get the right answers. And what we do as a coach, whilst asking questions and listening and empathizing, we hone a whole set of skills, tools, and presence. Now, presence is one that's often overlooked, but how often do we get into a room or get into space with somebody that is listening to listen to us and not listening just to respond? Think about your everyday conversations. You're always, when somebody shares something that relates to you, you want to jump in and share your perspective, your view, your story, and you switch off to listen to them. As a coach, we hold that space and we listen to guide them. So that's what we do as a coach. Now, what I'm talking about here is fundamentally coaching, and there's more aspects. If we want to be a successful coach in this modern paced world, AI is coming in, artificial intelligence is taking over a lot of professions. It's shaping the way in which we're going to be doing work, hybrid working. A lot of people want to work from home and in the office. They don't just want to go to the office every single day. We've got social media, which is changing every single minute. Technology, it is a fast-paced world. So if we want to be a successful coach and want to execute the 3 C's of coaching, we need to step outside of coaching. And what I normally teach in the past has always been the 3 C's of coaching have always been coaching, content, and community. I'm going to expand on this today to give you the 3 C's for a future coach, how you need to step outside of this. Now in the industry, as many of you might not be aware, some of you may be, the coaching industry is not a regulated industry. There are a lot of self-regulated organizations such as the ICF, the EMCC, which we're accredited with, and the Association for Coaching. There's other national ones out there as well, but there's no regulated industry across countries. So there's no law behind how we should operate or how we should regulate. There's no license to coach. But as we're moving to the future, people are starting to lose trust in the coaching industry. There was a case in the UK, Lighthouse UK, a coaching organization got closed down by the courts for being labeled a cult. I was just reading in The Guardian the other day that Jay Shetty, there's some exposed things towards him and his origin story. There's people that constantly promising you things in your, like I mentioned earlier on, in your messenger, to get this, 5 figures this, 6 figures that, and then they're not living and fulfilling to that promise. So if you want to start to set yourself up as a coach of the future, you need to start to think about your professional qualifications, your standards. How do you become certified? And I'm not talking about a quick certification on Udemy or New Skills Academy where you do 3 lessons and you get a certificate. How do you start to actually invest in your growth, start to understand what it is for a coach and how to coach the right way? It's thinking not just about ourselves and how we want to grow our business, but about the end user, the client, the people that we are serving. And we do that by starting to look at the first C of future coaching, which is to continuously care. Now, I said I'm going to chuck a lot of C's at you. So coaching and continuously care. First of all, care for your work. What happens when we don't care about something? we don't involve ourselves. We don't give our best. We don't show up. So first of all, we've got to care for our work. We've got to care about what we do. We've got to care that we're not just turning up for ourselves, we're turning up for our customers, for our followers, for our stakeholders, for our collaborators. So it's about caring for our work, caring for ourselves. How do we take time out for us? And I'm guilty of this in the past. When I set up a business for the past 4 years, I can't remember the time when I took an actual week out for myself without logging into my laptop and working. So it's about how do we start to care for ourselves? Because if we can't take care of us, we can't take care of our customers and clients. And also, it's about caring for our stakeholders, showing up for not just our clients, but for maybe other collaborative projects that we've got involved. Maybe we're going to do podcasts together. We're going to speak. We're going to step live on a stage. It's about showing up and caring for our stakeholders. So the first C for future coaching is about continuously caring. Thinking about the level of service that you want to provide, how you can make a social impact, how you can impact a lot of individuals, and connect and start to grow your business the right way. Next is content. So I talk a lot about content. Content is changing since last year. I know it's been open for a few years, but it started to boom and take a trend last year. ChatGPT, artificial intelligence, OpenAI, lots of ways in which you can create content. We need to sit and think and look back, because whilst it's great, AI can help us generate content in seconds. It's fantastic. We need to think about how that is actually going to set us apart, because there's a risk that as a coach, and why content's important as a coach is because you need to publish content out there so people can relate to what you do. They can connect with your stories. They can connect with your experience. And it's a way for you to market yourself and start to get clients towards your business. But we need to make sure that when we're doing that, we're not losing the essence of ourselves in the AI ChatGPT, what they're publishing out there. And this is content across not just what we post on social media, but if we do training programs, if we want to write a blog, how do we make sure that if maybe an ebook or a book, how do we make sure that we're still operating from our own author's voice and we're given that in that space rather than just copy and pasting what ChatGPT says and putting it across social media. So everybody's sharing the same 5 tips to success or 3 tips to make your life happier. How do we start to put our own implements in there and think about content? And that leads us on to the second C for future coaching. Again, 2 C's, consciously create. Think about content that engages. There's lots of stuff out there that's telling us to post 3 times a day. Just get it out there, just chuck it out there. But what if what we're chucking out there is not of a good quality? What if it's not engaging? It's just falling flat. I did a talk last week about Facebook and how the average post that we put on our newsfeed hits 4.32% of our friends list. How do we expand that? How do we make sure that people engage with our content? How do we look at trends? What's working right now? If you look at a lot of social media now, Instagram, YouTube, a lot of trends at the minute are them kind of Google, them Gogglebox type videos where somebody's watching somebody else do a video, they're putting their input. That's working. A lot of reality TV type of content's working at the minute. So how do you find a way that gets content that engages? Because comments and people sharing your content is more important and going to boost your coaching and your reputation and your credibility than just getting likes attached to it. Consciously create connections that provide learning. Grow from other people in your industry. Go to networking events. Show up to places like today. Everybody who's turned up today at the Best You Expo is consciously creating an opportunity to learn, creating connections to learn, and then consciously create opportunities that provide growth for yourself and for those that you are serving in your coaching practice. Then finally, the third C is community. So in the past, we've always talked about at Coaching Minds how we need to start to build and nurture a community. How do we give that value in between our coaching sessions that acts as a catalyst for people who are going through a similar journey as you to connect and grow? I think coaches underestimate the value that a community can have when you're growing, when you're putting things together, when you're connecting with other individuals that are walking a similar path. So it's all about creating a community. And this used to be back when I started in 2017, 18, 19. Facebook groups were absolutely fantastic. It was a great way to grow. Facebook slightly changed. Facebook's changed. The @everyone is starting to kill everybody off as well because people get annoyed when they're getting commented in a post that is very salesy. So Facebook groups are starting to be on the decline, but then how do we step in and how do we start to look at ways in which we can nurture a community that isn't on Facebook and gives that connection and that extra value to our clients. That leads us on to the final three of today, the 3 C's of future coaching, which is about collectively collaborating. And I know Bernardo has already shared a few videos already about the best use synergy. Great way to collectively collaborate, because it's not just about collaborating with others in your own profession, it's looking at indirect collaborations as a coach as well. So how do you start to establish authority, set yourselves apart? How do you collaborate with people that are going to help you speak on a stage? How do you collaborate with people that are going to help you publish a book? How are you going to collaborate with other people that are going to help you run a community, set up a community? So how do you collaborate with others? Think about the connections that you have and projects you can set up to make a wider impact and grow your coaching business. As I mentioned, it's not just about coaching. We need to exercise this. We need to create content, and we need to look to collaborate as well. How do we collaborate with AI? And I'm going to show you and give you a bit of an understanding of how we do that at Coaching Minds as well. But how do we use AI, not just to post our content, but to save time on admin and things that we've got to do within our business? We look at our systems and processes. How do we collaborate with AI to reduce the time so we can spend more time on engaging with our clients and putting ourselves out there? And how do you collaborate with your community? How do you get them to take up challenges, tasks, come together towards a collective goal so they can make a difference and achieve their goals and bring the community together? So 3 very, very important C's if you want to set up a successful coaching business. Now, I just mentioned what we're doing at Coaching Minds in terms of putting all this together. So what we do at Coaching Minds, for any coach that is on one of our programs, that's on our transformational level 5 practitioner level coaching program, we have got what's known as AI-powered coaching rooms. So we want to help our coaches nurture a community and start to produce content that's going to reward their members, the people that are engaging, allow them to see visual connections within their network, which you can see on the screen, and also set up parts of gamification. You know, a lot of people in modern day society, they're interested in gamification. You get addicted to things on your phone. You get addicted to complete and continue things if you're going to get a reward, if you're going to get a badge or next achievement. So how do we work with coaches to allow them to set up tasks and challenges? And we've actually put OpenAI, we work with Mighty Networks on this, to the point where you can actually click the button and get that badge created for you within seconds. You can create courses and get ideas within seconds. You can start to cut down the amount of admin you have to run a community within the Coaching Minds Hub and within AI-powered coaching rooms. And we work and help and assist our coaches with setting that up on the tech side of things. The other thing we do here at Coaching Minds is we offer an accredited transformational coaching diploma. So we've got different levels of coaching, but the key one is our level 5, which is our practitioner level in terms of transformational coaching. It's 165 hours approved coach training. So it is quite extensive. You can do this we've had coaches graduate after 4 months. We've had coaches graduate in 12 months, a little bit longer, depending on the time that you can give. It's 80 online lessons. There's lots of seminars and workshops where you have to get together and work through interactive exercises with other coaches. And what we've done differently, what makes us unique, is we also offer the possibility to do this in Colombia. So Colombia, I mentioned I was stranded over there. I created a good partnership with a co-living building. So it has over 100 apartments. It has a rooftop terrace. It's got a gym. It's got games in cinema. It's got all the sort of stuff that you want for living. And what we've done is we've collaborated with them. So we deliver this coaching program in Colombia. You come to Colombia for 3 months. We set you up in a studio apartment, fully furnished studio apartment. You get to connect with other people from around the world. You get your lessons in person. You can still access all the online stuff as well. But essentially for 3 months, you come, you build your business, you get your certification, you get your accreditation, and you get yourself off the ground and running to get some clients. At the same time, learning and experiencing a whole new culture, immersing yourself in something new, getting to travel, getting to meet new people, and get a whole new experience behind it. We also offer this online for a lot cheaper price as well. So if you just want to do it online from home, that is also an option as well. But that's the 2 things we're doing to bring the 3 C's of this future together. So just to bring the session to a close and a reminder for anybody who isn't a coach, if you're thinking about becoming a coach and you want to connect, then you can book a call with us. You can scan the QR code on the screen, but I'll make sure a QR code afterwards. And we've provided a program brochure, so you can check all the details and everything that I'm sharing with you. That one will get you, if you scan that QR code, it will get you into our Learn Hub. You can connect with us, learn more about us and what we do. But if you're thinking about becoming a coach, reach out to us, connect with me. My door's open to have a conversation. And we've got supervisors whose door's open to have a chat as well. But just remember that if you are a coach, you need to think about continuously caring for your clients, your stakeholders, showing that care so you can build that credibility and trust amongst those that are just sales, sales, sales. Consciously create content. Think about the content you're creating. Don't let it lose that personal touch by using too much of AI. Use AI to assist with that, but make sure it contains a bit of you, and collectively collaborate with people within the industry, people outside the industry. Grow your network to grow your business. And I think from this, the number one habit that I'm telling a lot of people this year that they need to execute that's going to help you succeed is to show up. Today, modern day society, lots of people don't show up. If you show up not for other people, but for yourself, you are going to make success. And if you're thinking, if you've got coaching or you're looking to onboard a coach or get some coaching from people, make sure that they operate within these 3 C's for future coaching. And on that note, I know I've been short and sweet. I think I'm just in time, Bernardo. I'd like to say a huge thank you to everybody here. There's the QR code if you want to scan it. I really appreciate you taking out your time today on your Saturday to be here with us at The Best You and to learn a bit more about coaching. I hope there's been some wisdoms for you there to take away, some reflections on your coaching practice and how you can grow.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Paul. That was great, very informative, very straight to the point. You were just really on time. So I still wanted to ask you a couple of questions. Very valid points, especially around community. I thought the fact of sharing what coaching isn't, what coaching isn't, it was really on point there, because a lot of people might have a completely wrong understanding on that. Now, obviously, being someone that has practiced NLP, done a lot of NLP, I understand the power that it has. And then again, a lot of the people that we have within our community and tribe that are NLP trained, having access to, a coaching certification like yours brings tremendous credibility and value. Tell us a little bit more about all this CPD accreditation and why it's important.
Yeah, so CPD accreditation, as a coach, we need to continuously improve. We need to continuously work on becoming not just, you've got the concept here, the best you, not just the best ourselves for us, but as a coach, how do we become the best coach? How do we stay up to date with the modern trends? How do we not just think about ourselves, but think about the people that we're serving? One of the big things that I encourage a lot of our coaches to do is to take some kind of mental health first aid course or some kind of extra curriculum around mental health. Because if you don't know who's going to walk through that door, you don't know what that client's going to be suffering from, you don't know, what problems or challenges they're going to face, and it might be outside of your competency. So if you grow yourself, if you learn more about what you're doing, you bring and build on those skills, you'll be able to signpost and be able to spot signs within your coaching session, and then refer them to the right help that is suitable for them. So it's about growing yourself as a coach.
And tell me a little bit more about your online accreditation, if you don't mind.
Yep, so it's a level 5 practitioner level. It's accredited by the European Mentoring and Coaching Council. It's 165 hours, 80 online lessons. So there's 5 modules in there. We've got a module 6, but that just shows you how you can move on to your accreditation. It looks at the coaching essentials, coaching ethics, our legal obligations as a coach. What do we need to think about in terms of setting up a business that's in line with the law? We look at NLP, transaction analysis. So there's what we call cognitive coaching. So you look at a lot of psychological models, how we operate and use them in a way that is in line with coaching and not therapy. We then look at coaching presence and coaching development. So different ways in which you can transform individuals through through different models, tools, and exercise. We've got a coach library, over 100 tools in that coach library. We got group supervision sessions. We really help and support our coaches because we're at this ethos. If our coaches don't succeed, then we don't succeed as a coaching organization. We don't just want to be one of those organizations that are pumping through numbers. We want to help them grow and help them succeed.
And then when it comes down to the online, is there a time frame around it where you have to, or is it kind of like a little bit flexible?
So what we've got is we've got 2 plans. So it's very flexible. We have things on cycles, so you can do the seminars, you can work out with it. You get a dedicated supervisor that will sit you down, look at your plan, look at what you want to achieve, and work with you to achieve that. But in terms of the price, we've got 2 plans. If you pay outright, you can complete it at any time you want. We've also created what we've called the Inspire plan. So you pay, it's $400, just under $400 a month, and you pay that until you complete the course. Because what we're finding, a lot of people, and I think it's something in modern day society as well, people will sign up for a course, they'll join a course, but they won't complete it. And we want to inspire people so you can save money and complete that course within 4 months if you pay this monthly subscription. And once you've completed it, you stop paying, you get access for life, and you get that growth there. And we have a maximum as well, so people don't go over the amount, they're not paying too much for that program. And it's just a way to inspire people to commit and complete the course.
Great. Well, you've got a lot of great followers who are obviously here, thanks to you as well. I know you've invited a lot of people. And I know throughout the years, obviously, what I've experienced with the Best You Expos, we've had a number of clients and customers that are probably still in that 9-to-5 job, thinking about transitioning. And then over the years, you know, people start transitioning and then they start adding those skills and connecting with people like yourself. And I said, that's what I believe is the importance. And when it comes to this, you know, I just feel that, look, having an NLP certification is great. You know, learning speaking skills are great. But, you know, it's just adding more, you know, more tools to your kit. And obviously, you know, you guys have a system, you have a process. And this just can make you, you know, just simply a better and a more professional, you know, individual when it comes down to helping people. So I appreciate what you bring.
Yeah, and I have to give you a lot of credit, Bernardo, as well, because it wasn't when I really started to expand my business since it was 2019. I remember when I attended the Best You Expo in London. I think that was the year you had Marissa Peer there as well. But there was a lot of people on the Passion to Profit stage, a lot of people, and I just built a lot of connections just being there. It was absolutely fantastic. Helped me think differently, helped me build new connections. So, you know, I've got to give a lot of credit to the Best You and what you've done. It's really helped me as an individual, and then allowed me to go out, build those connections and make an impact to the world. So thank you.
No, thank you, Paul. And I'd love to continue to support you and obviously, as I said, endorse you. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your valuable lessons. And well, all the best.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you, Bernardo.
Oh, I'm just going to share very quickly that QR code just again for anyone that just didn't get it last minute. If you wanted to just scan it and you can connect with Paul that way. Okay. Paul, thank you so much and see you soon. Take care. All the best.
Cheers. Thanks. Bye, guys.
Bye-bye. Okay, well, here we are. We're continuing at the Best You Expo. We got a great panel for you organized right now. So how's it going? Are you guys having fun? Are you enjoying it? I hope you are. I think we brought you some phenomenal people today, haven't we? Teaching all sorts of phenomenal skills. So I hope you take advantage of it. If you missed out some of the talks this morning, well, look, there's still a potential opportunity for you to obviously get your VIP ticket if you wanted to. It's just simply $49, but there's $4,000 worth of bonuses. Paul's also included some great content in there in case you wanted it. I want to thank everyone that's basically here today, that's engaging right now. So I've shared this before. I'm going to share it again. Yeah, so here's just a link to my book. If you wanted to, it's called The Question. You can download it for free. It's the audio version. I wrote it a few years ago. It's all about, and funny enough, was Sarah Moxon this morning was sharing something that I shared, which is the quality of your life depends on the quality of the questions you ask yourself. So, you know, it's a book that's packed with that. So, but also we're giving all sorts of resources away for free, and a lot of the speakers have done that. So I'm going to bring in the panel right now. What I'm quickly going to do is just share a very quick commercial, and I'm going to bring all of them in because we've got a phenomenal panel, as I said, and the panel. Well, really what it is, it's about passionate to page to publishing. That's what it is. Over the years, I've connected with so many people that have been procrastinating for years about writing that book. I've been lucky enough. I've written 5 and I know what it takes, but I also understand how some people struggle in getting to it and writing it. So this panel is going to be packed with experts that are going to give you some great insight on potentially, hopefully, helping you get that book published, because at the end of the day, that's what it's all about.
Since its launch, the Best You magazine has been a beacon of inspiration and transformation, guiding readers through the ever-evolving landscape of personal and professional development. Through the years, we've featured groundbreaking articles and insights from leading experts across the globe, touching lives and shaping futures. Now, we invite you to join our journey If you're on a quest for insight, have wisdom to share, or wish to connect your brand with a vibrant community, The Best You magazine is your platform. Read, contribute, or advertise with us. Be part of a legacy of empowerment. The Best You magazine, unlocking the potential within. For more information, go to www.thebestyouMagazine.co.
Hey, here we are. Well, I'm going to bring in, oh, there we go. Hannah, how are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I'm going to do a brief intro because I believe you're going to be running this panel. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, well, I'll just do a very brief intro and then I'll let you introduce your guests. So
Amazing.
Hannah is a development editor and writing coach. She studied creative writing at VCU and Northwestern University and has a certificate in editing from the University of Washington. In her spare time, she loves podcasting, watching movies, and complaining about the new how the book was better, filmmaking, and all things comedy. She lives in Chicago, Illinois. So Hannah, nice to meet you.
So nice to meet you. Thank you so much for having us.
Well, listen, it's an honor, and all of you are coming here on behalf of Patty, Patricia Fors, who I love very dearly. She's a very special lady, so I know you're all very well taken care of by her. So I'm just going to bring in your guests. I'm going to say a very quick hi to all of them. Hey, Jen. Hey, Udi. And there's Robin. Robin,
Hi.
how are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Well, listen, first of all, I want to thank you all, ladies, for being here today, for being part of the Best You Expo. I know it's early in the US, but again, thank you so much for being here. I can't wait to hear what you have to share. So the floor is yours, Hannah. Thank you so much.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Well, thank you everyone for being here to Passion to Page to Publishing. So this panel came about the same way our small press Muse Literary came about. We were not finding what we wanted from the publishing process. And when working with most traditional presses, authors are left to figure out marketing, book launches, book tours, reviews, and more by themselves. So we wanted to provide a different kind of publishing experience where authors are able to get help if they want with those things. So on the panel today, we have our editor-in-chief, Audrey Fearberg, Robin Pollock, the author of Trust Your Intuition, and Jen Henry, author of Resilience, A Different Kind of Strong. So each of these people on the panel knows what it takes to move an idea from passion to page to publishing. And to maximize time, we're going to jump right in. And I'm just going to start with a question for whoever wants to take this question of the three of you. So traditional publishing has been declining in recent years. And some reasons cited are how long the process takes, the lack of help in marketing, etc. So what drew you to choosing to work for or partner with a traditional publishing company like Muse?
I mean, I'll go ahead and jump on that. I honestly didn't know that I was going to be partnering with a traditional company. The reason that I went to interview with Muse or to ask them about their process was because I had heard that it was different than the traditional publishing process. And when I found out that they were, I was pleasantly surprised because I was going to get traditionally published while still having the benefits of being a self-publisher without the struggles of being a self-publisher. And so it was kind of a no-brainer for me.
Yeah, I'll speak to the difference between self-publishing and traditional publishing. They're neither are necessarily better or worse than the other. There's certainly in the sort of ivory tower of the literary community a stigma against self-publishing. I think that is harmful, actually, to writers because each writer's process is their own. And self-publishing can be a very, very useful path forward, especially if you already have a very, very large audience. The pitfalls with self-publishing are it's extremely difficult to get your work into bookstores. It's extremely difficult to get your book in front of other people's eyes unless you a la carte pay for advertising. And many writers find themselves fairly unsatisfied with the ROI of self-publishing because you're paying for everything out of pocket. So if you need a copy editor, you're paying that person to do that. If you need a developmental editor, you're paying that person to do that. And it becomes very expensive. and often extremely difficult to see the successes that you're looking to see with your book. Traditional publishing, when you're going with a larger publishing house, you must be agented for the most part. And that process can take, even if you have the kind of Cinderella story agenting process where the first letter you send to an agent, you get picked up, still that process can take years. And then if that agent is successful, and that's a big if, selling your book to a large publishing house, again, that process from there, you're looking at about 3 years before seeing your book in the marketplace. So probably the very, very best case scenario, you're looking at 4 years' time. Muse is different because we accept direct unagented submissions, which is something we're really excited to be able to do. So if you've written a book, you can send it to us. We respond to every book we receive. And try as much as possible to give people written feedback, even if it's something that isn't right for us, which is a tremendous amount of labor, but we really feel strongly about honoring writers' work. And it is a traditional press. So you are seeing the sort of reach that you would see with any other traditional small press, but you don't need to spend the time getting an agent. And we are very fortunate that we can usually turn around a book project in less than a year. That of course depends on like when the best launch time is for your sales. But it is something that we're able to do. So that's sort of what sets us apart in the industry. That's helpful.
I also wanted to say that, many times when you're writing a book, you're so in your head about the story of the book and you're sort of crafting and drawing from that story, the audience that you are donating your time to. But when you work with a publishing house like Muse, what they allow you to see is actually the audiences that you don't know yet. And if you don't have that expertise, your vision is very narrow, and Muse allows you to sort of put it out there and see who else is interested, who else is called to your work. And that educational process as an author is something that I wasn't even expecting, and I received. And, you think that the work is done when you write the book, but then the publishing process is another course in and of itself. And I think that the people that you speak to at Muse and the care that they put towards your book allow you further your story on forward and have the courageous capacity to even maybe write another one.
Amazing. Awesome. Thank you so much, all of you, for sharing. So yeah, as a kind of a next question, like I know writing a book is absolutely a labor of love, and some akin it to like having a baby. So I would love to hear each of your thoughts on how working with an editor helped to guide your project from passion then to page. So who would like to?
I'm jumping on this one.
Yes.
There is no way, and I'm going to be completely humble about this. Like, there is absolutely no way my book would have come out the way that it did, that I would have felt as confident as I did publishing it and sending it off to Muse, the publication house, because I had the opportunity to have Audrey as my editor. And it was such a it had such a massive impact on the way that I developed my book, the way that I developed my stories, the way that I developed my transitions. And not only that, but having my hand held through the process was epic. I mean, it was, I feel like it was a mandatory part of the process for me. So I was super grateful for that.
I think for me, I wrote the book, and I tend to not write on a scheduled pattern. It's just the way I am. I write intuitively. It's just who I actually am. And I was working with another editor and I wasn't jiving. And the difference between working with somebody who understands you and somebody who doesn't, I really just felt the significant shift. And the allowance for me to sort of be in my own time zone, and that there was no time zone, actually, that if it took 3 years, it took 3 years. It didn't really matter. And actually just giving me that permission allowed me to finish the work and not worrying about the things like the order or the table of contents and just all the other things that you sort of think you need to be thinking about, but actually jumbles your mind and allows space to occupy in a place where you really just want to be creative. And so working with the development, or even now I'm writing a second book, and it's a fiction book. It's a whole new thing for me. And again, I'm back in that space of just focus on the creativity and let the other things go. And I'm reminding about that all the time. And Audrey's the one who reminds me because she's my editor. And it is a work of love to do the work, but then having somebody in your corner who actually holds that space for you to actually allow you to be that creative is amazing. And you really feel like they are with you in the project, you know, so it really makes you feel very nurtured and held. And us creative types, we need that.
Yes. I want to add to this because I have a very colorful story, right? It involves homelessness and drugs and prison and mental health issues. And I was really confused. I was really stuck around what should I put in? What's the right amount that's not too much, but just enough? And having an editor say, just put it all out there and we'll figure it out afterwards, right? We'll feel into it afterwards. And like giving me the ability to trust myself that I will be okay. Regardless of what I put out there, she's going to be there to like catch, she's my net, right? And being able to be completely authentic without having to mute myself or bite my tongue or curate it in a certain way so that it doesn't offend certain people. She helped me to really hone into my voice and my story and my movement. And I think that was also a key to the success of my book.
Amazing. Yeah, Audrey, I don't know if you want to jump in about
this
your
almost
side
makes
as
me
editor.
teary because I saw both of these books and they're like I do think of this sometimes as almost being like a book doula, like welcoming this book into the world. And I think both of you spoke beautifully too to like one of my favorite parts of the editorial process is that like what I think the book is supposed to be gets put aside, right? It's about like looking at the book for what it is and discovering like what's the very, very best version of that kind of book, right? Which is a different skill set than like, I think what people are frightened of working with an editor is like, they're not going to like it. And if you're working with a good editor, like it isn't on, I mean, and I love both of your books. They're on my shelf over there. But like in the editorial process, like it isn't on the table. It's looking at it for what it is and saying like, okay, what are you doing here? What do you want out of this book, right? Robin, you're writing fiction now, which is so cool. And what you are looking for out of like the audience of that book is really, really different than from your first book, which was nonfiction and this like beautiful story of you coming into your own intuition. And so we're doing two really, really different things. And so I approach the editing differently based on what I get. I mean, it's really a different game every time. And it's just such an honor. I mean, I truly believe that everybody has a beautiful book in them. And writing tends to be the loneliest artistic medium, right? Like if you're a painter, you can show your friend a painting and be like, look, and it takes them 1 second to be like, good job, right? Read my 200-page unfinished manuscript is like like 6, 7, 8 hour long ad. It's really hard to share this stuff. And then especially too, with both of you and your nonfiction books, right? Like some of the stories are freaking personal. And so to have somebody there where you have like complete confidentiality, complete trust, complete lack of judgment, just saying like, what is this thing and how can we get it to the very best point it can be? It's very, very like special to me to be on that side of that relationship. It's speaking of passion, that really is it for me. So,
you know, it's interesting because when I think about where I was with this book, and I knew I wanted to include channeled messages in there. And even though in my heart, I felt like that was such an important thing to do, someplace in the world, I'm thinking there are people who will judge it, won't like it, think it's ridiculous, think it's hokey, think I'm a fraud, think, I don't know, all the things, right, that you think. And then I sort of had to turn those voices all down and know the reason why I actually wrote the book to begin with which was because there were so many years in my life that went by. Tune in tomorrow for the story, but that went by that I didn't even know what it was. So that was why I was writing the book, and because I wanted to have people who were going through it to see, oh, this is what it is. And that was my mission. That was actually the reason. And when I read Jen's book, it's so transformative about the power of yourself and what you can allow yourself to achieve. And I always knew she was this powerful person, but reading that book just put it on a whole different space for me. And so when you read a book, any book really, you get to know the nitty gritty behind a person that's standing in front of you. Because when we stand in front of people, we have all our masks on, right? I mean, we're not going to stand there and let everybody see everything. It's too hard to do that. So when you open up a memoir and you're reading someone's book, they're letting it all hang out for you, and having an editor there to sort of hold it and craft it so it's sort of on this silver platter, but not so shiny in the places where it shouldn't be, is a real craft. And so she undermines herself all the time, Audrey, but it's a real gift.
I just wanted to jump in. I'm loving the conversations, ladies. And I see Patty's commenting in there. I just wanted to ask a question and leave it with you. When it comes down to writing a book, I've read all sorts of tips, do this or do that, or don't do this or don't do that. I mean, I had a system which worked for me in one of my books specifically. Is I had an author day. This was a great tip they gave me. You should have an author day. So for me, it was a Friday, and I did something completely different, which is I used to wear different clothes. So I had my author cardigan, and then I used to kind of like get into the zone. So I would just let it flow, and then what I've learned with years as well is that just trust whatever comes out, because I think at the end of the day, sometimes we're extremely critical, or we want to correct the grammatical error or an alphabetical. You just got to let it flow, just let it go. And then, hey, listen, some of it might not work, others will, but just go. So I just wanted to leave that with you. If you had any tips on those that are still thinking about writing, and what's the best advice to make it happen?
Yeah, I'll jump in on that. I love the idea of an author day. I'm a writer myself, and yesterday I met up with a writer friend in a coffee shop, and we sat and we were writers in the coffee shop. And just getting out of my usual space is so helpful for me. But it is that it's not exactly fake it till you make it. I mean, it's that sort of dress for the job you want, right? It's like if you show up at the coffee shop and act like a writer, lo and behold, you will get some writing done. But I think what you said too that struck me as most useful as an editor, and what I try and repeat both to myself and the people I work with over and over, is do not get wrapped up in editing it as you're trying to craft it. I have a large scale project that I'm working on right now, that if it goes well, will be a novel. And I am not going to let myself reread it except for the paragraph before so I can continue writing until I hit page 80, at least. Because you can slow yourself down so terribly by tinkering when it doesn't matter what sentence 4 looks like right now. What matters is you get the large movements of what you're trying to say on the page. Hannah, actually, one of the things you've said to me that's so wonderfully lucid is that writers are like sculptors, but you have to build the clay first. Draft 1 is building the clay. I say that to people. I've stolen that from you.
Yeah.
And I think that's just so brilliant, right? Because writing, you're thinking probably at least 3 drafts, at least. And so if you don't have draft 1 to work on, you don't have the ability to move on to the next steps. So as much as possible, get into the energy of being a writer. Go to the coffee shop, put on your writing cardigan. I picture it having wonderful little professorial elbow patches. I hope it did. And get something down that then you can sort of look back and see what you have and tinker.
I also want to say that for me, I don't, that stuff doesn't actually work for me. No surprise. I sort of craft the story. Actually, I don't know. This is going to sound really funny, but I don't know, while I'm washing my dog or blowing bubbles with my dog, and I'm sort of thinking about how I want the story to go, or in my shower and I'm thinking about the characters, because for me, the characters come right out. And even when I was writing my memoir, the stories that I was writing were people, right? So all of those stories sort of came out and danced around in my mind, and I let them in no particular order, in no particular sequence. And I sort of just pocketed those stories. And I got very, very good at going into my notes app on my phone and writing down like little notes that I would understand and remembering to include them. In the book I'm writing right now, the novel, I'm a little bit more on point with it. So I can actually write where I want to go and the chapters going by and down, like underneath all of the composition, but I don't give myself a timeline. I don't tell myself when I'm going to be done. I don't say how many times a week I want to write. And for me, that's what works best, but that's me. And I think the more I constrain myself, the more the writing becomes sticky. I actually did a YouTube thing on this just recently, where I said that if I'm not in the zone in writing, usually isn't very good. So I have to stop, and just giving myself the permission to constantly stop and then start again, and knowing that I will start again, trusting that I will start again.
This is great because it also shows that everyone's process is different. So yeah, I don't know, Jen, what if you want to jump in too?
You know, it took me while I say it took me a year to write my book, it really took me about 3 months, because the truth is I went and I did the outline. I had an idea of what the framework was of my book, because it's based off of my own framework that I use in the work that I do, the coaching that I do. And so I had this idea, but I just wasn't sure what stories I wanted to tell to support that framework. And so for me, story banking was a huge tool, being not necessarily sitting and writing out all of the stories that I wanted to share, but little notes around that, so that when I was ready to write, I could go in and just, vomit onto the page and send that to Audrey and say, okay, pick it apart. Let's go. What do you think? And generally, because I was coming from a place of pouring from my soul, it worked. And when I sat down to actually write my book, it was in September, and I submitted it in December. And so it really was one of these experiences where being able to kind of log all of the things that I wanted to share and have it somewhere on a doc somewhere, I was able to, I don't even know that I actually referenced those documents, because I had been working on it. It had become its own entity. By the time I got to actually writing the book, I was able to brain dump, get that book out, pour myself into it, and hand it over. And that for me was, I used to give myself a hard time for being a procrastinator, but the truth is, when I'm honest with myself, I do my best work under pressure. And when I gave myself that December 31st deadline, I was submitting my book December 31st at 5:30 p.m. Pacific, right? And so as far as I'm concerned, I hit my target. And so don't feel bad if you're kind of pushing it off, I think would be a huge tip for me. Someone like me is don't give yourself a hard time. Don't get judgy around your process. Just get curious and trust that what is coming up for you in the time that it's coming up is right. It will show itself when the time is right. And as long as you're in the process, right? As long as you're connected to the experience you want to be creating in this book, I think that it will show up the way that it's supposed to.
I love that. I love that so much. And I love that we all have our own unique ways of approaching it. And I've had a writing teacher once say that there's two types, although I think there's like probably hundreds. But if we're really going to generalize it, there's the cat and the ox. And the ox is like, every day at 8 a.m., I'm going to write for 2 hours no matter what. And the cat's like, I'm just going to write whenever inspiration comes to me. And it's like, maybe you're the cat, or maybe you're the ox, or maybe sometimes I joke that I'm the bear. I hibernate for 9 months and then I write for the rest of the year. So, and there's probably so many other types, but I guess the thing that I realized is you don't have to force yourself to be the ox if you're not the ox, or vice versa. Yeah, so that's my thoughts about it, but I love hearing all of how you all approach it. Yeah, and I have also a follow-up question. So Audrey, when it comes to editing, if someone were writing a book, especially maybe for the first time, when should they kind of try to find an editor? Like at what point in the process? And if so, how do they do that, or what type of editor? So yeah, kind of how do you approach that editing process if it's your first time?
What an amazing, amazing question. My answer to that is that there are several really effective ways and times to go seek an editor. And I think in this context, we're talking about a developmental editor, not a copy editor. And I just want to make that distinction really quickly. Developmental editor is going to be the person who helps you craft the story, who helps you craft your ideas. A copy editor is going to be grammar, dot I's, cross T's, right? The copy editor, you don't need them until your draft is done. And in fact, you or someone else tinkering with like, what is the tense of this sentence is not useful until you really have maybe 1 or 2 drafts under your belt. There are a couple different ways I've worked. I have started this process with people who just have ideas and are just ready to start writing. And in that way, we work together where they will submit a certain amount of pages to me. I will look at those pages and give them feedback with the intention that they do not fix that feedback in those pages before continuing to write, but so that they don't end up with the same problem on page 8 as they have on page 80, as they have on page 220, right? So that's one of the ways I've worked with people before. And that's kind of the like developmental editing / writing coaching work that I've done. I think it's really, really effective. It does mean that the first part of your draft is going to look, if it's working, really different than the later part of your draft. But that's true even if you don't end up working with an editor. That's going to be true. You are going to practice for pages and pages and pages and pages and pages. And so it's a feature, not a bug, that the back half of your book is probably going to be better written than the front half of your book. And then you have to go back and sort of bring it up to match your later work. I think that's a process that works really well if you can find someone trained to work in that manner. I think that's actually one of the more unusual ways in which I've worked with writers. Generally speaking, most people will want to see at least an 80% complete draft. And it's really going to depend on your genre too. With something like fiction, I think at least 80% with the idea of how to end it is probably the point where I would seek maybe editorial assistance. If I was writing nonfiction and I was writing maybe based on a coaching program I had or a school of thought I wanted to share, maybe earlier is okay because you're probably a little bit more outlined than someone who's, you know, writing a YA novel or something like that. But I think it's a great question. I also hate to say like, you'll know when you know, but you'll know when you know. And picking the right person, I actually think is probably more important than picking the time to work with them. And if you find an editor that you adore and they say, okay, but I don't want to look at this until you've got 112 pages, well, then knock out 112 pages. But I think it's actually a great question to ask whoever you're hoping to onboard as an editor.
Yeah, though that's great advice. Yeah, because it's especially the fact that it matters the most who it is and how you get along with each other, because you're going to be getting vulnerable and, you know, you're sharing stories, especially if it's nonfiction, stories about your life.
Absolutely.
So you want to have that trust there.
And you want someone too who's like familiar with, open to understanding of your genre and your comp titles. So what you're up to doing, if you're writing a book and you're like, I want to be the next Glennon Doyle, someone who's familiar with that kind of work. I have a writer who I adore. I don't think she'd mind me mentioning her, who's a fantasy romance writer. And early in her process, she sent her work to an editor who was basically like, this is dumb. I don't like romance. I hate this whole thing, which is like, that's a bad edit. Like, I don't know why this person is in the industry at all. That's just but it's worth having a discussion with someone before you share your work with them. Like, do you read in this genre, right? What are your favorite books? What have you read lately that is akin to what I'm working on? Just so you know, they have some fluency. They sort of know what you're up to again. And like, theoretically, a good editor should be quite wide ranging. And we all have things to learn from other genres. But definitely like, care in picking the person that you share that with, because that comment really knocked this woman down for a very long time, who's quite a good writer, and like fantasy romance sells like hotcakes. I mean, that's a ridiculous bit of feedback. So care in picking your editor is extremely, extremely important.
Absolutely. Great advice. Thank you so much, Audrey. Amazing. So I would love to hear from Jen and Robin for this next question. What was one thing or more than one thing that surprised you the most when it came to publishing your manuscript?
I will say that when I found out that Muse was a traditional publisher, I had some hesitation around what the process might be like. As a result, I had heard, right, that the reason you want to go with self-publishing is for the creative freedom, because if you go traditional publishing, generally you get a contract, they're purchasing your rights, they have the last say. And I was not okay with that, which is why I had originally wanted to self-publish. But when I found out that I had all the creative freedom that I wanted, that nothing was going to happen without my say, I was so grateful. And that was really when it kind of blew up for me in a good way, that I was like, wow, like we went through like 30 covers because I wasn't happy. And they were like, okay, well, what do you like? And we developed what I thought would work for what I was trying to promote. And just being able to have that last say, the final say over everything, and the creative freedom that that gave me, that was the best part for me. That was the most surprising part for me. That was the part that like really nailed it home, that this was exactly what I should be doing.
Amazing. Robin, what about you? Do you have anything that popped up for you when you published? Oh, you're muted, by the way.
Sorry, my dog was barking. So I actually, I'm a speech language pathologist, and have been one for, I hate to say it, but for 40 years. And so I was very, I had clients, I was doing all those things, and never really thought of myself as writing. And actually, I sort of downloaded all the titles that are the 45 chapters in my books. And I thought that was the book, that those 45 lines. Well, they're actually the titles of the chapters. And then I started writing them, picking them off, and started writing more and expanding more and more in them. And I really wasn't thinking about publishing. I was just thinking about finishing, like finishing this idea, finishing this thought. And in the process of that, you know, life's going on, right? All these things around you are happening. COVID happened. I mean, you know, my father passed away. I mean, just like all these other things are going on while you're actually writing this book. And I also changed editors, and my life experience changed. And so I wasn't really thinking like, what would it look like or any of that, but I knew one thing: I wanted to be taken seriously. And I felt like I had spent so much of my time writing, and I was always told I wasn't a very good writer. I mean, and from when I was in, thank you, Mr. Mead, in high school, telling me you'll never be a writer. And so I had that going on in my head. And when somebody read my book and actually loved it, chose it, and I was one of the first authors to be published by Muse. And I didn't really know what that would look like. I really didn't know, but I trusted them. I had this trust in them, and they trusted in me because it's their name on the book. And so it was this like equal journey that we were both taking together, moving forward. And it really meant a lot to me. I felt like I was stepping into this new world along with them. And how fortunate was I that they were behind me.
Yeah.
And every time I would get like a number, and when they called and told me they want the book in German, I almost fell off my chair, like to the point that I just thought it was a joke. So I don't know, every time something happened, or so I got an award or something like that, I was just so taken aback because I thought it was enough that I got published by a publisher. I didn't think there was more coming. I didn't think that there were awards coming or German coming, or I didn't really think about any of that. And so now all of this stuff is unfolding. And in my mind, with this book, I wanted to also create cards and a coloring book. Just all these things are spinning around in my head, and watching it just all unfold. And the cards are coming out any day now. Just is like when you have a daydream. I'm going to sort of cry now a little bit, but when you have a daydream and then you're in the daydream, living the daydream, and you feel like you're just so fortunate to be in that place in your life that you're actually living the thing that you dreamed about, that you never really thought was actually going to happen. But secretly, someplace inside of yourself, you always knew you wanted it. You always knew that it was meant for you. And Muse allowed me to make that happen.
You're going to make me cry now too. I do want to address a question in the comments, which is sort of to speak to how Muse sort of quote unquote disrupts the market compared to other traditional small presses and indie publishers. Because yeah, I mean, I do think there is a huge difference in our availability to speak with our writers. We're very, very close with our writers, and we do take feedback from our writers. We do. If you come to us with a title or cover idea that we don't think is going to support the sale of your book, we will not let you sabotage your book. We will say you need a new title, or we can't do that on the cover. That's not going to work. So we are very marketing forward, right? We're extremely committed to your success. But I think one thing that sets us apart is we're going to explain to you why. We're not going to say, no, you can't have this as your cover because we say so. We're going to say, look, we have run this through our marketing team. We think that if your cover looks like X, it's going to be more successful, even down to like, you know, the color red is a color of like fire and empowerment, and that works for your audience or whatever. Or maybe it doesn't, right? You've written this beautiful book about healing after grief, and like red makes no sense for your cover. So we're very, very careful to make sure that we both support your desires and also are extremely focused on your target market to make sure that the book is successful. So that's
I definitely want to speak to that, Audrey, because I struggled because I thought, I want red. I want maroon. I want like a really deep, dark red. And they're like, I even did a poll on Facebook from all my people. Everyone's like, red, that's definitely your color for sure. But I had to really step back and ask, and this is what the team had me do, right? And that this is speaking exactly to what Audrey's talking about is, if I really wanted red and I was like, nope, I'm not publishing with you guys unless you give me a red title, like that, they would have done it. But they would have done it begrudgingly, right? And they would have warned me. They're like, they said, you know, go research what the colors mean. Go research the feelings people get from the colors. Go research this or that. And this is what our team has shared. Not only that, I thought I had a specific title for my book. And I wrote this book with that title in mind. And when the gentlemen of my team read my book, they straight up said, like, I wouldn't have picked up that book if it had that title.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh. Well, I don't want that, obviously. And they're like, we need something bolder. We need something stronger. We need something that will translate easily into multiple languages. And I thought, oh, well, they're obviously thinking way bigger than my little critter brain would have ever let me think. And so therefore, I'm going to take the advice of the professionals. And I leaned into it and I trusted their process because that's why I hired them in the first place. And there was also a question in the chat that I'll address. And what was beautiful, the reason people want to go for self-publishing is because the publishers don't get a cut. You are the publisher, therefore you get all of the cut. And that's what's beautiful about Muse is that I get 100% of my profits. And that's unheard of in a traditional publishing setting. And I don't have to give 10% to my agent or 90% to my publisher. And that's why you do invest up front. It is absolutely 100% worth the investment up front because now I own the rights to my copyrighted book. And
yeah, let me speak to that. I can give like a really kind of nitty gritty industry look at how we do our royalty breakdown versus how traditional publishing usually works. Traditional publishing usually ends up being around 70-30, 30% going to you, 70% going to the publisher, which is a pretty crappy breakdown. Muse is a fully traditional publisher, which means we do offer people contracts with no investment upfront at that 70-30 breakdown. This is for people who are coming to us who already have a big audience. And it's also something we use to occasionally pick up a developing writer who doesn't have the ability to buy up their royalties upfront, that we really believe in their work. So it is something we offer. But we also came up through the coaching industry and working with people who are extremely financially minded, who took a look at the idea of 70-30 and went like, are you freaking kidding me? And so with our writers, you do have the ability to essentially buy us out of your royalties. So you're funding some of the production of the book, what it takes for us to get it made, for what the paper costs for us to print the book. And then afterwards, you have the entirety of your rights and the entirety of your royalties. Our website says 90%. That 90% is the 10% is only the cost of production, right? So we're not making money off of it. But it allows us to support writers who want to see a better ROI, especially because we work with so many people who are out there advertising their book brilliantly. And they want to see the profit from that, right? Like they want to see the profit from their hard work. So all of our contracts are custom. We also work with writers who we have done something closer to like an 80-20, depending on like what 80 in their favor, 20 for us, depending on what they're able to invest up front and what sort of their like publishing goals look like. It's very different for fiction and nonfiction. It's very different for children's books. So each of our writers gets a contract that's all their own and is in process building a contract that feels right to them. We're not just shooting you off a sort of standard document that you sign and then look at later and go, oh crap, I'm not making any money off this thing. So we really take your goals into consideration when we publish, which is something we're able to do because we're a small publishing house. We're a small team, so we get to be really hands-on.
Amazing. Yeah. And thank you for explaining that, because that nitty-gritty can get so complicated. And yeah, so it's great to know how that works and know that we in particular have options and we talk to the people and don't just like blindly hand you a contract. Yeah, so that's awesome. I would love to hear also from Jen and Robin. Now that you've been through the publishing process, what advice would you give to writers or aspiring writers or people who want to publish?
That's a super, there's so much.
I know.
I mean, I hate to say it, but trust the process. I mean, if you picked a team or a publisher that you are the one who gets to choose where you publish your book. You're the one who gets to choose your editor for the most part. And, and if you're going to put your trust in them, then put your trust in them. And if you don't, then find someone that you can, because it really is about being able to it's not about showing up for yourself in this. It's about showing up for the people that you're meant to reach. And I think that sometimes I got stuck in the I can't, I need, I this. And when I stepped outside of that and because that's the work I do, right? Like, what do I need? Who am I being? Like, who is my being? And it really was like, who do I need to show up as so that I can reach my story, get my story to reach the people that it's meant to reach? And so really trusting the process and showing up authentically, but like giving yourself some grace around you not being perfect, because it's not about you anymore. This is about you reaching the people that your work is meant to reach.
Yeah, amazing. And Robin, if you could unmute.
Sorry. I think, it's honestly, when I did this whole process, I actually wrote a whole program about how to outreach to authors and how to actually work with authors on creating audiobooks, which I work with authors and I do that now. And I did it because I really occurred to me that when you actually start to write, and when I say start to write, I mean in your mind start to write, like you have the idea forming in your little head, you are already creating those seeds that you're throwing out into the universe of the people that need that information. And when you actually start to actually write the book, actually on the computer, you're pulling them in more and more and more and more. But the amazing thing is that what I think I didn't realize and what I want to convey to other potential authors is that you don't even know who's going to be attracted to your book. You think you know, and you don't. You don't actually know who is looking at the story. You think you're writing a spiritual book. Meantime, business people are picking up the book. I was in shock. I'm like, really? I just wasn't expecting it. And the more you can stay true to the information that you want to disseminate through the stories of your work, whether it be in fiction, whether it be in memoir, whatever it is, the more true you can be authentically to that information, the more that information reaches out and grabs people. And to be just present to that information and hold space for the fact that that information is going out there. And also knowing that you have the power to create legs for your book. I take my book everywhere with me. It's in the front seat of my car. It's on my dashboard. It's in the back seat. I'm giving it out all the time because it can't do it on its own. It really can. I mean, I would love to say I could hire a publicist who's going to carry 1,000 books with them like Santa Claus and give them out to everybody and tell everybody what a great book this is. It's not going to happen.
It's honestly kind of me. Anytime I'm in a bookstore, I'm like, you need Robin's book. It's kind of me. And sometimes I'm in a big bookstore and I'm like, oh, there's Robin's book, which is so exciting. Can I quickly jump on a question in the comments? Which is, how selective is Muse? If they get 100 submissions, do you take everybody automatically? No, we do not. It'd be very interesting for us, and actually note for both of us, Hannah, that like we should like crunch some numbers sometime and look at our like acceptance percentage. I know when you apply to colleges, like, you know, you see the acceptance percentage, and if it's very small, it's very exclusive. No, we take open submissions, and so we get submissions all day, all night from people all over the world. What we do is, bearing what we get sent is a book and isn't 600 pages of someone writing in curls MT or something. Sometimes we get strange stuff. We do send written feedback. So the worst case scenario in a submission to Muse is that we will send you feedback that says, you know, we really liked your descriptions and the craft of your scenes. We thought the character development of the mother from chapters 5 through 9 could be better in these ways. And we often invite people to resubmit, but we are fairly exclusive. We probably send at least 20 rejections a week, 20 to 50. We are really looking for, our tagline is, life-changing nonfiction, groundbreaking fiction. And so we really are looking for that. But it is a guarantee that you know someone's actually read your work. We read everything we get, which I don't know who out there has been sort of in the trenches of Submittable and in the trenches of pitching agents. More often than not, you simply just do not get a response, no matter how good your work is. People are so extremely oversaturated. We just picked up a book that I'm so excited about, of a woman who was agented. She got her agent right before the pandemic, and her agent shopped her book during the pandemic, couldn't sell it. This book is incredible. I mean, it's this amazing kind of spooky, true detective-y like fiction. Oh my gosh, it's my vision for it is that like we get a Netflix series. Like, it's that good. It's incredible. And an agent thought so too, and then couldn't sell it. Couldn't get anybody to read it. And so we do guarantee that we do read your work, which is amazing. And we find gems pretty regularly. So it's a low acceptance rate, but you know, there's no risk in sending it to us. And at very worst, you'll get feedback, which is honestly invaluable.
Yeah. And that does not happen very often in the publishing world. I get excited when I submit my writing. If I get a kind rejection, I'm like, oh my gosh, they liked it. So there's a couple more questions in the chat. How and who is best to contact at Muse when you have a book draft ready? I have a goal to publish a book August 2024. Thought I would self-publish and really interested in Muse. Awesome. That's amazing. Yeah. So I don't know, Audrey, if you want to speak to that.
Yeah, absolutely. You can find our submission portal on our website. If you would mention that you heard of us here, we'll take a look at it a little bit quicker. We'll bump you to the top of the, we call it slush. This is your insider term. It's the slush pile. That's what we call our giant spreadsheet of submissions that we have to get through. But please let us know that like you came from here, and we'll add it to the top of the list so it'll get read quickly. And we'd love to take a look at it. So yes, absolutely. please send it to us. And it's on our website. We make it pretty easy to find. I'm not in the chat because I'm not here through YouTube. I logged in via Facebook, which is also why my name looks different. So people from high school can't find me. My name's Audrey. I also go by Audie. But I will have someone add to the chat our submissions email. So
yes, we'll have that added to the chat. And a couple other questions. With traditional publishing, they take more of a cut than self-publishing. How much of a cut does Muse take? And Audrey, I believe you said, I don't know if you want to briefly speak to that again.
Yep, we answered that one. I think it was just sent in twice.
Okay.
All of our contracts are custom. It really depends on the author's goal for the book. It will be somewhere between that 30 to 70 traditional contract, or if you buy us out of your royalties, which I highly suggest you do, because then you make way more money on the back end. It can be all the way up to 90%, which is really 100%. The 10% in there is like literally the cost of printing and paper. So yeah.
Okay. Awesome. And then, yeah, I don't know, whoever wants to jump in with this question. Oh, yeah, sorry, Bernardo, I don't know if you...
No, go ahead. I was just going to jump in because we should be having our next speaker joining us very briefly. So I just wanted to see.
Oh, awesome. Well, yeah, I guess we can just wrap up with the last question in the chat is how to trust your intuition in regards to relationships and just maybe in general. And yeah, I don't know if anyone had any last thoughts on that.
Well, I'm going to just speak to it because it's the title of my book. So I'm going to go, I'll shoot in here. I think for me, the most important thing that I can tell you in terms of trusting your intuition when it comes to the relationships in terms of publishing and just in general is we all know when something doesn't feel right. How many times have you gone into an ice cream store and you just know you want vanilla and everybody with you is getting mint chocolate chip, banana fudge, royal, whatever, and you have a little twinge. You're going, oh my God, I'm so ordinary. I'm just getting vanilla. Right. And so you try and you get the something different. You get the mint chocolate chip and you go outside and you're eating the ice cream. You're like, yeah, this isn't cutting it for me because you really wanted the vanilla. Trust your gut. Trust your gut. Your gut's going to tell you go with the vanilla. Don't ever doubt your gut. Vanilla is who you are for that moment or always. So what? Vanilla. Great. Doesn't mean anything good, bad, or different. Trust it. And if you think back in time in your life, usually when you trusted your gut, it was spot on.
All right, ladies. Well, listen, I think this was very informative. I think it was extremely helpful for anyone that's thinking of, publishing a book. And obviously to understand, the differences between the traditional publisher and self-publishing and obviously all the costs attached. But I know obviously of Patty, I'm very excited to work and collaborate with her. And, to have so many of her great speakers. I know, Robin, you're speaking tomorrow. So yes. Can't wait to hear and see you then. But no, I wanted to thank you. I thought it was very informative. I'm not sure if there's anything else you wanted to add. I think there was something here that, I'm not sure, but I believe we got something that she wanted to share, which is this. I think it was you can't see it with that. Let me just see if I can get that. You can't read it. There you go. It's the 3 things authors should stop saying. So there's a QR code. This was something that was submitted by you guys. I think it's a great tip. So scan it. 3 things authors should stop saying. It's a great page. It's very interesting. But if you're thinking of writing your book, maybe that's something you should do today. Okay, ladies. Well, listen, thank you so much once again for being here today. We're going to bring our next guest speaker on. Thank you so much and have a great day. Take care.
You so much.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. Bye. All right. Well, listen, that was very informative. And look, we have had a phenomenal day today. We've had so many great speakers, from Pete Cohen to Andy Harrington to Sarah Moxham, Simon Headley this morning. And now, well, listen, one of the highlights of the days, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to listen to a phenomenal speaker, a great friend, someone that's been a great supporter over the years of the Best You and the Best You Expo. So I want to give him as much time as possible. Let me just introduce my great friend, Bill Walsh.
Hey, what's going on over there, young man?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Well, it's a beautiful 8:30 in the morning in Las Vegas, but I'm doing fabulous, buddy.
Yeah, you look sharp as always. So Bill is a venture capitalist and he's a CEO, founder of the success education business coaching firm Power Team International. Bill hosts and speaks at events all over the world. Trust me, his passion is to empower entrepreneurs and business owners to create massive success. He is a best-selling author of the book, The Obvious, and he's an amazing speaker. And you're going to see that now, a radio personality and movie celebrity. So Bill, I'm just going to tell everyone, listen, get your pads out, okay? Get your pads out, get your notes out, because this just flows, okay? He's just going to be giving gems left, right, and center. And if you're a speaker or a wannabe speaker, listen to this man. See his craft, because it doesn't matter where we go. It doesn't matter where he speaks. He could speak in front of 3 people or 33,000 people. But, he has everyone's attention. And at the end of it, everyone enjoys his talk. So listen, you're in for a treat. Bill, thank you so much. What are you going to be talking about today?
So today we're going to talk about how to monetize your voice, how to really use public speaking to expand your brand, expand your business, generate some serious income. And at the end of the day, I just want everyone to know that your story's too big to play small. If you get a chance to work with Bernardo and you get a chance to be a part of any Best You Expo event going on, you got to be plugged in. At the end of the day, most people are not willing to show up for their own success story. And I believe today you have the greatest opportunity because of technology, because of how instantly you can connect with the world, that if you don't bring your message to the market, you're going to watch people with 10% of your talent make 10 times your money. And it's got to piss you off. So we're going to talk about that for the next 20 minutes, I think.
Well, you got more. You got 25, 30 minutes. That's fine.
Okay.
And listen, and I'm just going to say that apart from being a great speaker, what Bill provides is stages pretty much all over the world as well. So listen, enjoy. Thank you so much, Bill.
Thanks, brother. Appreciate you a lot. So I hope everyone's home, taking some notes, relaxing, listening. But do me a favor and just if you've been in your chair for more than an hour, maybe just get up and stretch for a second. Maybe grab some coffee, grab something to drink, because I'm going to try to keep this right on point. I know that we've got such busy schedules here. I don't want to miss anything with everybody, but I also want to share with you how important it is to share your story. My story, first of all, and before I do that, I want to thank Bernardo. I want to thank the entire Best You Expo team, because without a team behind the scenes, none of this happens. And I can tell you that everybody thinks it's easy to run events, easy to put on events, until you actually have to run your own events. And my story is very simple. Born and raised on the south side of Chicago, did not come from a whole lot of money. Both of my parents worked. My father was an electrician. My mother worked for Allstate. And I realized that almost every month we ran out of money. I didn't know it very much when I was a younger kid, but as I got older, I started to realize that, many other parents, I was a BMX bike racer, and many other parents had the weekends off and they could travel and do those things. And, my father, and God bless his soul, he was one of the greatest dads in the world, is that if he didn't work on a Saturday or Sunday, he didn't get paid. And so I learned early that you have to be an entrepreneur. So I want you to write this down. I am an entrepreneur. And what does that mean? It means that you're probably a little crazy. I know that most entrepreneurs are a little crazy. Your family probably thinks you're nuts, but that's what it takes. And I learned early that if you didn't find a way to get behind the cash register, it was a tough road ahead, having to work and do it all by yourself. And I also realized at a young age that get around people that are doing epic things. So I'll tell you guys a simple secret today that's helped me make a lot of money, is that you've got to remove the negative people from your life. And I would start today by going through your phone, going through your social media, and erasing all the negative people. If people don't add value to your life, if people don't show up and support your vision, your dreams, your magic, your goals, then they're not the right team to be around. And I know that's tough sometimes, because sometimes that could be family that you have to cut out. But if you don't get rid of the negative people, Jim Rohn said you can help 1,000, you can't carry 3. And I learned one against that as a young entrepreneur, that I was a trader, and I was involved trading currency and literally doing nothing more than fixing businesses for many years. And for 10 straight years, I fixed companies and either took them public or closed them or sold them. And by the year 2000, I was burnt out. And so I'm going to tell you this too, that sometimes you got to check out to check back in. And when I came back, I realized what I was great at. And I would ask you guys today, what are you great at? On a sheet of paper, write down what you're great at. I was great that if you had an idea, I could help raise the money, the teams, the systems, and I could help you go to market. And I knew for a fact that without the right teams and systems and some capital, it's pretty hard to win in today's marketplace. And so I figured I could help businesses with that. And I teamed up with a young company back then called GoDaddy as a marketing partner. I found this other company called Franklin Covey as a channel partner. We put together a little product called Successfolio. It was a business in a box. Gave you a website, gave you a merchant account, got you organized, and said, go get them. But I knew that if you didn't have those things, it was really tough to make it happen. And I was fortunate. I had great marketing partners. Within 20 months, we were in 20 countries selling that little product. And people laughed and, thought we were crazy, but we were getting paid. 2005, we launched a business course called Rainmaker, which is probably the most intense entrepreneur program in the world that puts you through a 6-day MBA-like course 4 times a year. And we did it to look for deal flow. Launched a venture fund, masterminds, our group called WIN, that we have a board advisor seat that meets a couple times a year to work on companies. We launched the inspiration conferences. I became the main partner, main sponsor of a thing called the Small Business Expo. We went from a couple of cities to almost 20 cities a year, 100,000 attendees a year. We launched a course called Platinum Speakers for those who want to learn to speak and sell from stage. We launched something called UWC, which is today our UWC AICon conference that we now run. Hello, Sarah. Good to have you on. Hi, Genesis. And, the idea was that 12 years ago that we thought we'd get together and just give our customers a bonus. And because of that, when you go the extra mile, it's a little less crowded, but it's where all the fun is at. Then we launched book writing courses, internet courses. And around 2017, we launched a program called the Icon Speaker Program. And it was designed because I was a huge fan of Warren Buffett. And Warren Buffett said something very, very profound. He said, the number one skill set for all entrepreneurs is public speaking. If you go to his office today in Nebraska, there's only one plaque on the wall. It's the 1951 school from Dale Carnegie on the School of Public Speaking. And I share this with you because I do believe that it's more prevalent today that you learn to speak and share your message. So we built a course that was a 1-day intensive. You can come live, you can go online. We sell it for $3,000 online, and today it's $997 for the whole year. You get to meet with us 4 times a year, either live or digital, to really help you become a better public speaker, how to get paid as a public speaker, how to fill your own events as a public speaker, how to learn your 1-minute, your 2-minute, how to be able to do these things called TED Talks, how to map the entire TED Talk process from start to finish. Because I know today there's people listening today that maybe you don't want to sell from stage, maybe you just want to get paid to go speak. And believe it or not, it's still the highest paid profession in the world for the time that you spend actually doing your craft. So I would ask you today, if you have a story, then let's bring your story to market. And we price it for $1,000, and we let you bring a guest if you're going to come live. So we've made this so wildly affordable for anybody that's listening today because it's a great way to give back. I've been blessed to speak more than 5,000 times to more than 1 million people. And I know for a fact there's people listening here today that don't have $3,000, $10,000, $100,000, but you can probably afford $1,000 US. And we'll give you a link a little bit. We're only going to take about 40 to 45 people today, but we want the ones that are serious. That say, Bill, I'll put the work into it. I've got a message. I've got a story. I'm just not getting paid for it. So I would ask you today, if you have a story and you're passionate about something, would you like to get paid for it? And then after that, we launched a TV network. We've launched, of course, our digital events, and we have a thing called Speakers Theater where you can come in and be on stage every week for free. And we invite all of our speakers to speak every week to get in front of other people and talk about what you guys are doing. Because the worst thing in life is to have a story and keep it to yourself or take it to your grave. So let me give you a few really simple things that'll help you along this process. And I'm going to kind of break it down into kind of a little simple quadrants, right? And the first quadrant, there's 4 quadrants, right? The first quadrant is called the expert quadrant. I'm going to kind of write that in for you. And I highly recommend, if you're listening today, that whatever you're going to do, be great at something. Pick that niche and get to the top 10. I coach a guy named Mark Victor Hansen. We've been friends for 20 years. And he wrote a book called Chicken Soup for the Soul. And he told me a long time, he said, Bill, help people understand, pick your niche and get to the top 10. All the money's in the top 10. So pick something that you're great at, that serves a lot of people. There's money in the space, and you'd probably do it for free. Now, once you do this, let me give you a few tools. You want to go online and launch your own influencer site. There's a free website called Mingle, MINGL.no, Mine is /Bill Walsh 360. And somebody could probably type these things in, mingl.no/Bill Walsh 360. Get your influencer site set up. This is not your website. This is simply a place that comes with a QR code, little opt-in screens, can share your PDF documents, all these cool little tools, and it's all for free. So it's mingl.no, like for Norway, /Bill Walsh 360. And let me see if I can type in here. I'll try to type. I'm not that good at this, but I'll at least give it a shot. I think that's right. There you guys go. It's out there somewhere. But in addition to that, once this is up, this is important to everybody, is that you're all going to become authors. So go to Canva, get your little book cover done today. I don't care if your book comes out for a couple of years. I want a book cover done today. I know this sounds crazy, right? Just go to Canva, create your own little book cover. Should be something in your niche or your topic of expertise. I don't care if your book comes out in a couple of years. Doesn't matter. The fact that you have a book cover creates some news. Now, once you do this on Canva, the book cover is done, go to Facebook. Set up a Facebook community. This is a group. No sales inside the group. Content, content, content. We have a group called Global Business Network. It's not about sales. It's about content, content, content. And what happens is that if you're going to really be successful, write this one down, build something called an active community. Bring in other people, interview other people. You know, one thing that Bernardo does such a great job of, he connects people all over the world on a regular basis, and he's good at it. Why does he get paid so much money? Because he helps other people get what they want. Zig Ziglar, John F. Kennedy, they all talked about help other people get what they want, and you'll get what you want. I'm telling you today, influencer site, book cover, get a community going. Now, as soon as all this is done, I know this sounds kind of crazy. There's a free service to get on the internet to get booked for speaking gigs. There's a service that gets you on media, radio, television, all this cool stuff, right? And yet most people never even heard of it. There's a service called Haro, H-A-R-O. It means help a reporter out. Get yourself listed on Haro today. This is where you get picked up for other information. Now, along with this, at the same time, I know it sounds kind of nuts. You're all going to launch a podcast. You're like, Bill, this is a lot of work at 5 o'clock in the afternoon in London or 8 o'clock in the morning in Vegas. But if you'll just do a simple tool, right? And you might have heard of this little company called Spotify. I'm sure you've seen that, right? You can now literally launch your own. I know it sounds crazy. Launch your own podcast for free. And the thing is, most of us don't realize that podcasts are not soapboxes. A podcast is designed so you can literally interview other great people, have them on your pod, and because of that, it drives awareness around your brand. And once again, it costs absolutely nothing. It's free these days to set up your own podcast and now begin to share that message through all these social channels we just talked about. Now, you've probably spent around $20 so far buying a couple domain names that point to these places. But at the end of the day, book cover, podcast, listed on Haro means you've got something going on. And this is the secret, believe it or not, is that people need to know that you're moving forward, not moving backwards. A dog will never bark at a parked car. But man, you get that car moving. And of course, as you start to launch your book and your podcast, people are going to think you're nuts. Oh, you just think you're cool because you got a podcast. No, the podcast is a great way to interview great people that, of course, then expands your brand. I need you to write this down. I have a story. I'm going to go to market with it. I am an entrepreneur. And you've got to have the belief system that your persistence, your story is greater than the challenge you're going to face. You see, if your beliefs are not larger than the adversity you're going to face, then the adversity is going to win. Quit letting people that are semi-empty-minded tell you what you're worth or what you can do. I'm telling you, if you got a story, don't wait on your story. Get out there and get it going. And we'll help you do all this stuff. We built Icon because I believe there's a marketplace for new speakers. We have our own speakers bureau. And yes, if we book you to speak, and we're not guaranteeing that we book you to speak at all, but we get 20%. If you get paid $2,000, send me $400. Get paid $1,000, send us a couple $100. You get paid 10 grand, send us $2,000. But if you don't put your story out there, no one can book you. But the book cover, having your own mingle site set up, your influencer site, having a group you've already established, having your podcast going, this is where it all starts. Now, the second part of this, and I'm not going to go super deep into all these areas, but I call this the empowered quadrant. And number 2 means that you got to have the right teams and the right systems. And let me just quickly go through the teams you have to have. Number 1, outsourcing. Get a VA that does research for you for 10 hours a week, about 60 to 70 bucks a week. They're doing nothing more than looking for gigs to get you booked on stages. We'll give you the emails that you send out to prospective places to speak that open the doors. Those emails alone have maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars by just learning how to open the door to get booked to properly speak. If that's all that we gave you with some of the emails and the scripts, it more than pays for the $1,000 you paid for this course. And of course, you'll get direct access to me. You can text me. I'm really bad by phone, but I'll give you my cell number as part of the program. Ask me the questions you want. The courses will be coming up live in Dallas. They'll be in Chicago in June. They'll be in Orlando. And if you can't make it there, they're all recorded. So you can always watch them on the recordings as well as the live broadcast. So the name of our speakers bureau, VIP Speakers. It's called VIP Speakers. Thanks, Genesis. And thanks for the question there. But once again, it comes down to this, is that, do you have a message? Do you have a story? In the empowered quadrant, outsourcing is important. This is also important. Get a board of advisors for your business. Teach you guys how to get a free board of advisors. Learn to belong to more masterminds. Show up for masterminds. Show up for think tanks. You're going to find that events will bring you more events. Oh, I don't want to pay to join the mastermind. Then don't pay. Then don't show up. But I'm telling you today that the most successful entrepreneurs, they all know how to network. And they always network up. They always look to figure out, how can I get to that next level? I didn't know Bobby Kennedy. I didn't know a lot of these individuals. I just showed up for the right events, and I invested in those relationships. I would tell you today that as a speaker or someone that wants to be a speaker, you got to show up for other people's stories. Go to these multi-speaker events. Be the one that says, how can I help out? How can I crew? You don't have to buy every program, but you need to show up at least once a week to good events with great people. And you're going to find by showing up, it opens up a lot of doors. So masterminds are a great way to make new connections and a great way to open up new stage opportunities. And of course, influencer partners. Get around people doing epic things. Make a list of your Fab 10. I didn't know Brian Tracy or Mark Victor Hansen or Les Brown, but once I had a podcast and once I had a TV show and a radio show, I began to invite them and I got to know all of them. And I figured out ways to create value for them first. And because of that, they became endorsers of our programs. And I only share this with you because most people are afraid to get outside their comfort zone. I'm going to tell you today that the more successful entrepreneurs they are, the more approachable they are. So don't skimp on any of these things. Show up for great charity events. You'll get a lifetime of dividends by investing in the relationships. I will tell you that mobile's everything. Make sure, once again, that you're looking down the path of creating automated mobile funnels. I have found that when you're going to build a team, you've got to attract the right people to your team. So look at who's on your core team. Are they willing to outwork you? Find people that work longer hours than you. They're trying to get you booked. They're trying to open up doors. Please don't spend time with lazy people. They're going to burn you out. If they don't produce, let them go. Nothing wrong with trying things and testing things. But at the end of the day, success leaves a lot of clues. And what we do at Power Team is help entrepreneurs really get through the bullshit. You know, how do you cut through all the garbage and realize that it's a business? Just write this down. It's a business, and treat it like a business every day. You may not want to wake up at 5 a.m, but you might like to have a brand new Porsche or a new Ferrari. You might want to give back or write some charitable checks. You might want to take more vacations. Well, part of that is that you got to show up for your own success story. So when I look at the team side of this, the system side is just the opposite. On the empowered quadrant that we talk about right here, right? It's really important that you understand that a big part of that is having the right systems in place. And these are non-negotiable. So number one, have a good loyalty program. Have a good referral program. And I'm going through this fast because I only have a few minutes, but I don't want you to miss any of this stuff. So have a good referral program set up. Once again, you might not think it's important, but I'm telling you, these are very important things. Have a good sales process. There's always 3 processes. Number 1 is for prospecting. Number 2 is for actually engaging that new customer. And number 3 is for retention. Prospect, engage, retain. If you'll just build funnels for each of those things, they don't have to be long funnels. It could be send an email out. It could be make 3 phone calls, send out 1 text, whatever it's going to be. Build a process for every aspect of your business as a speaker, because the biggest money for speakers that most of them never, ever understand is build your list. Invest in list building software and keep giving away good content that always keep refreshing the story. You know, I mean, today I know Camtasia is so old, right? But it doesn't matter. It makes it easy to record the message. And today where it's moving is it's moving down the space of AI avatars. I have new avatars now that can speak in 25 languages. All you have to learn to do is there's a product like called HeyGen that's out there, right? And there's new ones that are coming out that are even way better that are wrapping around these tools where you speak for 2 minutes. That's it. You do a general talk for 2 minutes about anything. And this software can literally begin to create your sales videos one after another that, I know it sounds crazy, but it looks and sounds and feels like you, but it's in multiple languages sharing your story. And if you're not using AI in your business, if you're not using Chat GPT as part of your daily programming, you're missing out on huge opportunities. There's a new app coming out called Ask ROI, ASK-ROI. Once again, free to sign up today. But imagine having your own business intelligence officer inside your brand. For the first time ever, you can literally have intelligence inside your business that you can talk to like a person. And once again, it's either you're going to use AI or you're going to wish you did. And of course, as you go down this path, super important as you start to look at the systems that are required, invest in good marketing collateral. You know, if you're going to tell people that you're in business, then be in business. You can do folders like these, right? 50 cents Vistaprint. I know it sounds crazy. Get your books published, right? My book, The Obvious. You know, if you're in the USA, just text obvious to 26786. You get my book for free. You want a free copy of the book, text obvious to 26786. But more importantly, invest in collateral. I know it sounds crazy, but begin to think about what are you going to do differently than in the past? Get yourself featured in magazines. We'll teach you how to do all this stuff. I know it sounds crazy, but there's stuff you can do that's so affordable. M13 Graphics will print all this stuff for you at super reduced rates. If you're around the world, I'm sure there's printers. Look up if you're in any other country in the world, all you have to do, just text obvious to 26786. Obvious to 26786 if you're inside the US borders. If not, we'll get you a QR code later. You can go get the book for free. We'll share it with you. But these are the things that if you're not using the right tools, you're missing out. And I will tell you also that mobile funnels are everything. Everything's going to that mobile phone. We use a platform called Mobex Pro, MOBEXPro.com, MOBEXPro.com. Another great tool that gives you a 500-person Zoom account, text message all over the place. And at the end of the day, if you're not following up on this phone, we all have these phones. Do you realize what this phone is? This is nothing more than a digital moneymaker if you're willing to use it properly. And the quality of the phones today is 100 times better than it was just 10 years ago. So begin to think about, if I'm going to get positioned, expert, once again, empowered phase. And I want to go to this next phase because for speakers, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this today with you guys, but I will tell you that I don't care how good a speaker you are, you got to get exposure. You need the exposure. And I'll tell you, if you want to speak to millionaires in almost every city in the world, write this website down called Vistage, Vistage, Vistage. Why is our Icon Speaker program so powerful for $1,000? You got to use a code too. I'm going to actually put the link in for those first ones that want to get enrolled today. I'm going to put a special link in there for you guys. This link is actually coded directly. I want to make sure. No, let me find this link because I had it here a second ago. And I'll just kind of keep talking. You guys can do this, but I want to drop this special link in for you guys. This is actually a special thing we're doing with the Best You Expo. So do not miss this one, but I'm going to drop this in here really quick for you guys. And you can see this here, but that link, and if you use the code Power Team, so use code Power Team. If you don't use the code, you won't save $2,000. So I'm telling you, make sure you write down the code Power Team. There's the link. It's an Eventbrite link. You can make the purchase right now. We'll see the purchase right away. We'll send you some information. Oh, look, they already got a fancy link. That's even faster. Wow. Okay, I like that. Man, this team is on this stuff. But, for the first 40 or 45 that say, listen, Bill, I'll do whatever it takes. I can't wait to get to work with you guys. But these are the other places you want to go. BNIs, Rotaries, chambers, ethnic groups, civic groups. I like a website called Eventbrite. We will teach you guys how to leverage Eventbrite to go get booked on stages. If you're not using Eventbrite or Meetup to get booked on stages, then you're missing one of the most powerful resources that's out there. We'll show you exactly what to send. We'll give you the email copy. We'll show you how to get booked. And of course, you got to be great at what you do, but you don't got to be a great public speaker. If you're brand new, never did speaking before, perfect. What I'm looking for today is people that they want to expand their speaking business. They want to launch a speaker business. Maybe they're just really great at what they do, but haven't done speaking. What I'm looking for, that you're great at what you do, serves a lot of people, money in the space, and you'd probably do it for free. Man, if that's you, you're absolutely the individual I'm looking for today. I look forward to working with you. There's so much opportunity that's out there. Once you've got those basic things down, I like YouTube as a place to do YouTube shorts. I like the 1-minute short videos. I'm a huge fan of course, you're on today something called StreamYard. And for $1 a day, you can launch your own TV network, which I highly recommend you start to expand your brand. But I also like a service called Twitch. Twitch is a great way to have your own free TV show. Imagine your own TV show for free that's hosted on Amazon, where you can have paid members where they're paying you to listen to your show. It also is the only platform that'll let you broadcast television quality right off your website, all for free, all real time. And that's an awesome added value. And if you're not using Twitch, there's hundreds of millions of people that use these things. Why not put yourself in a place where there's new opportunities? And of course, I'm a fan that it's free. Once you set up your Twitch channel, just go to GoDaddy, pay the $10 again, point it right to your new Twitch channel. Now you've got a TV station that runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, right from your website. I know this stuff sounds like, wow, this is a lot of work. It is a lot of work. I wish I could tell you that all this stuff was so simple. It's work. And that's why you get to spend a whole day with me, whether it's in Dallas or Chicago or Vegas, or if you want to come to Orlando, or if you just want to watch it online, you get all those choices. And it's all for $1,000 if you use that code. If you don't use the code, you'll see it's a $3,000. So use the code, save the $2,000 today. If you do it today, we'll also let you bonus in one guest. So by the time you're done, it's almost like free. But don't forget that I believe that we all have a duty to give back, and this is a great way to give back and help other people get their message out there. The last one, which I will tell you, is also just as important as the rest of these things. And I know sometimes we forget this last one, but it's critical. It's called execution. So if you start to see what this looks like, become the expert, get empowered, get the exposure, and execute. And what I mean by that is, you got to build perfect days. You got to build something called a DMO, a daily method of operation. You got to build your big vision, your big why. We make you map out your big vision and big why. Why are you going to do this? Why is it important for you? And of course, on top of all that, it's really critically important that you become the one that gets really good at the execution side, which means you're putting your podcasts out there, you're interviewing people, you've got your speaker one sheet done, you're getting your message down. We will teach you to give an effective 2-minute, 5-minute, 20-minute talk that is designed to help you get paid to speak. We'll teach you how to get booked to speak. We'll show you the process. Now, of course, if we book you, you pay us. If you book yourself, we get nothing. But for someone that's been doing this for a number of years, I've trained a lot of big name speakers how to speak and sell from stage. This course is not about speak to sell. It's more about become a better speaker, how to get paid to speak, how to build your own events. And I've saved people hundreds of thousands of dollars on running their events, because after doing thousands and thousands of events, you learn a lot about the event business. But on the execution side, it's also important you plan your family, faith, and fun. And this has to be part of your story, part of your mantra, because your big why for doing this, I would ask you today, why is it important for you to speak? Why is it important for you to bring your message to the world? I know for a fact that our Icon Speaker program, when you break this all down, that the execution side is that you enroll today. You'll get a text message back from me today. You'll get access to the online videos and the training right away. You don't got to wait like a month or a year. You'll be able to log in in the next 48 hours, start watching the videos. You'll have my direct number. You can text me, ask me any questions you want. You'll get access to our Icon Speaker group online. So now all of a sudden you got a community. You've got access to we give you access to our business training call once a week. And that's all inclusive for $1,000 a year. If you can find a better deal, you can call me and I'll sign up for something. I don't mind. I sign up for courses all the time. I'm always attending programs. I think the minute that you stop learning, you're done. And I want to thank Bernardo for making this possible, because you know what? He's the one that said, hey, Bill, why don't we do something that's a really crazy special offer for all of our members? so they can get plugged in to see some of the things you do and learn some things you're working on. And I know that if you're listening today, you're probably at home saying, man, this sounds like a lot of work. You know, I wish I could tell you that it was simple and there's magic dust. There's not. You got to work at it every day. But I hope that today you got some insight. We posted a link there. We'd love to have you as part of the Icon Speaker Program. The reason to enroll today is that you've got a story. You're great at something. You'd like to get paid for it. You really have a passion, or maybe you've tried this, hasn't worked for you, but you know for a fact that you've got a message people need to hear. You got a story they need to hear. You got some tips. You got some ideas. This how-to space is going to continue to grow. But I'm going to share with you one thing today as we finish out, that don't ever let somebody discount your story. Don't ever let someone tell you you're not good enough. Don't ever let someone tell you that you don't have the right stuff. I'm telling you today, you've got the right stuff. If you're great at what you do, bring that story to the marketplace. There's a marketplace that's out there waiting for your message and your story. And why not get paid to share it? So I hope this has been helpful for you guys. Anytime I can help Bernardo in the Best You Expo, I'm glad to always show up. I love his work. I love his dedication. And I hope that you got some great value from this talk today. I know it was quick and to the point, but sometimes you're better off get right to the point. And for those that are getting enrolled, I want to say congratulations. Once again, do not miss this opportunity. It's good for 48 hours from the recording of this, so take advantage of it right now. And I love what Les Brown said. He said, man, there's plenty of room at the top. It's the bottom that's overcrowded. So let's get your story out there and let's start helping lots of other people with your message, your story, and your wisdom. Once again, this is Bill Walsh with Power Team International. Bernardo, I hope that's what you were looking for. I know it was short and to the point, but I hope that was exactly what we wanted to cover.
As always, Bill, as always. No, it was really on point, and thank you so much for being so generous. And look, guys, at the end of the day, when you look at someone with the experience of Bill, and you look at someone that runs events, I mean, how many events do you do a year, Bill?
We do about 300 live events a year. They never stop.
300 live events a year. I mean, and then look, again, we have a big English community watching here today. And I know how important it is to tap into the US market. I've got to tell you that my experience in running events in the US is obviously at a much bigger scale. But I made more connections in a year and a half in the US than I made in 10, 12, 15 years in the UK. And they're very, they love the English accent.
And I'm in London a couple times a year, so I can't wait to meet some of your group that's over there. I know we're coming over next month. We'll have an event over there, so we'll get them all plugged in for that too. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
Exactly. So please take advantage of the opportunity to work with Bill, because he really knows everyone and he's got massive expertise and all the tools for you to be able to stand out. Bill, thank you so much, my friend.
Appreciate you, brother. Love you, man. Have a great day. Talk to you guys soon. Love you guys.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Bill. Well, listen, that was great as always. I'm very happy. Thank you all for being here today. There's a quick thank you for Bill. Look, as far as I'm concerned, this was a fantastic day. It was a phenomenal day. If for whatever reason, again, you missed some of the talks today, well, I highly recommend that you connect, you sign up for the VIP. I'm going to share the link in a minute. But what I did want to do is I just want to simply just say thank you to a lot of the people that have said thank you to us. It's been great, and I just love bringing these opportunities and these speakers to you. So I hope you've had a phenomenal day. And if you haven't, as I said, if you haven't yet signed up for the VIP, I highly recommend that you do that, because it's going to give you the opportunity to obviously, potentially, see all the recordings, which is obviously something that has great value. It's just a great opportunity for you to be able to watch all the talks, to be able to connect with all the people that have been here today, and for you to be able to even get the transcriptions at a later date. So it's only $49. And tomorrow we have an amazing day. We've got so many great speakers lined up for you, and you can check the schedule at thebestyouexpo.com. I'm sure a lot of you have been watching it live. You've been watching it on YouTube. You've been watching it on Facebook. I want to thank all of those that were here today interacting. It's so important to us for you to be able to do that. It means a lot. But look, we've got some fantastic speakers: Sarah Davison, Judy May Murphy. We've got some fantastic panels as well. So I hope you can join us tomorrow. I want to thank you all. If you have the VIP, ticket. We were planning on doing the meet and greet. We're going to schedule the meet and greet for another day because there were some speakers that couldn't make it, and we want to make sure that you can interact with all of them. So because of the time differences, some of the speakers, we will do the meet and greet exclusively for the VIP tickets holders. It will probably be someday next week to be confirmed. But apart from that, thank you so much for being here. I want to thank my team for being here all day, and I can't wait to see you. We're going to be starting at around 10:30 a.m. and that's GMT time. Got an amazing day lined up for you tomorrow. Thank you so much for being here. Take care. Lots of love. May the best be with you.